control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Welcome everyone to the first of the two NLC season Fall Open Qualifiers into the SQ1 Analyst Test. My name is Canopit, joined by CJ Trajan McDonald's and MnM Team Manager Officer Naughty, or sometimes just Alex. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing real good right now. I was traveling back from a work thing yesterday and watching this first stream on my phone on the bus, the rail replacement bus. So I'm glad to be finally back on camera in it live to get the full experience.
Yeah, also doing good. Had a long week preparing for the NLC Fall Open. Hopefully, we're gonna have a good showing for you guys today.
All right, so first of all, before we get into things for today, let's take a little bit of a look back at how the bracket stands right now. We're going to pick out some specific matches from yesterday we found of particular interest. But to start off at the bottom of the bracket, we saw yesterday Barrage Academy beating out Masonic 2-0. They'll be advancing today to take on the Icelandic team at Dusty. And there's a tough round two for Resolve after beating out Norwegian Veneer. They go on to face a team at Singularity. But back up at the top of the bracket, we said an unfortunate goodbye for Enclave, with London advancing to face off against their fellow British team at Barrage. Lundvist Lightside fell to the Nordic Dogs, which allows the Dogs to face off against their Finnish country folk in Ents. The winner of that match will go on to face against the winner of the series you're just about to see right now. And of course, most relevant of all, because it forms half of our teams today, Atlando beating out Wizards 2-1 in the only series of the first round that went to 3 games. So for both of you guys, starting off with Alex, which of those particular games did you find the most interesting?
Well, I quite like watching the UK teams. It's probably known on Twitter. So I enjoyed that Barrage Academy managed to show a really dominant performance against Masonic. When Masonic has like some really high tier players in the form of like Greason, Munchkins, like Champagne, Crogson. So like that seems really good for like a UK based org to beat that, especially as an academy org. Yeah, really good. And then Resolve as well. Another UK org did really well to beat Veneer. Like no one really knew what Resolve's level was going to be because they just dominated a third division league, so no one was really sure. But I guess now they're showing that they will run with it when they're given the opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Resolve, as a Square One caster, we did have Resolve Academy in our final season as well, so I have a bit of a soft spot for them. I'm happy that they managed to put up such a good performance. They do now have Singularity, as we said before, though, and this is a tournament favorite. This is a very strong opponent, and as Alex just said, dominating a Tier 3 league, now you're going against Singularity. This could be a real test for them. So they've got good start. They've got momentum going into this one. We'll need to see if they can keep that one going.
So not necessarily everyone's going to be familiar with Atlando coming into today's competition. There's going to be lots of new faces around. So for where you guys are standing, we've got sort of the main points for them. They're a full Danish squad. I mean, for where you guys are, what have your thoughts been on Atlando so far and their performance, and any particular team members that stand out for you?
Sure. So, given that Atlando's not a UK org, I imagine Alex has no idea what's going on, right? So, I'll take the start for Atlando here. As you said, full Danish org from the Telia Esports Series, Denmark, and they've kind of got this roster that's got 3 very strong pieces in it. They've taken the top Fiala from Absolved, the mid jungle duo from Vipers Inc., and their bot support duo has been a long time Atlando staple. So, I like that. The mid jungle duo is such a very common thing that analysts talk about, as you need to get these 2 players synergized. Your bot support, of course, naturally need to be synergized, and top can be a bit more of that solo carry entity. So they've got these very 3 strong pieces, and they're trying to put them all together to get something strong going, and they've got themselves a win under their belt. So it's working, at least to some degree. However, that win versus Wizard was a tight 2-1, to be sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, just before we move on to talking about MnM, which of course Officer Naughty will have the inside line on, could you, because we weren't able to stream it ourselves, could you tell us a little bit about that 2-1 victory? As you said, it was the only match in the first round that went to 2-1.
Sure. So it was a very exciting one. Honestly, I'm a little jealous that Riddle got to stream it, to be honest, because it was really, really exciting. The main thing that sticks out to me are these wild card pocket picks that Atlando can bring out. We had a Riven and an ASOL that got picked and they got banned out. So they actually performed well enough to be banned out later in that series. And that really kind of stands out to me in a meta which is now, we're at the end of the season, very locked in. Carry junglers here, tanks or specific carries in top, a very small mid lane pool. They are actually breaking the meta or attempting to do so using their comfort picks. And I'm interested to see if MnM are going to kind of play into that. Are they going to accept that, Riven and Asol, these are powerful picks, we need to ban them away? Or are they going to go, what are these guys doing? We're just going to pick meta and be better than you and win.
I definitely think, just a little addition to that, is we do respect these guys. Like we have seen, we've done our research, and I know you've mentioned that they have a few like one tricks and stuff, but we have seen that they're not just like tier 2 players. They've been winning their leagues. They've been coming top 2, top 3. They've got the experience. So I would expect like some for a lot of respect picks and bans from the MnM team today.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would be really surprised based on the previous game if either Aurelion Sol or Riven make it through here, because I mean, it seems to make sense. You learn the lessons that the teams in the previous rounds had to learn the hard way. But so let's now turn our eyes towards MnM. So Obstinati, of course, coming in as the manager, of course, the massive expert here. It's from what we've seen, this is kind of a little bit of a rebuilding time for MnM right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's not like a not known factor. The MnM NLC last split was not the best performance. Obviously, we showed at the end when we had to play the promo relegations that we deserved to be in that league. We just had a really unfortunate start. We were pulling it back, but unfortunately, I think we just needed one more week probably, and we wouldn't have even been in playoffs relegations. So yeah, very unfortunate start, but yeah, we're keeping on 4 of the same players in the form of like Kakan, Aesthetic, Monk, and Eli, and then swapping out the mid as Energy went to Riddle. So we brought in Bendix, who is obviously a Danish mid, lots of experience, and has helped a lot with the roster, as well as the coaching staff. We completely revamped the coaching staff. We've kept on Yetz, our former analyst, who's been with MnM for a really long time now. And then we've added in Raven, who's come from Havan Liberty in the Brazil. Is it CBLOL?
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of higher up experience through CBLOL, and he's brought in his performance coach Japri, and we've also brought in Previous, who is our strategic coach.
The classic Previous. We all know and love Previous for sure. And like, I'm
Yeah.
glad that you've got so much of this like high level experience coming in, because there are a lot of different tiers in NLC now. There's like so many divisions that you can get kind of split and forced down into the European system, but there's a lot of tier 1 talent coming onto MnM, it seems now. Bendix and Eli Wood have experience in the TCL. As you just said, you've got CBLOL coaching staff coming in, and that makes me really hopeful, makes me really excited to see what MnM can do now that you've got a lot of these strong pieces coming back in.
And would like to bring up as well, coming to this one, we had some expectation of kind of tournament favorites that were coming in. I'm kind of curious, do you feel like does MnM as a whole, from sort of the internal view, did you guys feel like part of the tournament favorites, or were there other teams you were looking at to fulfill that role?
When this the Fall Open.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, definitely. I think it's like, all jokes aside, if you don't back your team and all that, but I definitely think that there's probably maybe like 3, in my opinion, 3 like good like standout teams, like teams that should win. Like Barrage, obviously they have the old Riddle roster, really really strong, with the right coaching staff and the right pieces. So if their head coach Serza has the same impact that Smeagol and Cold had on that roster, then they could be a force to be reckoned with. Tricked, obviously, you can never rule Tricked out, like with Pad and Soft and stuff. So they can like 1v9 like the whole thing, or not. Like, but if they're on form, they'll be a really tough team to beat, as well as us. I think in my opinion, we are the 3 strongest. But then again, there's a lot of teams that have been built for this. A lot of the old NLC rosters that are here as well. So there are a lot of strong teams on top of that.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see how you guys match up against, or how you guys place, particularly next to Dusty, who obviously ended up 5th, just over you guys in your NLC group. So a chance to like get one back over on them potentially. And as you mentioned, Barrage, like you guys, MnM and Barrage, these are orgs that have been at the top of the UK scene for years now. So I imagine there's always just like a little bit of innate competition as to who can really be the leader of the UK scene.
A lot of
And
rivalry. Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
So we have received word that we're going to have a slight delay on the start of the game, so we'll have a more chance to kind of get into a little bit more depth here. And one of the places we were hoping to really kind of get into is our featured matchup for the day, the mid lane. So as we mentioned before, the Aurelian Soul coming out for Face Hurt certainly turned a lot of heads. How do I guess starting with Trajan, like how are you feeling about how this mid matchup is shaping up?
Sure. So when we look at one side, we have Facer. We know a lot less about this player in general, but from their performance yesterday, it was so impressive. Very much a linchpin of that team. They had really, really impactful moments throughout that series. Their game-winning Oriana ult in Game 3, a series-winning Oriana ult, I should say. This is a player that can be the carry their team needs and does have, this flexible champion pool. They do like the control mages, but Aurelion Sol is in there. Silas is in there. There's a lot of things that can shake up a draft very heavily. Plus, they have great stats from TESD, 73% KP, 5.47 KDA. I'm really excited to see how this player can match up into Bendix specifically, which is more of the more experienced player, a very calculating style, unlikely to give away leads to weaker players, and can snag solo kills themselves as well. It's a matchup of, potentially a very more high variance and a high potential player coming up in Facer versus Bendix, who has been around a little bit longer, had a bit more of that experience at the higher level.
Yeah, I agree. I think looking at their champ pools, definitely they both can play like all these champions, all these late game scaling caster champions. So I feel like laning phase will probably be a farm fest, in my opinion. And then going into those later team fights is when it's really going to matter if they're playing like the Cassiopeia, the Castin, the Orianas, they're all scaling up. Um, and like that will just be that one shot that will smash it. I'll be excited if Aurelion Sol does get through. Obviously, Aurelion
Yeah.
Sol is a champ that is really like interesting. Like no one really plays it, and when you see it in like solo queue, for example, and you've got an ASOL one trick in your team that's called like Stars or I don't know one of
Yeah.
those classic ASOL names, you're in
Mhm.
for a good time because I feel like ASOL one tricks are like it's like a really interesting champion, and I feel like they always win. So yeah, if it does, I have no idea. So if it does get through, then I'll be excited to watch that as well.
Yeah, it's one of those champions where you look at it and you go, it's ASOL. I can definitely beat ASOL. So many things beat ASOL, right? But they, like I say, they just always win. Somehow, they always win, even though this champion is in theory so punishable. I mean, we saw Lurks pull out the Talon yesterday. That would be great for this. If he could rock the Talon out, they'd have the ASOL answer. But I guess, unfortunately, maybe that'll be later on in the bracket. We'll have to see that matchup come out.
Yes, I don't think you get to be an ASOL one trick unless you learn how to deal with all the stuff that theoretically counters you.
Yeah.
But yes, so looking into the actual series overall, since we're kind of veering towards that territory anyway, honestly, I kind of like to get to your predictions. I think this time maybe starting with Officer Naughty, like in terms of how you think the actual series itself is going to go, because we've got a lot to learn in this first game for sure. But since Officer Naughty, you're just going to be here for the first and last part of the desk here today, I'd like to kind of get your view, particularly how you think it's going to go overall.
Well, yeah, it's not a trash talk, but I believe that if we can't just 2-0 this, then we're going to really struggle later on. So for me, I'll be expecting hopefully an MnM 2-0. Even though these guys are a hard team, harder than I thought, like harder than they look at just face value, because I feel like these teams that are full of players from the same country, they'll be speaking Danish, not English. There won't be any language barrier, and I feel like these factors really do impact teams. Especially I know with the Barrage team, which is Old Riddle, they in game they all speak in Danish, and I know that for players like that, because obviously English is like a language barrier, that it really does make an impact, and these guys have all won and stuff. So yeah, they're definitely going to be a hard team, but I do believe that we should 2-0 them because anything less and that we will struggle later on.
Yeah, I like the idea of that being a necessity.
Yeah.
Trajan, I mean, from what you've researched so far into these teams, I mean, as much as for MnM, it needs to happen. Do you think it's going to happen?
I think it is. I think that Atlando, they have a lot of exciting and interesting things about them, and I don't think this is going to be an easy series for MnM, but I do think it is going to be a relatively clear one. I think that so much of the power that we saw from Atlando. It was such a close 2-1 series against Wiz, which is, Wizard is it's a lower seeded team. It's definitely should be an easier opponent for them. They did struggle with them, and they did have to pull out the Riven top, the ASOL mid. They had to use a lot of these aces up their sleeves. I don't know how many more they have left, and now MnM, they've got the knowledge. They've seen these picks. They can potentially take away these threats before they become a threat. And I think at that point, they are just going to, skill gap them just a bit. And I think it is going to be a 2-0 for MnM, but I expect Atlando to go down swinging heavily for sure.
So this is a little bit out there, but I'm going to ask if you guys can put on your prediction caps here and give me a specific moment that you anticipate coming from this series coming up that you think is going to be a turning point. If you can imagine that far ahead.
Ooh, that's a tough one
I'll start
for
if you
sure.
want. I'll start if you
go
want.
for
Give you time to do your proper thinking brain.
Yeah.
Monk will pentakill at Dragon or Baron. Here will
Damn.
happen. They will start Drake or Dragon or Baron, and we'll come in and Monk will pentakill, and the MnM comms will be so loud because when that guy gets anything more than a double kill, he
Yeah.
is a very loud individual. I feel like that's gonna happen. I also feel like I think the jungle matchup is actually something that's gonna be really interesting. From games that we've watched, both junglers are quite methodic. Is that the right word? Methodic in their pathing and stuff. They do think about pathing, and they don't just gank for no reason. Whereas a lot of junglers, Aesthetic said that he played against in the NLC, just gank for no reason. They gank mindlessly.
Yeah.
Whereas we've seen that this team's jungler is kind of has the same playstyle as Aesthetic. So I feel like we'll see a couple of invades, maybe. And that will be key turning points in the game. If one jungler can get up on the other one, get an invade, get some of their camps, and then get a gank off, it could really snowball a lead.
Yeah, I think that is actually, I think that's really close to the mark right there. When we were looking into these players, we looked into the jungler specifically, and the jungler for Atlando does, as you say, play loads of ganking junglers, but we looked at his kill participation, and it was honestly lower than we expected it to be. It was around the 62% mark, which is when you're playing Volibear and Pantheon, you want to be in and amongst it all the time and snowballing these games. So if Aesthetic, as you say, is able to play that style just more effectively, get more done on the map, I think that can be a really big point for them. But in terms of a turning point prediction, I think you're right. It's the easiest answer is go for a Dragon or a Baron. This is where teams like to rock up and just put it all on the line. For Atlando, they did have like a game-winning Orianna ultimate, as I said before, late on into their series versus Wizard. But I think that it's basically going to be that, but it's going to be Bendix. I think that Bendix is more experienced. He's got more he just has more like time and a wider champion pool and more proven quality on this super late game clutch factor from his history. And I think that he's gonna have the Cassio, maybe it's a 5-man petrify coming over the wall at Baron, or maybe he's gonna get just like a huge stolen ultimate, maybe another Orianna ultimate, just to flip it around and do exactly to Atlando what they did to Wizard. But I think it is going to be a mid laner. We have that as a feature matchup for a reason. It's going to be a late game scaling carry that's going to absolutely blow up a fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious if there's anything which we can narrow down more specifically, because obviously at the moment we are favoring MnM coming into this one.
Mhm.
If there's any other kind of like points of hope that you guys could maybe point out, I mean, as much as I know, Alex, you probably don't want to necessarily, but in terms of what would need to happen for Atlando to make the upset here?
Well, I think that it does depend on what we said earlier about whether they respect the pocket picks. That's going to be a big part of it. Even if they don't, I don't want it to sound like Atlando has nothing outside of the Riven and the ASOL. They definitely have plenty to bring to the table. Things like the Cassidin can be a very impactful pick for Facehurt as well. But I think that it needs to be something in draft. Even if it's not a crazy pocket pick, they need to get a really spicy, tasty matchup for themselves in one of these lanes to get themselves off the ground early on. If they both have ganking junglers, you want to have a nice, strong lane that you can play off. So having a great matchup in that draft in one of these very important lanes like mid and top, that I think can be the key for Atlanta getting off the ground running.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they play any different play style, like obviously with these individual leagues, you got like Danish league and stuff, and like even in UK league, they have their own like kind of play style. So if the Danish league play style is something that the MnM players are not used to, because we don't scrim many like just Danish teams, I guess. So it could throw them off. It could be something they're not used to. It could take them by surprise, and it could be enough for Atlando to snowball a lead.
Well, yeah, certainly. I mean, coming into their first series for Atlando, presumably their opponents didn't see the Riven and the Aurelian Soul coming. So, there's still the possibility of seeing some other surprises. But guys, so we're going to take a short break before we get to the casters themselves. So Jamada and Viproon, who'll be taking the game away, will be just a few short minutes. Players are getting into place, and then we'll get our first series started for the day.
ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cody's brothers, my guys. Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys. Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. 'Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're friends. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NLC Fall Open, brought to you by Square One on this stream and by other people across a lot of other streams. Sorry for the little bit of a delay. We were just waiting for teams to get themselves in order and sort themselves out for Champ Select. I'm Will Byron William. I'm joined by Adrian Marathon. And Adrian, that was an interesting desk. A lot of big statements being made there by Officer Naughty.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Anybody that knows Alex well, those are the kind of things he's always going to come out with. But confident as always, and I think it's owed. He's very confident in this roster, and in all honesty, so am I. I think that this is most likely going to be a tour towards MnM. Not to speak too soon, maybe Atlando do pull out some wacky things. We're going to see the A-Soul ban. No surprises there. I don't think FaceHurt's going to have his hands on that champion throughout the entire series.
I think it's probably something you can just take on the table very early. Of course, the eagle-eyed viewers amongst you will notice that Atlando are playing with a substitute top laner this time around. It is going to be Crids coming in as opposed to Fialo, who is having some technical issues, but hopefully will be back for game number 2. But, I mean, I say hopefully, Crids might run this game entirely. So, it really is something that we expect to be taken off the table. The Riven was also talked about as a kind of pocket pick. Probably not needed to be getting off the table, that one, because Crids isn't the kind of player who's going for it.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Crids is definitely a little more of a mechanical player, so I would expect him to sort of pick up something maybe like the Camille if it's still available. But the Ornn, just trying to remove some kind of safety from that top side. And the Lilia response makes a whole lot of sense. The champion's still really strong in aesthetic, definitely in his champion pool. So third ban from MnM can kind of be anything. If Crids wasn't here, then you'd probably expect to see the Riven ban on the third one. But we're going to see Ashe taken away. Things like the Lucian still available for first pick if Atlando don't ban it. So going to probably be thinking about that one or the Hecarim, but the Graves, a lot of jungle focus by Atlando on aesthetic. So Kakan, MnM, a lot of picks here.
Yeah, a lot of options for that first round pickup across a lot of other lanes, or could look to pick up one of the last couple of very, very strong junglers that are available. Going to be the Lucian locked in though. We saw this one a little bit yesterday when we were watching Veneer Resolve. Sorry, in that first game. Flexible to the mid lane or to the to the bot lane or the top lane. I mean, jungle maybe aesthetic. His capital it's been squashed a little bit.
Yeah, no. I mean, Lucian is a very powerful pick at the moment. One of the highest presences at World, so no real surprise. Monk and Bendix both very capable of playing. This is also a Kakan pick, so this is a true freeway flex and instant response pretty much. Just the Orianna MF, and yeah. I think the Nidalee would probably make the most sense. When you have the Lucian, it's most likely going to end up in a solo lane, so you want to try and balance that out with some AP. Flicking through some hovers, there's also still the Hecarim, which is available. But I would expect the jungle pick to come in here for aesthetic. Nidalee, I think it just makes the most sense with that Lucian. You have a lot of strong 2v2 in the mid game, and especially sort of pre-6. We saw yesterday, Sleepy, me and you saw Sleepy absolutely demolish Caterpillar in the Lucian lane, so we know the power of this pick. And final pick here for this first rotation, most likely going to be an AD carry pick.
You'd think so, unless they do want to try and keep that flexibility open a little bit more. Sadly, no jungle Lucian with the Nidalee lock-in. But it's going to be the Redicton coming out blind for MnM. What do you make of that pick?
So I'm kind of surprised, because now this kind of gives Atlando the opportunity to really squeeze the AD carry pool further down. But on the flip side, it does mean that this top side of the map for MnM is going to be incredibly scary. You don't really want to have to face a Renekton Nidalee dive at, those early levels 3, 4, 5. And Crids, I'm not sure what he has in his champion pool to try and sort of dissuade those kind of early dives. The Gragas is locked in, and this is, of course, technically a freeway flex, right? It can end up in the top side, it could end up in the jungle. And if Fred Spaghetti is a bit of a savant, he could also end up with it. But it's a little bit of anti-synergy with the MF. MF and Orianna, of course, do absolutely fine, but throwing in a cask and accidentally chucking people away from that bullet time can be kind of scary. Fred Spaghetti asking for the Lulu ban, it seems like, an Akali. That's a Cridge champion, so MnM not necessarily too convinced that this is going to be the Gragas top.
Could be. We're going to see the Lulu and the Akali both taken off the table. Not going to want to see either of those on the Rift. The Akali's an interesting one, but as I say, don't want to be seeing that one top lane against the Renekton. And Braum also taken off the table. Could this kind of show an Ornn kind of decision, or is this just because of the misfortune?
I mean, Ornn's banned, but I think it's more or less just to do with the fact that MF and Gragas are both there. Braum is such a powerful champion into, well, both of them. You can just throw up the shield. All of a sudden, cast can't go through, bullet time deals no damage. So I like that ban there from Atlando, and then following up with Leona. So expecting the Gragas in the jungle, it seems like, or maybe they just want to remove these champions. Regardless, I think sort of just taking Leona off the board so that there's a little less ranged engage for this team comp that Atlando are building makes a whole lot of sense. Unsure what they really want to prio here, though. So the Shen, I mean, they're just holding onto a whole lot of flexibility with this lock-in if it does go through. And now MnM kind of have to put their thinking caps on a bit.
Yeah, having to make the decision of where do we think all of these pieces are going, because Shen, of course, can play top or support. Gragas, of course, top support jungle. The other two champions were pretty nailed on where they're going, but MnM have to make some decisions. They've still got a bit of flexibility in and amongst themselves with that Lucian still, but going to have to reveal their hand before we get to the last pick of Atlando. What are we going to be seeing here? It's going to be the Jhin coming through from Monk, and now we're going to be rounding out with a support, you'd hope, if they were going to pick one champion for each role.
Yeah, no, I'm expecting maybe something like the Nautilus here, just a little more sort of direct engage. Syncs up really well with the Jhin, and I'm kind of surprised to see Monk lock this one in. It's not a champion I necessarily associate with him, so definitely excited to see how he performs on this champion. Eli Wood, no surprise, he does love this champion too, and of course, MnM's comp right now was sort of lacking that little bit of engage, so
yeah,
locking in the Nautilus, having that CC synergy with the Jhin in lane, it's probably just about as good as it gets for them. And Atlando now, it's where they start to make the decisions, what's going where.
They're going to have to make it in 5 seconds because they're going to be locking in their final pickup, and looks like it's going to be the Alistair being locked in to confirm that one into support role. Unless we see some true shenanigans from the Danish side, which will be putting Shen top and Gragas mid. But this Atlanta team, this looks very, very hard to break down.
Yeah, I mean, they've drafted a very defensive comp for themselves, I feel like. You know, the Shen, once he hits 6, is going to have that Stand United available to sort of try and help out on any cross-map plays. Got the Gragas cast for disengage. Orianna likes kiting. And even the Alistar, very flexible as a champion. Most people often think of him as, you know, just that sort of go in, I have to go champion, just because, you know, Alistar has that sort of aura about him where he can find those really, really clutch engages. But he does just as well peeling, by the way, if he just sits on top of a key carry for himself. Just knocks up anybody that tries to jump in, knocks them away. So I like what Atlando have actually done with their composition. On the flip side, with MnM, sort of similar to Veneer's draft in their series versus Resolved in game 1, right? Where they had the Nidalee, they had the Lucian in the mid lane, and they kind of just drafted for matchups, with the exception of this time, like we saw the game 2 adaptation in that series, we're seeing more of a kill lane from the bottom side, and I think that's what's really going to help out this Nidalee, having multiple lanes to play towards.
And it's not like the game where we saw Veneer basically have no defensive options at all, and they were just going for those dashy champions. You have the Nautilus and you have the Renekton, who, while they do want to go in and get those engages off, we've seen in Worlds, we've seen from teams in the past where Renekton and Nautilus can be very potent for peeling for their carries if they're not the ones that are ahead. So could be very, very interesting to see how MnM play out this one against this very pretty strict and standard composition that Atlando have. Now, the question for you is, we did watch that Veneer versus Resolve matchup, and the compositions give me a little bit of deja vu. In that game, the tried and true composition from Resolve won out. Are we going to see a repeat of that with Atlando today?
I mean, it depends. I feel like MnM sort of have a soft sort of execution-based comp through their solo laners and that Nidalee, whereas Atlando, eventually the comp can kind of just play itself. So I don't think there's necessarily as much as an onus on MnM in this game in particular to get ahead. I feel like their comp does actually scale pretty okay, just simply because Atlando scaling wise, it's there, but it's not necessarily mega scary, right? You've got the Orianna. Yes, she's gonna scale, and eventually shockwaves are gonna really hurt. And MF is no slouch either, but it's not like you're talking about true hyper carries where you've got something like a Vayne with a Lulu sound on top of her. And seems like, all right, that's classic.
League of
That's the
Legends,
classic. Yeah.
everybody. Is what it is. Of course, you're going to give a little bit of leeway because Atlando's top laner is coming in at pretty short notice to fill out. Of course, it is a sub, so
Yeah.
that is all fine and allowed, but just coming in to fill in the shoes of Fialo, who is trying to get to a computer with a copy of Tournament Realm as quickly as possible. But it gives us a little bit more time to look at these champion pickups and maybe look over the rune choices as well. Anything that sticks out to you as particularly surprising or interesting?
Nothing too wild. I mean, I like the Phase Rush adaptation from Lego Man. I feel like Phase Rush isn't always something you see on Gragas these days. It's normally the Electrocute, since Predator had its changes somewhere in the middle of the season. Predator it just doesn't feel the same anymore on Gragas, to be totally honest with you. So Phase Rush sort of just, if a stack ever decides to get a little bit aggressive in the jungle, sort of belly bop him, auto, Q maybe, and then you kind of just waddle off. And you should be fine. But yeah, I like that adaptation. Other than that, everything seems pretty okay. Fritz Baguette, no Phase Rush Alistar. Aftershock though, it's more the norm, but the Alistar players will know.
The Alistar players will know the Predator Alistar.
Oh, no.
It's truly you've not felt fear like the Moby Boots Rush Predator Alistar bundling top at level 4, and
You haven't felt fear unless Alistar's in your game and you see that Predator icon.
yeah, you see that Predator, you're like, Alistar's anymore Predator. Oh no! Poor Renekton doesn't know what to do as the cow just dives headfirst in. But we are now onto the Rift and we are unpaused for this one. Sorry for the couple of delays that we've had. We're hoping that the teams are all here and accounted for now, and everyone's moving on to the Rift. So you'd hope so. We've got MnM on the blue side taking on Atlando on the red. UK versus Denmark for our first game of the day on Saturday. Of course, there will be a second best of 3 series after this one, so even if this one is a 2-0, still plenty of League of Legends to watch. But a little bit of potential scrapping going to be happening in this topside river.
Nah, I think just posturing for sort of a level 1 ward potentially, but Orianna's kind of hard to check into. She just pops the ball into the bush and then it's sort of a permanent ward until she decides to move. We could, I don't think there's really much potential for a lane invade here from Aesthetic and Kakan. I think Aesthetic would be very happy to sort of just path either side, either to Renekton or to the Nautilus and Jhin lane. And it seems like he's going to be opting for a red buff start, so definitely wants to path up towards that Renekton early on. So definitely going to be on the lookout to see whether or not Kakan decides to sort of stack the first 2 waves and try and deliver on 3, and you dive on that really huge wave where Crids, you know, I think the Shen pick's really smart to try and deal with this early dive threat, just because of the Spirit's Refuge. The W stops all of the auto attack damage from coming through, so let's see how he manages the early waves. I feel like he can definitely get one over on Renekton early on, the first like level 2 levels, but after that it's going to get a little bit rougher, and then Kakan should have a little more control over the waves.
Of course, being able to deny that stun coming through from Renekton could be pretty big, even moving forward into later stages. A very clutch response from Crids could keep members of his team safe from all kinds of engages. In fact, the Nautilus as well is not going to be a huge fan of what Shen's going to be dishing out. But both junglers starting on the bottom side. Are we going to see standard clears? I know that Nidalee hasn't decided to go for that full clear with the Krugs, but instead moved onto that top side. Any early plays in the offing?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just about looking at Aesthetic and seeing if he actually opts to try and dive Crids on one of these early waves. You can see Kakan's trying his best until he just pressed his Q key to try and slow push that wave. He just wants to deliver onto, and it gives him a lot of time to kind of do whatever he wants. He's really bullying Crids here. In between towers.
Though, which not really what you want to be doing, but yeah, just putting the pressure down. Crids maybe not going to be as warmed up and ready as the rest of the players on the Rift, so trying to get the advantage as early as possible for MnM in the top side. You can see Nidalee actually on your mini-maps moving in towards the Lego Man. Red buff is available, and Kakan has so much priority in that top side. This could be an easy attempt to steal. Lego Man decides
Bendix too.
He's going to wait. Bendix moving up, and there's nothing at all that Atlando can do here, and that's a triple buff going over to Nidalee.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the power of having Lucian, having Renekton, and you know, you've drafted the Gragas into the Nidalee. It's just kind of how things are gonna go. Very nice invade, very nice use of all of the prio on the top side. I like to see it. And now on the bottom side as well, Monk and Eli, they shoved in that wave. They could have just let it bounce back, but they've been pushing up. So now they're about to get engaged on.
Here comes the Lego Man, Fred Spit, and for both there as well. Eli Wood is going to be the target initially. Nautilus trying to move through the Gragas, going to have a bad time, going to be flashed away. Will there be damage coming through? Yes! As 4 flashes forward to grab the kill, but Aesthetic wants to make an instant return on the top side. Throws a spear directly into a minion that's forced to back away. So the return kill up there, and Atlando draw first blood.
Yeah, but I think they're going to stick around. They want to try and just deny this wave as much as they can. Crits, the taunt hits!
Engage, that's a taunt, Kakar is down!
Oh no!
Aesthetic forced to flash away as well, but the red buff burns down, getting the kill onto the shed. MnM with the dive that didn't go quite as planned, but they do trade 1 for 1.
Disaster flashed across my screen for a hot second there. I thought that Crids was going to make the 1v2 outplay. Fortunately, for MnM, Aesthetic doesn't quite drop and the red buff does the job. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Lego Man, he makes that gank happen. Gets the first blood for Atlando, is also going to steal away the second spawn Raptors. So he's feeling pretty happy about himself. And yeah, it's a pretty decent early game so far for Atlando. Though, Aesthetic
coming in, misses the spear, going towards face hurt, does a flash, but it's not going to matter as Aesthetic has started, so he will finish. But Fred Spaghetti and Crits moving forward, trying to get a revenge kill onto the kitty cat. Should be able to do so with one more chop. It's going to be Crits picking up his second kill of the game, of course, grabbing one in the top lane dive as well. And for someone who's come in to fill out the shoes of Fiala, having a very decent early game.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing about as well as he can into this Renekton Nidalee combo. Had to give up a lot of CS, but like you're saying, he's made that TP play mid. He managed to make the outplay on that 2v1 dive. He's doing pretty damn well now. This wave is kind of in a bit of a curious position for him, but with the red buff, he's gonna really just trade pretty fine. He should be able to deliver this wave relatively safely. And yeah, Atlando really coming out swinging in the opening acts of this game. And now it's kind of about what they can try and do with some of this momentum. Now, the gold is pretty much dead even 5 minutes in. But you would like to maybe try and see them be a little bit proactive with this Alistar. He's
being proactively engaged on by MnM. Monk and Eli were putting a little bit of damage down, but Alistar will be able to walk away from that one pretty beefy. And actually, Kakan going in very, very low, but gets that healing up. Renekton is going to be able to pick up the kill alongside Aesthetic. Teleport coming in topside from the Orianna will be too late to pick up anything. Renekton, don't go back in that bush. Don't do that, as he's actually just going to step away quite smartly. Lego Man taking the opportunity with all that information to start up the dragon, but he doesn't have that much priority in bot side right now.
I mean, it's pretty 50-50. I mean, they're walking up in unison. Both the bot lane. Monk's just
everything all of it lands onto Aesthetic as Kakar looks to take down face up. 4 will get the kill onto Eli Wood that we saw just before moving to the top side, but Orianna going to take refuge under the tower. Kakar unable to tank, so will not look for the dive. And everyone on the map simultaneously decides that now is the time to turn off your brain and engage.
Everybody wanted blood. There was no dominance available for Kakan, so they couldn't go too hard onto face hurt there. And then meanwhile on the bottom side, Lego Man's like, okay, there's plenty of proactive plays going on the top side by MnM, so let's try and get an early dragon going. Monks sort of looked like he was going to be in trouble there. Thought Fritz Spaghetti was going to get in range. And then the bottom lane priority was pretty much 50-50, so both bot lanes are walking up into the river at the same time. Monk just says, screw this, I'm flashing on Lego Man, I don't care. Flashes, doesn't seem like he found the kill. And then Eli would also, I believe, dropped. We're going to get a replay to see exactly what happened. And yeah, I mean, you can see on the top side, Monk just flashes the Lego Man. Does not give a damn and just leaves his support, drops to the wayside, and Lego Man gets out of his life. Doesn't even have to blow the flash either. Does stop the dragon from happening, I guess, but just everyone saw red for a second everywhere.
Everyone just getting ready to fight. We even saw it coming out of the replay. Shen and Renekton just punching each other once again. Whose sword is bigger? These are the important questions. And right now, Kakan has a decent advantage in terms of farm. Ball's going to be up 22 at the 7-minute mark. Nothing to slouch. And has got that call to try and get even more value from his investment. But Crids, he's going to be really, really happy to just wait until 6. He has now got it. And is happy to defend himself under tower and maybe look for the engages, just as Fred Spaghetti is doing now. Monk's gone to half health, has to run away, and nothing was really blown except for ultimate from the Misfortune. So Atlando once again going to be happy with the trading. Bendix moving forward towards face help. We're seeing the cull. Has he got enough damage to get the kill? I don't know if he does. He's going to flash forward. Will be able to get the kill as the mana comes back from Triumph. Lego Man not going to be able to defend his red buff once again unless Krids comes to help, and he will do. Going to be over at Krogs. Role playing as well.
Bendix has the prior. He just solo killed face hurt. So Legoman again might have to give up his red buff. Kakan is literally proxy farming right now. Legoman just ate a spear.
That's a nice ultimate straight into Krids' hand, but Legoman needs to now waddle away. Dominus this time is available, which will keep Kakan alive. Doesn't really want to go for the dive though, but Bendix might be teasing and hoping that he goes for something. Full health with a little bit of damage on the Lucian, but it's the decision to MnM to back away here. Just evened up the kills 4-4, but more action could be happening towards that top side. I'm seeing movement. This aesthetic will be going for that Rift Herald, and we're seeing Kakan almost going to kill Bendix. One more auto. He can't because of the block. The Q will land though. He takes an extra bit of damage on the way out, but he will survive this time around. That's a better dive, but there's still room for improvement.
I mean, Krids decided to just face check the bush. He wanted to stop Bendix's base, but he just didn't know where Kakan was. So they just end up 2v1ing him and chasing him down underneath the tower. And Facehurt is back to the top side, baby. And whilst all of that was going on, Aztec was like, guys, I'm tired of the bloodbath for now. I want the Rift Herald. Soloed that one up for himself. So gonna pick up the Skull Crab too. He's gonna go back to base. And now eyes on where this Herald is gonna be dropped. You would imagine most likely gonna be towards Bendix for the immediate future. And throughout all of this chaos, there hasn't even been a dragon take in the first 10 minutes of the game, which I feel like is so rare during most competitive games these days in Season 10. And yeah, just seeing the replay of the dive, Krids, it just had no business walking up to the Tribush, to be totally honest with you.
It is a case of why would the junglers want to take a neutral objective when they could just be fighting?
Yeah.
They're
I mean,
fighting back with a fighting enemy team, but of course the Rift Herald is in the pocket of aesthetic. 3-1-0 is having a pretty decent start to this one on the Nidalee, has been involved in almost everything that MnM has been doing. And Dragon, as you say, Ocean this time around for our first Dragon. Not being started up, and no one seems all that interested. They postured for a second like they were going to contest it, but the other team actually decides to follow through on that one. Just like a New Year's resolution, everyone's there for a minute, but then back to their old ways of running headfirst into each other. But Krids needs to be a little bit careful. He's taking a little bit more damage than maybe he'd be comfortable with at this stage.
Yeah, maybe. But Kakan's going into the Black Cleaver Rush, it seems like, or potentially Triforce. We'll have to see. As a stack, there you go. Taking up the Ocean Dragon. I actually want to point out, I was gonna say let's take stock of the game. All right. Well,
let's take stock of this. Gang is aesthetic moving towards face. He's already gone very, very low. Bendix is gonna be able to pick up the kill. Lego Man might look for the return kill with the ultimate coming through from Shen. They're gonna stand. United enough damage to stop it. No. Here comes Kakan. He just rotated. He just walked down to kill Lego Man with the Dominus proc, and now Krids is gonna have to run directly under tower. Can he stay alive? I think he probably can. But minion waves coming in. Bendix might be too low to really want this one, but another nice practice play from MnM. Burns a lot from Atlando and gets the only kill.
Yeah, and I just wanted to highlight, Aztec is 3 levels up on Lego Man right now.
Woo.
3 levels. He's 90 CS. That's nearly perfect jungle CS for as far as about 12 minutes goes. So he's really feeling himself. He's going to drop the Herald down here for Bendix. Bendix and him going to share a whole load of plates here. Facehurt and Lego Man going to be pretty late to try and respond to anything happening. Krids jump. Wow.
That's not fun, but Krids will be able to survive. They will be able to cut down the Rift Herald after getting 4 plates off it. So very, very nice amount of gold going into the pocket of MnM. 4.5k gold lead at the 12-minute mark. Definitely a strong one, and Kakan going to have so much free time to even maybe take this top tower, which is going to be able to crack open the top side for second Rift Herald very, very easily. Just going to let this minion wave die down before he takes it, and MnM, they look shaky early.
Yeah, 610 gold in Kakan's back pocket right there. And probably around an extra 400 between Bendix and Aztec. Thank you, Reed, for the gold diff. Yeah, you can see on your screen. Just basically 2,000 gold across the board in every position on the top side of the map. That is obscene.
Well,
Krids stole the Crocs, so I think we know who won that trade.
What is going on? Facehurt moving up towards that top side. Just going to be looking to clear out and keep Shen safe for a little while. But things are getting a little bit out of control for Atlando. They played the aggressive game early and it looked like it was working out for them. But Monk and Eli Wood were able to stem the bleeding somewhat. Yes, Nautilus died a couple of times, but Monk yet to do so. And while he's got a little bit of a gold deficit under 4, everyone else is doing so well from MnM.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone's doing pretty damn well. Aesthetics already has the Athene's Unholy Grail. So you can see how far ahead he is 13 minutes into the game. Yes, the item's very cheap, but he's also got tier 2 boots, so he's really feeling powerful. And then also just sort of looking across the entirety of the MnM inventory right now, seeing Jin has the Storm Razor completed, Black Cleaver there for Kakan, Bendix already has the Manamune stacking up with that Corfield's Warhammer. So everyone's starting to sort of come online and be on spike. Aesthetic, again, I don't think Legoman's had a red one. I just don't think he's had one.
He's doing his best to try and grab this one, but Aesthetic and Card don't want to let it. Crids has come down just to give him a helping hand, but yes, in this 2v2, I think MnM definitely have it. And
I mean,
Aesthetic Legoman might look for the engage, will be able to do so. The ultimate will be flashed, though, as Aesthetic moves back over to just start the contest all over again. FaZe will be the first person to respond, but there are members of MnM moving around as well. I think this one may be enough for Atlando to maybe secure this one.
Yeah, even Eli
will steal it. Won't be able to. Legoman picks up his first red buff of the game, but it is 14 minutes in.
Yeah, red team not allowed to pick up red buff until right now. Even Eli was rotating up. He decided to start recalling, but now he's here in the mid lane. Crids, he's fine. If that dredge line hit though, he probably wasn't.
We're fine though. He's actually dead as Kakan steps forward to take the kill alongside the rest of the team.
Oh,
Monk's trying to put the damage down onto 4, steps out of the ultimate. Will be able to get the kill with the final shot. And the bouncing grenade. Mid lane tower going down as well as MnM take that one with the 4-man unit and look towards the Rift Tower. Pink is going down towards it. It will be spawning in a couple of seconds time, and MnM going from strength to strength here.
Yeah, I know Monk in comms was getting really frustrated with not being on the board of any kills, so that's probably why he decided to take that 1v1, and he won out in the end. Kakan now gonna take control of the bottom side, gonna deliver in that wave. Not gonna be able to whack on the tower though, because FaZe has teleported down, and getting the replay on this 1v1, I mean, Triple T, he walks up for this. He's the one that engages in and almost takes Monk down. And it looked like single-digit HP there. And Stack now on the Herald, still 3 levels up, by the way. He's not giving up that level deep.
It's not quite red buff, but Aesthetic will be happy to secure the Rift Herald second time around for his team. And MnM dominating not only in lane, but also over these neutral objectives. And it must be said that Atlando kind of making some interesting decisions about when they're going to contest and when they're going to try and take objectives. We saw the first dragon was started up at an interesting juncture earlier on. And now, speaking of dragons, people posturing around the Infernal Drake, which isn't our soul, only going to be second dragon, but MnM going to be able to move in and try and take control of the river. And you know what? They're just going to start up the objectives.
Yeah, I was going to say something there, and it was something along the lines of, yeah, Atlando just shouldn't contest this dragon. I just don't think they should. They really have to just sit here and turtle for a very long time. And even then, I don't even know if this free man is...
Can they grab Kakan? Legoman's the one with the opportunity to engage. Nice flash will actually do the job just as well. Dominus comes up enough. And that's an easy shutdown coming through, but Atlando committing 4 members to that play. Fred's to get moved up there as well, giving a lot of time for Monk and Aesthetic to move towards that bot lane. Rift Herald has been dropped, and FaZe going to need to be careful. Monk's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to flash away. FaZe will chase towards him, work back the queue. Oh, look for a little bit more damage, and we'll be able to find that one. FaZe going to be able to pick up the kill, and what looked like a pretty rough play for Atlando actually gets them kills across the map.
Yeah, I mean, weak side police came from Kakan and claimed his shutdown. Face hurt. I mean, Face hurt on his weak side decides to claim Monk's shutdown. So, yeah, I don't know. Monk just not quite respecting the shockwave. He had the flash. He could have flashed the shockwave, but gets clipped by it and pays the heaviest of prices. And now we're sort of back into what, well, granted how this game's been going, there's not going to be much downtime, but what should be some sort of soft downtime here with no objectives really available for the next sort of 3 minutes or so, as Bendix is on the prowl. And FaZe doesn't have flash.
Low on mana as well, but he does have a Shen friend who's going to look to come into the fight, but the cold will land before Shen can arrive, meaning no ultimate available. Bendix picks up the kill.
Yeah, and Bendix doesn't even have the Muramana fully stacked yet, so that's That's a scary amount of damage to burn through an Oriana's health bar plus some Stand United shield so fast. And one of the scarier things about this Lucian build is that it actually scales quite well. A lot of the time when you think about Lucian, you think about, 1 to 2 item spike, and then after that he's not really much of a champion. And yes, whilst he sort of suffers from that range, almost what feels like a debuff, right? Because it's so short, it's about 500 or 550, something like that. With that Muramana build, his always pack a really heavy punch. You're seeing he's sort of critting for 450, 460. Once he has the IE, it's just going to get worse. So, flash forward. All right.
Eli, we're not going to be able to get anything, but the ultimate does land down. Going to be trying to get the stun lock, but probably diving a Gragas under tower. MnM not feeling that keen on that one, so going to be able to back away. But another buff goes over to the side of MnM, and this time it's the blue one.
Yeah, and sort of trying to hone in on what Atlando can realistically do. There's not many options. They kind of just have to sit here and pray they don't get caught out by, a dredge line, max range, sort of curtain calls into sort of being run down. They have to just try and E-up waves. Fortunately enough for them, Bendix might be.
Ooh, Bendix flashing forward into the ult. Will he be able to get Lego Man down? He's going to faces, and Bendix is going to get stun locked, knocked up, taken out. Face hurts, just the kill. Kakan behind, sees the teleport and is like, do you know what? I'm actually good with not getting involved in this. We'll take a ward on the way out. Calls Worth and steps out of the jungle. MnM slow on the response here, but we'll be able to get Eli with a monk down in case anything kicked off. But MnM stalling a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, MnM are being a little sloppy on these side lanes. This is the 3rd time now that someone's just sort of had an isolated death, pretty much. So, and all of these deaths have been shut down. So these aren't just like the standard 300 gold sums going into the pockets of the killers here. These are, 450. I think Bendix must have had a 700 gold shut down, given how far ahead he was. And yeah, I mean, face hurt even with the shockwave. And Bendix was so far out the lane that he still died to the engage. That's how many people were there. So definitely need to, pay a little more respect to Atlando. They have the CC to lock people down on these side lanes if they're overextending. But the gold lead, it's still sitting at that sort of 7,500 cohort here. And I think Atlando, they just have to try and keep doing what they're doing to MnM right now. If MnM are gonna keep on disrespecting them on the side lane, try and pick them off. But if MnM want to keep on playing like this, they have to have people in the area, right? Monk has to have mid lane priority. He has to be able to walk over with the curtain call. And we're seeing
ultimate will force the curtain call down. Face hurt will go down before the Stand United can be followed up on. And now Thor needs to be careful. Going to be able to strut away on Misfortune. An easy pick there for MnM. For more, that's a very aggressive play from Misfortune. He's going to be taking the full bullet time, but has to go golden to avoid most of it. Elo gets the ultimate down onto Misfortune. He's going to be the target of the fight. MnM dashing forward, trying to get out to the blast cave before Misfortune can get away, but Misfortune will be able to get away. But just into the jaws of Kakan, they're going to be able to turn and get Lego Man. Misfortune can just about get away. Instead, it's going to be looking for one more spike with the spear. Thor can easily step away. Fred Spear also running for his life, but excellent play there from MnM. And you know what? Baron's on the cards.
Yeah, Baron is on the cards. They took down Lego Man. Facehurt does have TP. Shockwave, though, looks like maybe 10 seconds off cooldown, so you'd imagine Atlando are going to attempt to try and sort of dissuade this Baron from happening, but it's burning down so fast. It's a 21-minute Baron.
There's going to be a little bit of contest. Facehurt and Crids are in the neighborhood, but there's no smite available. Baron going so low. It's on 900. Why is this one not being smited? Why aren't they taking this one away? It will be secured in the end by Monk. Jhin is better than smite. We've seen it so many times in the past couple of days, as Facehurt is going to miss the ultimate, and MnM get away. I don't think they deserve that Baron after the way they played it, but you know what? Atlando certainly didn't give them any problems.
I mean, I guess when you have Jhin on the team and you can kind of rely on 4th shot, it becomes a little less of a sin. But starting up Baron like that with no smite is definitely scary. Secure it nonetheless. I guess the caveat, unless the stack pulls off some kind of weird spear. Atlando delay a Cloud Soul away from MnM, but I don't think it's it's the biggest thing in the world. It's just kind of nice to have that 10% CDR as a stack. He's going hunting for spears. He needs to definitely be careful. We've seen the CC lock down members as Facehurt.
Oh, the curtain is cooling, and it's cooling towards Facehurt. Going to be able to step out of the cone. And actually, he's engaged on Monk. caught his pants down just a little bit and will be going down, losing his Baron buff as well. Kakan going to be able to take down a top tower, but very interesting decision making there.
Yeah, I mean, even though we are seeing MnM just outright sort of mechanics check Atlando right here, they are giving over a lot of random kills.
Giving over another kill there. Bendix goes down. What?
Yeah, I mean,
what's going on?
It kind of just it's one of those things where if you're Darth Raven, if you're MnM's coach, you're definitely upset with all of these isolated deaths, but in the grand scheme of the game, it's not gonna mean too much because of the game state. But, and especially the coach in me, there's a little bit too much disrespect going on right now, right? You definitely could have probably ended this game on this Baron buff, but with those 2 deaths, Atlando just given a little bit more breathing room. But, the 10k gold deficit, you kind of imagine it's still gonna just end up being a matter of time. Face hurt, ping's going down. I think he's gonna be fine though. And yeah, I mean, MnM, all they really needed to do is kind of just go into a 1-3-1 from, sort of that 18-minute mark. We're seeing this replay here, and interesting to see. I mean, Monk should know if he has his eyes open that Gragas was on Gromp, and he even sees him again, flashing vision. So
then he's just gone.
Yeah, then he's just gone. So curious this Jamaican, and then Bendix in the mid lane. MnM looking to kind of rotate up towards the top side more, but Bendix is just a little bit slow, and Fred Spaghetti hasn't really come off that bottom side at all and finds the Hex Flash into the engage. So that one's more of a good engage from Fred Spaghetti. I can kind of forgive Bendix a little more, but still certainly, stretch line. I mean, you can see MnM, they're just hungry for blood. They really just want to get as many kills as they can. As final in the tower drops, and yeah, I mean, they've been making picks throughout the entire game from start to finish.
I was going to say, a couple of good picks could well spell the end of the game for MnM in this game state. Inhibitors are all still standing, but the mid lane one has been laid bare. And you've got to imagine that Kakan going to be happy to sort out the 4-1 in the top side. Atlando backs to the wall. You said that they needed the turtle, but is there a timer? Do you think that they've got the ability to keep themselves in this one long enough to get back into it?
I don't even... It's so strange because MnM's comp kind of just outscales now. It's not only are they so far ahead of curve that even if Atlando were on sort of even terms, it could be kind of execution based, big shockwaves, big casks, big bullet times. It's just going to take too long, and I don't see, despite the amount of, I don't want to call it negative game, but MnM have definitely shown a bit of a tendency so far to sort of just drop random kills here and there. I feel like the gold lead should still carry them through on this one. With the base open, it seems like kind of a matter of time until they kind of just decide, all right, well, we're just going to go. And if people on the enemy team die, they die, and then we're going to crack open the base and eventually the game. But Atlando, they do have the big ultimates to try and make wombo combos happen. And the core 3, right, Monk, Bendix, Aesthetic, they are very squishy. They can die to these combos, so they have to watch their footing. They have to watch where they're walking, but I think as long as, now we've been kind of in this soft sort of lull state for the past minute and a half, 2 minutes, I feel like MnM might have just calmed down here. They're going to try and just play it by the books. They know that whilst they are ridiculously far ahead, they can drop this game. So just want to pay a little more respect here to Atlando.
Slowed things down a little bit, aren't going for those mad engages or over aggressive positioning. They just want to be able to close this first game out. Of course, it's a best of 3, so plenty of time for Atlando to come back in the next 2 if they do go on to lose this game. But Aesthetic looking for the catch, looking for crids. Won't be able to find it, but Elo might be able to a little bit more successfully. Does have the ultimate available, setting himself up for the dredge line. Will land that as well, and the stun curtain call coming through, not even needed, as the culling will be all that is required. And now look at where Atlando are.
Yeah, they've been caught sleeping entirely here. This is just going to be base on the bottom side open. They can go for the inhib if they just kind of take their time. Okay, well, they don't have to take their time, apparently, as Jin does a lot of damage to structures, if you couldn't tell right there, and having double AD carry definitely helps out. And the bottom lane inhibitor are going to be cracked wide open. Can just retreat to this Okay, Kakan, we didn't see it. Don't worry. Yeah, thank you, Reed, for trying to hide Kakan's sin. As well as, yeah, just highlighting the fact that there is absolutely no vision on the bottom side here for Atlando. And that dragon is just going to drop. And one dragon away now from that soul, and going to just rotate into the top side. Fred Spaghetti and Lego Man just trying to secure what vision they can, but it's most likely just going to be cleared out. And now MnM, they just have to play for the Baron. They play for the Baron, and they can be very happy with themselves. They have that bottom lane inhib pressure. And that's all they kind of need to sit on. Lego Man is playing the longest of cons right now.
I don't even know if he wins the fight 1v1.
Absolutely
is the issue.
not.
He's
Absolutely.
4 levels
No,
down
no.
on a static now.
Yeah, earlier on he was 5 levels down too. I didn't want to bring it out because I felt kind of
You
bad.
didn't want to bring it up. Protecting him from himself. It's like, we'll just ignore it. It's fine, but definitely aesthetically doing very well.
You hear the sirens? I hear the sirens.
Oh no, not Weak Side Brigade. They're on patrol. They found Crids. Actually, Aesthetic taking a lot of damage from the offense. Unfortunately, struck forward, and on the back, Fred Spaghetti is going to knock people into the fight. Bendix has gone down. This fight could actually be going much, much better for Atlando. They're kind of half committing. Kakan stepping forward with the Dominus, and Monk is now here. Being knocked away by the explosive cast as Lego Man trying to get a re-engage, but gets half health by a spear to the belly. And decides, you know what, I'm going to back away. But Atlando do manage to pick up the 1-for-1 trade, which in their current situation is not the worst thing, but Minions just crashing into the base.
Yeah, crashing into the bottom side. I mean, are they? They're not starting. Surely then. Alright.
I think they might be, you know.
They're starting back. I mean, I think it's okay. I think it's a little flippy, but when your jungler's 4 levels up, I think you can take these risks as a team, as TTT is going to get reared up, and MnM trying to turn onto something here.
The curtain could be cooling on Atlanto's chances in this first game. Last shot will land onto Lego Man, which takes him almost to half health in one go. MnM still deciding whether they want to go for the objective or want to go for the base. They've turned their tails and have headed back towards the Baron, and it's very, very difficult for Atlando to step out of their base to contest this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have to deal with so many waves on the bottom side. They have to deal with always walking into what feels like almost complete darkness. And the Baron already being burned down, 6k. I mean, this is just gone. Lego Man's nowhere to be seen. And it's just going to be a free Baron. And now is when you hope MnM should be able to take this game home if you're rooting for them. And it's been a bit of a sloppy one, in all honesty, for MnM, right? With the gold lead that they had, with the item and level lead that they've had throughout this game. You would have expected this game to have been closed out on the last Baron, but time and time again, they were caught lacking on the side lanes. And Atlando found the shutdowns for themselves, but it sort of feels like an inevitable sort of steamroll now. Should just be able to guide these waves home. They already have the bottom lane inhib, so they can just guide 2 lanes, a 1-4 or a 2-3. With the mid lane already being open, you imagine it's just a matter of time now.
It's weird to say that MnM have looked sloppy when they've got such a dominant lead.
Yeah, I
and
know.
they've got pretty much every objective. Lego Man trying to catch out Static won't be able to do so, and Lego Man actually, that's not fun, as he's going to be forced to waddle back to base. The curtain call may follow him, but he's going to be able to slam his way to freedom. Fred Spaghetti will take the last shot, but he's Alistair, so he doesn't really mind, and the curtain call is now down, but so is the top lane inhibitor tower. And MnM have truly cracked open the base. Going to be looking towards these inhibitors, and Jin just does so much damage to these structures. Mid lane inhibitor will fall, top lane below half health, and this could be the site of the last fight. Kakan not too interested in getting involved as of yet, just clearing out minions, making sure that they're going to be a nuisance, and there goes the last inhibitor. Baron buff is on minions, and the first tower on the Nexus will go down, and it's just the slow bleed out currently for Atlando. They're going to have to make a last stand somewhere, and they're going to have to do it without towers if they wait too much longer, because MnM happy to let these minions just pepper away. Lego Man to engage and just has to go golden on very little health. He'll be taken down instantly without any CC landing through, and with that big engage used, they're going to be looking for the ultimate from Oriana to do some work. They're going to be able to get a little bit of damage down, but Oriana on the back has to scuttle back to the Phantom. Won't even get there as Kakan is playing Bouncer. 4 will chase him away, and he will be taken down eventually, but it just does not matter, as Atlanta are going to be crushed on the steps of their own fountain as MnM pick up the first win in this series.
Yeah, and there's many words, many descriptors we can use for that opening game there by MnM. And I mean, I think sort of going back to what points were made on the analyst desk, I think Alex might be right. He might be right about that 2-0 if that game is anything to go by. Now, that being said, it wasn't necessarily the cleanest of games from MnM. They definitely made a lot of mistakes on the side lanes. So again, looking towards a game 2, if Atlando can potentially sort of pick up on those sins, really, dropping so many shutdowns on sides is definitely not what you want to see. But when the game was in that kind of state, it doesn't really matter when you're so far ahead. You know, you drop a 700 gold shutdown and you're still 8,000 gold in the lead. And you're kind of outscaling. There's not really much that Atlando could have done once they fell so far behind. And it just originates, in my opinion, from the draft. There was too much early pressure on that Gragas. With so much priority from the solo lanes, Nidalee denying away the first 2 red buffs from Legoman. Legoman didn't get a red buff until like 17 minutes into the game. So, tough position to be in. We'll have to see what adjustments can be made.
Let's see if Atlando could come back into this one in game number 2. If MnM are going to do off Sonotti proud and give themselves the clean sweep. We're going to jump to a tiny break. When we come back, we'll be with the desk in game number 2. So don't go anywhere. See you in a second.
Welcome back to the SQ1 analyst desk. This time, Trajan and myself are joined by Aladar. How you guys doing? That was a hell of a way to start things off today.
It was an explosive one for sure. It's not as much as what we expected in terms of how the draft and how the game played out, but I think, as we said in the pre-desk segment with Alex off Sonorti, we did expect MnM to take the win here.
So, our big thing going into this game was the mid lane matchup 1v1, but then we see the 1v1 kill at 8 minutes. I mean, from where you guys are sitting, you're like, what the hell happened there?
It was just really rough for FaceHurt, man. He was just unable to find an impact this game. You know, we set him up as this linchpin for Atlando, this really important clutch factor player, but Bendix was just able to really effectively stifle him out on this Lucian pick in mid.
Yeah, maybe that's sort of what we should have been expecting, though, from Bendix. Bendix has this very recent experience in the TCL, albeit with Aurora, who did very, very poorly in the TCL in summer. And Bendix didn't exactly put up some great stats, but that's a really good level of experience for him to have, and he's been playing at that sort of level. So I think maybe we should have been a bit more wise to the fact that he might just roll over this mid lane matchup.
Yeah, roll over it. They did just amazing stuff, but to take a little look back towards the draft, what we did expect, of course, going into that one was the Aurelian Soul ban with a Riven ban rendered less needed, of course, by the substitute in the top lane. But, overall, in terms of the draft, what were you guys' thoughts about it?
Well, I think that, Bendix being able to stifle out FaceHurt is in large part due to this Lucian pick. This is a very, very highly contested pick. Those who are watching yesterday will have seen it on our priority picks graphic. It's really, really strong right now. And him going for this Lucian mid rather than a control mage means that he can still flex with these solo kills. We saw that 8-minute solo kill in mid lane, so we did see that come true. But he can also rotate to other lanes. He can really push through that mid game. I think that moving away from the control mages, where FaceHurt could maybe have a bit more time to set up and expand and grow his power level into these late game fights, was really smart for MnM, just to wipe that away, get a really powerful controlled matchup in mid with that Lucian.
So, in terms of the jungle picks, in particular, of course, we saw a lot of action out of the Nidalee pick, but what were you guys' thoughts on the Gragas?
Yeah, so I'm not really a big fan of this Gragas pick here. It doesn't really fit with what junglers are tending to want to do at the moment in League of Legends. You tend to want to be picking junglers who can farm up really, really effectively. Gragas, not necessarily one of those. He's someone who's looking to put out a lot of very early pressure with a lot of ganks, of course, with the innate ability of his body slam to really lock people down early. But we didn't really see that happening very much from Lego Man. His presence in the early game wasn't significant enough, I would say, to justify the Gragas pick. And by 16 minutes, he was 3 levels down on his jungle opponent, and that expanded to 4 levels down as the game drew to a close. So, yeah, in the end, I think the fact that he was on that sort of early game ganking jungler really didn't suit him.
Yeah, and when you contrast that to Aesthetic, as Counterfeit mentioned, like he was potentially the top performer in this whole game for me. It wasn't the TCL players as we were thinking, though, Bendix did have an amazing performance, but Aesthetic did a great job. And when we were talking to Alex pre-game, before the stream even started, he gave us a little hint. He was like, I think Aesthetic might actually be our best player. And I understand why he thinks that way right now. He didn't play the ganking style that we expected from his previous games, but he looked so comfortable on the farming carry jungler in Italy that I have very excited to see what else he pulls out now.
Yeah, I mean, Aesthetic certainly performing out of their mind in the last game. But, for someone who we didn't necessarily have the most expectations for going into this one, Crids in the top lane on that Shen, coming in as a very last-minute substitute. How do you think that they did?
Honestly, not too badly. Crids let's clear this up immediately. He's a mid lane main, not really a top lane player at all. Makes sense to put him on a tank, something like the Shen, something that you bit safer of a pick. Quite simple what you're looking to do on the Shen, but he did a really good job. He had a lot of pressure put onto him early. We saw Kakan actually trying to dive him and proxy him a bit even at level 2. So, they were really looking to abuse the difference up there on the top side of the map. But he weathered the storm pretty admirably, I got to say. Picked up that kill in the 2v1 when he was turret dived early on and came close to 2v1ing again. Took Kakan very low the next time that Aesthetic came around to the lane. So, honestly, I think Crids can hold his head up high after that performance.
Absolutely. He did that really strong performance in lane, as you said, and he was translating that to the rest of the map as well, or at least attempting to in what was a very rough game. He was rotating very effectively. And if you're playing Shen, you've got to be able to do that. Obviously, has great dueling now, and Shen has a lot of power in the lane, but being able to support your team and back up their plays is so important. And to be honest, as a coach, that's kind of what he's doing in his normal job already. He is very much still supporting his team and enabling them to do what they need to do.
So it's worth noting that we are going to be seeing regular top laner Fiala coming back in for the second game of the series. But from what we know about Fiala, how different do you kind of expect the experience of Game 2 to be now that we've got the swap of tops?
Well, we might see a Riven ban is the first thing. Given that they were willing to ban the Aurelion Soul, they weren't willing to give them that comfort pick for the mid laner for face hurt. So Fiala's arrival might force a Riven ban as well out of MnM, in which case they're starting to look a little bit running thin in terms of their ability to ban out various sort of just generally powerful picks in the current meta. And of course, the team scrims together. They play together with Fiala in the top lane. This is what they're expecting to play. This is how they play together. And I think it can only benefit them.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it is a different style of top laner as well. We talked about and we've praised Crids. He did an admirable job in that top lane. But Fiala, you're banning a Riven. This guy's a Riven player. This is more of a bruiser, more fighting, more potential to carry out of this top lane. And I think that could, give them that extra threat that they need. It gives another lane that maybe Lego Man can come to from a position of power where the lane is in a strong place. He's not trying to, stem the bleeding in top lane. Now he is going to maybe be the one dealing the damage off the back of Fiala's play.
I'm really excited to see if Lego Man can fulfill that potential there. But one thing we did notice in the previous game is we did have some high expectations for Eli Wood, who ended up on the Nautilus support. Though they, even in the game that was going well for MnM, they didn't necessarily grab as much of the spotlight as we maybe would have expected.
Yeah, Eli Wood is someone who's been, like Bendix in the Turkish League, the TCL, quite recently. He was actually there for winter 2020 split rather than summer. And in that split, he actually put up some pretty decent statistics. He was playing for Besiktas. The team, I think, went 9-9 in the regular season. But Eli Wood had the highest kill participation percentage for all supports, which is really good. That's a standout thing. And that's something that you can actually enact a good metric to measure a support's influence on the game on, right? But in this game, I mean, obviously MnM won, so it's not the end of the world, but he participated in 3 out of 17 kills, which could hardly be a more different look to the sort of stats he was putting up earlier in the year in the TCL. So yeah, Eli Wood, maybe not on prime form that game, and hopefully he can maybe have a bit more impact next game.
Yeah, I think that I'm definitely expecting to see more out of him. You know, we were hyping him up, but as you also said before, this game was going pretty well for MnM already. So in a game, maybe next time Fiala's coming in, maybe it's not looking as certain that they're going to close this one out. We might need to see him, you know, step up and find more impact on this game just to keep his team afloat. I mean, this game one was, they were 8k ahead at 20 minutes. It's hard to be more comfortable than that. So I'm expecting to see better things out of this player and for the rest of MnM to keep it going. Because like I said before, they looked so comfortable, and I'm really excited to see if they can keep the power going in this series.
Of course, you know, with this being in this particular qualifier, it's single elimination. Going into this next game, we know that for Atlando, they have to make it work somehow. From where you guys are sitting, you know, what are the major changes that you'd like to see Atlando make in game 2?
So yeah, maybe they can take a look at the way Monk's been playing for MnM, actually. Monk has been playing pretty far forward, pretty aggressive, pretty cocky, in all honesty. There was the moment quite early on in the game where Legoman was trying to do the dragon, I believe. Monk spotted him, had the 4th shot ready, flashed over the wall into the Atlando's own jungle with no vision, just trying to get the solo kill on the enemy jungler, which is, I mean, it's huge balls, right? But like, it perhaps wasn't the wisest decision in that moment, because Eli Wood actually lost his life for it, thinking, where on earth has my AD carry gone? So yeah, and that kind of general style, that was the most obvious moment for it for Monk. But there were times throughout the game where he was looking hyper aggressive and pretty cocky, in all honesty. And if Atlando can isolate those moments, they can start to really take advantage of that, perhaps.
All right, last thoughts.
So I guess the only other thing that I would mention there on the back of, you know, you have to punish Monk's cockiness for sure, but we talked about it a little bit before as well. I want to see something new out of Legoman. I think that he's got 2 choices going into this one, okay? He's played the Gragas, it did not go well at all, very far down, and this is kind of what is supposed to happen against these farming junglers. You just end up levels and levels down, and if you haven't massively affected the map, it's not worth doing it. So either join the meta on these farming junglers and try and keep up with aesthetic, or you've got to try and find some better form, more meta gankers. You know, there's Volibears out there, there's Hekarims out there that I think are just performing a little bit better than Gragas right now. So I want to see Legoman shake this game one off, step up, and try and get more involved in the game.
All right, guys. So game 2 is ready for us, Jamada and Viperoon. Let's see how that game 2 goes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NLC Fall Open with Viperoon and Jamada. Thank you very much, Desk, for all of your insight. Hopefully, we'll be able to use some of it in our broadcast. But we're going to go into game number 2. MnM Gaming looking dominant, but also could have done better, right? Is that the general,
no? I would say dominant is definitely the correct way to talk about that game. Just, you know, got a bit sloppy on the side lanes, sort of a little bit of the weak side police coming in, taking some victims. But I think as long as there's a little more discipline on respecting where Atlando might be on these side lanes, and just, you know, in general, paying a little more attention to the minimap, you know, who's where. I think MnM, you know, if they draft a similar style of comp, that we should just see a little bit more of a refined way of playing out that game. Because at the end of the day, they procured themselves enough of a lead that they just ended up slapping Atlando with their wallets for a majority of that game. Like, it didn't really matter that they kept on dropping shutdowns on the side lane. It just became about eventually, hey, we have more items and gold than you. Have fun with that. But yeah, we are going to see a bit of a side swap here. So MnM now being put on the red side. I'd imagine it would have been Atlando with side selection being the losers of that game 1. And now I want to see what adaptations we see in draft. We're going to see Lilia and Thresh both removed away. I believe both bans used by Atlando in game 1. Graves this time by MnM.
Absolutely. And I believe that Fiala is back for Atlando in the top
Yes.
lane.
I'm
So
gonna say
do
that's
not
the
believe
case.
the fake news that Crids is the top laner there. I believe it is Fiala coming back. Thank
I
you very
wanna
much,
say it's
production, for
Fiala.
that quick fix. But
That was very fast.
it was
Yeah.
speedy. It was before I finished making the joke about it not
And
being
the
right.
Riven ban signifies that he should be
There you go.
back.
It's
Yeah.
represented. MnM, ban Aurelion Soul third pick? Third ban? Is that?
Yeah, I'd say that that's a safe bet.
I hope not. I want to see it.
You don't really want to have to deal with a champion.
I've heard a lot. I've heard people saying you were talking about scrims and we were talking about it games yesterday.
Yeah, last split, MnM Academy, we had a lot of fun scrimming FaceArt's team, Vipers Inc. Dealt with his Aurelion Soul once, and we never had to deal with it again. That was the story of Face Hurts a Soul. But this time, seeing an Orianna first pick, a lot of safety inside of that one. No Lucian there to attempt to punish it this time, so a lot safer. And Monk seems like he just wants to get his hands on the Ashe.
We'll enjoy that one. A very, very strong pick in the meta right now. Very strong early game pickup and a few champions that could go well alongside it. A lot of aggressive support still available. Fresh, the only one to be taken off the table. And
yeah,
could be a case of going for that support or going for something else because Nidalee still available for Aesthetic. Had an amazing game on it last time around. Might well want to pick it up again.
Yeah, you could. I was just gonna say Aesthetic. There's no real harm in taking a jungler here. We don't like to normally talk about hovers. You punished me yesterday for this. So it's just gonna be Syndra for Bendix. Very safe, good matchup into Orianna. A lot of power in that ultimate, and now most likely gonna see Atlando take an AD carry away with most likely a jungler. Though with the Jhin lock-in, you could just see an immediate support lock with it. Though the Ornn is still up and available as well if they want to take that very powerful tool into two mobile champions like Ashe and Syndra. But no, they just want to lock in that combination with the Jhin. Nautilus going to be taken in there for Fritz Baguette. And now MnM, they're in a position where they can try and take junglers, take the pinch on the support pool, or they could take their support now, and then both teams sort of decide whether they want to ban out junglers or whether they want to ban out top laners.
Yeah, Leona's still available, Bar's still available, Ornn's still available, gonna be the lock-in. Very strong top lane pickup and some very powerful champions on both sides of the rift. Camille taken off the table, classic pick into the Ornn, as we've been seeing on this patch. So gonna have to go a little bit off-piste on that one.
Yeah, I like the Camille ban just immediately. When you've got Syndra, when you've got Ashe, not only does Camille have a lot of value into Ornn, just sort of being able to safely scale up, dodge out on the Ornn horns in 1v1s. You then talk about being able to dash in with that hookshot from such a long range and lock down these mobile champions with full out from a shockwave, depth charge, Jhin ultimate. So Banaway makes a whole bunch of sense. And then also the Shen, not going to see that one. Another champion which, if Legoman decides to take something like the Hecarim, which is still up and available, could have been paired up very nicely to dive onto these very mobile backlane carries. And here, I would like to just see... I would actually like to see the support just taken here. You still have the Leona, but it would then give a lot of cleanse value to Atlando. So we might not actually see Leo. We might see something more along the lines of a Bard. I think would make a whole lot of sense here. But oh, wow, okay. Want to take the set. So I actually like the set. It works as that double flex. Aesthetic can definitely pilot this champion if he wants to. So now Legoman has to think a little bit more carefully about what he wants to take in the jungle now. Hecarim is obviously the one that just sort of protrudes in my brain as such a powerful pick still. And Atlando are still kind of looking for some engage, so could see... Oh, wow.
Don't you tease me! Skarner?
All right, I like it. Yeah, no, Skarner is definitely a very strong, powerful champion. Is going to also have that sort of speed up from Face Hurts Orianna, so I do kind of like it. Does mean that some of these champions may have to think about paying out on that QSS tax. And now, Fiala, he has quite a few options. If he wants to go into split push or team fight, it's really up to him. And the answer seems to be a bit of both with that Volibear. Can definitely match out on the side lane and definitely has a lot of presence in those team fights. And Aesthetic, I mean, it's gone all the way through. There's no reason not to take it now.
This is a very spicy set of picks from both teams.
This is spelling out for a very bloody game. Now, granted, I don't think it will be as bloody early, but given how MnM played, maybe it might not be true there. But I think once ultimates come online, you're talking about Onslaught of Shadows from Hecarim, Call of the Forge God Ornn, you've got, I think, Stormbringer from Volibear. There's a lot of ultimates that are going to be very explosive. You're going to see a lot of action around these the level 6 marks here, around the big objectives, I'm looking to see a whole lot of just hard engage, go, go, go is going to be the name of the game. I think whoever is the more proactive team, assuming that the early game goes to sort of a stalemate, is going to see a little more success here. I'm loving these drafts, Will.
I'm Skada. I can't cope
You
with
can't get over the Scott. All right.
It's a champion I haven't got to cast for such a long time. It's great, as you talked about, the QSS tax, the Skarner tax, is going to be in full force. Of course, not the worst thing to build into these compositions anyway, with Nautilus, Jin, and Volibear all on the Rift as well. You're going to be wanting those cleanse. You can see 4 has already gone for the cleanse, which is going to be pretty helpful against a lot of these champions. But so much power on the table, and a couple of champions that we don't get to see all that often. Set support is always a massive amount of fun to watch. The Ashe as well, going to be creating a really, really aggressive bot lane, which is going to be hopefully exciting to watch. We saw Monk and Eli Wood, of the lanes for MnM last game, kind of having the least to do, because they were kind of just absorbing pressure, putting out as much as they could as well.
I mean, when your top side is winning out that hard, do you really need to do much else?
Well, that's the point. That if they're winning, it's the pillar paradigm. If the rest of the map is winning so hard, you can kind of do whatever.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what happened yesterday. But we're on to the ref for game number 2 in this series. Atlando taking on MnM Gaming. MnM, of course, taking the first game in a dominant fashion, going to be looking to get this clean 2-0. Atlando want to take this one back with Fiala on the ref. Fiala's got quite an interesting story, actually, as a top laner. Doing a little bit of research, was actually on Atlando a while ago. Went away for a little bit, played on both Bifrost and Absolved. Most recently Absolved, and then has made his way back to his home, to Atlando in Denmark, of course. And do you know what? Officer Noy was talking about this on the desk when he was on earlier, and I believe it was mentioned before as well, but UK League of Legends, it's been turning up pretty big in the first couple of rounds of this NLC Fall Open.
Yeah, definitely has. The UK orgs have definitely been flaunting the strength of their rosters. Of course, Resolve, Barrage. I feel like there's one I'm missing.
MnM.
How very UK of me. I mean, MnM right now.
London
After
Esports
that game
win and get in.
London. Even though it was, they didn't get to play the series, but domination 2-0 series win.
Dominance.
Yes.
Played completely off the map by tech issues. But into this game, junglers starting on opposite sides of the map, both of them going for red side starts this time around. And what does that tell us about what they want to be doing in the early stages?
I mean, both junglers very farm oriented. This nice dredge line. Let's see what damage gets traded. That's a very early heal.
That's a very aggressive heal coming down from Monk, getting some damage onto Fred's again. I don't know about that one.
I mean, sustain? I don't know. I'm not going to try and make excuses for it. I think it might have just been like a misclick or something.
The quicker you use it, the quicker it comes off cooldown.
Yes, that is exactly it. Monk is just thinking ahead. He knows he's not going to need heal for the next 240 seconds, so he's just going to use it on that trade. And Hawkshot should spot out Skarner on his Razor Beaks, and both junglers we were talking about going for that red side full clear, and just indicating to me that they're both really happy to just farm out both champions, not necessarily reliant on their level 6 in the case of Hecarim, but certainly feel a lot more powerful once they do have their almost available to them. You are going to see Fiala hard shove in this wave. The nature of most Volibear lanes is that he gets that early priority because the passive can often just deliver whole waves on wave 2 or wave 3. And does mean he gets to get off his Chia recall, so going to come back into lane with something along the lines of maybe a Cole, a Doran's Ring, or even a Doran's Blade, or in this case, he wants the Ruby Crystal for that extra little bit of health value. And both junglers just continue to clear out on opposite sides of the jungle, as trying to see some kind of trade happen on the bottom side, but I feel like it's just going to end up being a stalemate in trades, as junglers should be able to secure their skull crabs on either side.
So that we should probably mention as well, a little bit more in broadcast, is the stakes of winning this game. This series, if you're taking it and going towards the next round, you'll be taking on either ENCE or Nordic Dogs, depending on the winner of that best of 3 series. And the winner of that series is going to go to the Fall Open main event. So only a couple more games required from these 2 teams in order to make it all the way to the main event. Of course, there are Sunday seeding games as well, which will be an excellent opportunity to see some of the top teams playing. But for myself, it's looking like MnM trying to stake a very, very decent claim on getting through that next round. Atlando as well have a clean slate. Their first choice top laner, and they'll look to try and bring this one to all 3 games.
Yeah, Atlando definitely don't want to drop out so early on in the tournament, as Aztec was getting his counter jungle on. I didn't even realize. Very, very low in enemy territory there, as Kakan definitely going to take the worst end of this trade. Going to clap back with the Brill, though, so damage at least somewhat return, though this could be dangerous.
On to Eli, you've got Skarner rolling on through as well, has decided to completely ignore Monk, and Presbyter actually in a lot of trouble going under tower. Eli with flash forward, gets first blood, goes down immediately afterwards, but now Monk is in peril, will get stunned up, has to flash away as well, but no heal available, remember. Shouldn't matter though, as Monk's able to step away, but first blood actually going to be going over to MnM on that play.
That was just full Macho Man Eli going in, doesn't give a damn about the fact he's getting ganked. If he's dying, he's taking Fred Spaghetti with him. Makes it a 1-for-1 trade, and very, very happy to have at least made that one happen, as Kakan's going to get his shop interrupted by Fiala there. And I wonder if Lego Man is going to start up this dragon with the fact that TTT is resetting. The answer is going to be no. With his mid laner in base, would have definitely been a little bit forward. As I think this game early, like we said, it's going to be quiet until we see level 6s. Yes, we just saw that gank, but it was just more of a byproduct of Monk and Eli Wood sort of stepping a little bit too far forward for some time. And that's just going to kind of be it. We're just going to be stuck in a little bit of a farm fest until teams decide that they want to fight for objectives.
It's just the 2 beefy boys just, enjoying their time in the top lane.
This is the feel of the entire game for now.
Yeah, for sure.
Just chilling out.
No, it's good. It's good to have a little bit of a slower. Last game was very, very aggro and very, very fast in terms of both teams. We've gone from LPL to LCK, is what's happening now.
Yeah.
We've done a little bit of a journey. Hopefully, last game is not NA. Otherwise,
oh boy, no, don't
one will qualify for the next round. Actually,
oh my.
I was actually going to say next round is quarters, so it can't be NA.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Well, you said
ruined my pick'ems. I'm salty. But looking towards the state of this game, Dragon will be going down for MnM. It's going to be the Infernal first time around, and BRG in the bot lane and mid lane just allowed them to do that. And Aesthetic moving into jungle, trying to catch out Lego Man on the Skarner. Will he be able to do so? Doesn't look like he will. Actually, Skarner's going to be turning around. The ultimate from Face Hurt will be able to secure the kill, but a lot of healing comes through onto the Hecarim. He's going to be looking for that fight. Bendix does pick up the kill as we move towards the top side. Aesthetics will be able to get the kill onto Orianna. Is going to continue the chase. Kakan needs to flash away to safety on the top side. Spaghetti has Dredge line available if he really needs to, but he's trying to keep his marksman alive. Cleanse was very, very clean as well. But the red buff, which was what all of that fighting was over, will eventually go over to MnM.
Yeah, it initially seemed like a bit of a overreach there from Aesthetic from MnM, but I mean,
gonna get dove. Fiala actually taking a couple of tower shots. Might take the ultimate as well. Will be knocked up. Kakan, can you get the brittle? You can get the damage. One more. Yes. Kakan picks up the kill on the botched dive attempt from Fiala. And as we jump back to the bot side, no more fighting. But just as I said, things were a little bit slower. Everyone starts fighting.
You shouldn't have summoned the LPL demons. You shouldn't have summoned them.
They were
And yeah, I mean, Shockwave hits onto Aesthetic and you think, yeah, he's probably dead, but then the W healing plus just Hecarim, he just gained HP back. And even hit level 6, just saw Panic Ard. I don't think he really needed it. Takes down Face Hurt, and Bendix just focuses all of his efforts onto Legoman, who also dropped, and just clean 2-0. What seemed like an overreach turned into something positive, and here we see Fiala just going a little bit too far forward, overestimating his lethal damage. Takes way too many tower shots. Last Q minion. Was it a minion? I feel like it was probably the
game with W. I think
it was probably the Bellow's Breath, yeah.
But, Atlando will be able to pick up the neutral objective. That is the Rift Herald. It's on Skarner's back now. So picking up something off the back of that one. But MnM once again have found themselves early advantages in some of these lanes. And this time around, going to be looking once again towards the top side. Because yes, Eli Wood did get that first blood, but MnM did prove in the first game they liked playing around their top solo laners. And it was so effective. So why change something if it isn't broken?
Yeah. Exactly that. And Bendix up a sizable lead, actually. I think even if Face Hurt last hits all of those, it's going to be down at least 10. As
What?
Alright. Just
Okay.
just trading Arkies.
Just a little bit of League of Legends. Don't mind us.
Yeah, don't mind them. They're having a good time. As seems like Aztec and Co want to try and make a play onto this bottom lane. Both Atlando bottom laners do have flash, however.
Lego Man looking for it. Has the ultimate available, but won't be able to get into range.
That could have been really, really dangerous. If Bendix had a Q to actually stun up Lego Man underneath the tower, he might have died to tower shot. Very fortunate that he only had Sky of the Week available, as this is just a normal trading pan early on for the Ornn and Volibear lane. Kakan should never really drop low enough to ever get solo killed, but it does happen every now and again. But in reality, he kind of just sits there and just takes the beating. He doesn't really ever die. But yeah, I mean, whilst objectives are down, I guess we're back to. I'm going to summon the demons again. I'm summoning the LPL demons.
Not the LPL demons.
Summoning the LPL demons.
Stay back.
Get the Bible out. Holy war. No, I think just going to see quiet time until ours are all up and available and either team wants to fight on these objectives. We're 1 minute away from Dragon. So if we're talking about prep, you kind of feel like because of the mid lane state that MnM should almost always have a positive positional advantage. And you can see on the bottom side how much vision they've already laid down. You've got triple control ward, Skull Crab at the moment, and another Skull Crab spawning, which you'd imagine they will get control of. And with this Atlando back timing on the bottom side, it's close. It's really close. It's very on time, as Face Hurt is taking a lot of hurt to his face, but Bendix is face checking.
Bendix is going to be suppressed and dragged away. Going to be able to survive, though, and Eli Wood's going to be able to get the dunk down. Bendix trying to run away from the Scorpion, and will be able to do so, actually. No idea how he stayed alive in the midst of all that, but I'm sure Aesthetic and Eli Wood would love to explain to me. Card looking for a little bit of afters with Fiala, but actually, Fiala might be looking to get the ring gauge on to Kakan.
He really wants Kakan.
We've seen this before. We know that this probably... Oh, actually, Kakan looking for the ultimate is going to make something real of this. And Eli Wood coming in because he's like, I'm a tank. I can play too. Gets the drag back, gets a little bit damaging, but Fiala is going to chase him away. And come on, if you're gonna start a fight, bring some damage to the party.
Yeah, that was just some Volibear healing for you. There's no grievous wounds in sight from Kakan or Eli Wood.
Cleanse away the ultimate from Monk.
Nice cleanse, going to be back on cooldown. I think must have just come back up after that play a few minutes ago. And even though MnM were the ones that committed their support to the top side, they are going to be sliding up the dragon at the moment, but they don't have any prio, so this is a little bit audacious from Aesthetic. In reality, he might die. He might die if MnM don't show up right now. He might die if MnM don't show up right now, and they have. And Lego Man is more interested in his Raptors right now, so just going to be handing over MnM, second dragon of the game.
That is an interesting set of decisions coming through from both teams. But once again, when both teams make interesting decisions, it's MnM that come out on top. Managed to get the charge down, so Atlando will be able to get a little bit of gold, but it's just going to be going on to Lego Man, really. And Skarner hasn't quite shown up yet in the most effective way, and Hecarim definitely been the more useful jungler so far.
Yeah, and when you think about champions like Skarner, the other champions that kind of fall into this this category too, in a way. Shen, TF, the other global champion, which I've immediately forgotten now that I wanted to make my point. But you always think about those first big ability casts, especially because Skarner, he wants to get in those really impactful ultimates before the enemy team decide to opt into those QSSs. You think about the ults he's cast so far, they've not really done much, so not really had much value in the Skarner pick so far. Was definitely excited to see it get locked in, but not really found much, as plates are going to be dropping in about 15 seconds. See, TTT and Fred Spaghetti trying to get something, but
the arrow misses.
It's a
but
double
Bendix
TP.
And Kakan have snuck themselves in 2-for-1 and are looking towards 4 on the side. You can see Nautilus just jumping up in the air, flashes away. The curtain is calling though, and MnM will need to get out of the shade. Fiala is going to be able to get the first kill down of the fight, and Bendix gets drawn in. This is actually going very, very well for Atlando, and MnM are not having a good time. Munga's going to have to back away as Kakan dives back in to try and save him. Will be able to get a knockup, but won't be able to get enough for the kill on to the volley bear. And MnM, it looks so great for them, but they end up losing 3 members and don't gain a single kill.
Yeah, I mean, the initial TPs were fine, but if we get a replay of that fight, you will see all of the key abilities miss. Kakan missed the second R on the Ornn. There was no Sky of the Week connection by Bendix, and you'll see Bendix goes for TTT, but he flashes away from the Sky of the Week, so that's 1. Kakan misses the knockup on Fred Spaghetti, so that's 2. Lego Man is here on the flank. Bendix is saved initially by Eli Wood. Macho Man set, lifting up Lego Man, taking him away with the suplex, but it just doesn't matter at the end of the day. He's not tanky enough to survive 5 members worth of burst. Lego Man eventually gets his way back onto Bendix, drags him back in. And that's kind of the fight, because during all of these shenanigans, Aztec is topside. MnM opt into this play whilst their jungler is on the top side of the map. They almost kind of willingly know this is most likely going to be a numbers disadvantage, but they still take the play anyway. And you have to feel like if Hecarim is there for that fight, that's a very positive fight for MnM. That's a fight that they win. Hecarim Ulma in that kind of situation, kind of damage Hecarim can put down when he has Triforce in pocket, which he would have had for that fight, is devastating. But they take the play, they miss the key abilities, and they get punished.
And the punishment will lead to a little bit of a gold swing. Of course, MnM's still going to be in control in that department, but Atlando happy to get their first really positive team fight going. MnM have moved down towards the Rift Hill, want to pick up the second one for themselves. Of course, no plates to be taken as we are 16 minutes in, but going to be able to secure that one very, very easily, which should be able to help them break down what could well be the first tower of the game. Nothing fallen just yet, but you can see Atlando doing their best to break down the bot side.
Trying their best. They should be able to crack that tower open, as Aztec and Bendix are doing a little bit of bullying on face hurt.
Yeah, that will go down. One more.
Should be fine.
Very nice. Rift Hill drop mid as well, so going to be looking to return that one as quickly as possible. You've got Bendix there as well, but Lego Man wants to get involved, will be knocked back and stunned. Fiala steps forward, Kakan coming in from the side. So is Fred Spaghetti. So much damage coming down onto that mid tower. Kakan looking for the knock-up. The horn is blown and the damage comes through, but it's going to be Aesthetics picking up the first kill on the fight rather than him. Bendix slashed over the wall, gets the stun down onto Volibear, allowing Aesthetics to run to freedom on the side. But look for the re-engage. Eli Wood just in the midst of everyone having so much fun on the set. Going to be regenerating a little bit as well, but the curtain might well be called. Going to look to tag Eli Wood on the way out. Won't be able to hit Monk once, but that is all. And at the end of that fight, MnM going to be happy with what they gained as they pick up the tower at the end of it.
That is the second time this game Eli Wood has decided to just flash forward with the Haymaker and take down Fred Spaghetti in the middle of his entire team. Piloting the set like a madman, but we love to see it. And positive fight there for MnM. They are aware that they are very much on Spike. Bendix has the Seraph Embrace stacked up. I feel like we haven't really talked much about I Am Spike so far in this game. Stack very much on Spike, and you saw the damage that Bendix was putting down onto Lego Man, and once MnM realized, hey, guys, we're kind of strong, they just go forward, take him down. Fred Spaghetti's next on the menu. Fiala's on the flank, and he does force Bendix to flash over the wall, and it does delay any kind of forward damage that could have come down onto Face Hurt or TTT, but Eli Wood, we see there, just flashing forward, doesn't give a damn on this set, and seeing a dragon
we're
fight.
Going to jump back into immediately another fight as Aesthetic will cull down the Skarner. TTT going to be moving back, but Eli Wood running forward. Bendix going to pick up the kill before he can get the last punch in, as Fiala's looking on all fours to escape. But Hecarim's already got 4 legs, doesn't need to go down, and will be able to pick up the second kill for Bendix. Monk on the side, chasing down Fred Spaghetti. Eli Wood, let him get the kill. He won't be able to on the tower, as Eli Wood going to tag 1. He's not going to tag a second, but Monk actually might be in trouble here. He'll get him. He'll get him to where he needs to be, but another excellent fight from MnM. I'd love to see how that one started up, but again, very, very well played team fight.
We summoned the LPL demons.
Oh, aesthetic. There was no need for that, but gonna be able to pick up another kill for himself on the Hecarim. 4-0-6, playing so well this series.
What I love about that there was a missing pick from MnM on face hurt when he died. I would love to know who that was. But yeah, I mean, again, we talked about this is going to be a game where everyone just fights over objectives because all of these big ultimates kind of demand that is the case. Monk is going to die.
Monk is dead.
Yeah, Monk's going to die. Monk's dead. He's been sent packing to the death chamber. We did see that it was MnM that picked up the dragon. We're going to see on this replay Fred Spaghetti and Lego Man both over the pit. It's Bendix that secures the dragon, actually.
Bendix.
Not Aesthetics. And on the top side, Eli Wood's just buying so much time. Aesthetic is not tanky enough to die immediately. Oh, Conqueror. It's just... Conqueror is not an okay rune with Hecarim. Not seeing that phase rush malarkey this time around. Understands that in these extended fights, the Conqueror healing is going to save him. And we've seen it on multiple occasions now. Give him the additional HP to survive. And yeah, Eli Wood on the bottom side. Seeing here, and Fred Spaghetti eventually drops, and Monk stays for this tower, and eventually does drop down too. As back at, I mean, it's just face hurt.
It's just gratuitous at this stage, really.
Yeah.
Is what it is. Aesthetics, can you simmer down a little bit? It's becoming a little bit unnecessary.
He says no.
He's like, no, you know what? I'm good. I'm gonna keep just running over people, cutting them down.
He's even gone warrior. It's not very common that you see.
Or don't go in there, as he's going to take so much damage. The ultimate will be enough. Fiala wandering through the neighborhood as well. Sees the crime, but won't be able to report it. He's going to look for the ultimate. We could find Aaron left the Bendix grabs a double, as MnM will go back to the heist on Baron. I think that Fiala did manage to get his hand onto the sus button, though. His members moving in. Fred's not going to be able to do anything. Lego Man, I want to see you attempt it. I don't think it's a good idea.
He's 5 levels down. Oh, 3 levels. I can't.
Eli, why would you do that on top of him? He's jumped in with the blast going. The stun doesn't land from Bendix, so Lego Man might be able to zoom away.
Oh, okay.
MnM have kind of peeled off this one. This could be a little bit dangerous. Oh, that comes through. The shutdown comes in. It's not installed as it's secured by Monk, but he might well get cut down by Fred Spaghetti, who's just in the pit. Nowhere to go. Goldfish in a barrel. Gonna be taken out by Monk and Bendix chasing forward. Face hurt. Looks about as confused as I am by this whole situation, is running towards his own base, but I don't really know what to make of all that. MnM have the Baron.
Yeah, they've got the Baron now.
So there's that. But
they've got the Baron now. 1 minute away from Cloud Soul. Yeah, that it was just face hurt.
Cloud Soul.
Yeah, face hurt got his face hurt. I'm sure no caster has made that joke before. As a 2-man shockwave does land, but it's just not enough. That was a bit of a botched flash, and Aesthetic is able to just follow up with the onslaught of shadows. And I have to see. I mean, TTT.
Okay, so explain this to me.
Yeah.
And what's Fiala up to?
I mean, Fiala walks in, but he doesn't get to report TTT's body, and then Bendix actually just kills him for the double. That's kind of it. No one really gets to see the corpses, as Eli Wood really wants Lego Man dead.
Yeah, the rest of the team kind of wants to join him. This could be a little bit of a skirmish, as Facer going to be engaged on by Aesthetic. Monk there as well, and Facer hits the ultimate on himself. Won't be able to keep him alive for too much longer, though, as Aesthetic now galloping forward, looking to lead the charge. Bendix there as well. The stun comes through onto Fred to get not only the target that you want to be getting, but at this point, you can kind of take whoever. The ultimate comes through from Kakan, but the flash from the Nautilus will keep him alive. But once again, MnM dominating this matchup, and we were talking about this a little bit before we went on broadcast when we were listening to Officer Naughty talking. Monk actually will be in a lot of trouble here, as Fiala is a little bit too tanky. Monk doesn't have all that much.
Oh, he's farming the wave. He's farming the wave.
Getting the wave. He just wants a little bit of gold, Fiala, please. We'll be able to pick up the entire wave before going down. In the mid lane, Bendix looking to stay alive from Lego Man will get suppressed and dragged. There's no tower under that inhibitor to take him down. In fact, Bendix is going to be able to pick up the kill alongside Kakan. Now it's a 3v2 with Bendix floating around, trying to get a good play, trying to get some damage, as Kakan will be tanking up. Stun does not land onto anyone except for a couple of minions.
Aesthetic took the Cloud Dragon, so now they have Soul.
Oh, well, that's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nice, nice, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, this game is a little more refined. This is what I was kind of hoping for from MnM. We've definitely seen a few sort of isolated deaths, both actually from Monk, I think. But other than that, definitely a lot cleaner. I feel like the belt might have been brought out for the Game 2 prep talk on the side of MnM. Yeah. Okay. There's just a lot of potential things going on.
Anywhere Aesthetic is, if Aesthetic is in the mid lane, anyone on the map within about 10 seconds could be dead.
Yeah,
which is
that's about
you know, it's. I'm gonna ask you. So obviously, Lottie was saying that he wants his team to get a clean 2-0 because otherwise he is worried going forward into the next opposition that he could be playing and going forward into the rest of the tournament. I have to cut the point off because Monk is just going to cut through Fiala. Fiala's available, but you know what? He's going to flash into the bush. He's not fooled anyone.
It's fine. Just let's
So
2-0 isn't 2-0. If it's not too clean 2-0, then there's something to worry about. Yeah.
Yeah. So with MnM seemingly on the road to the 2-0, does this performance kind of counteract the negatives that we saw from the last one?
I mean, yeah, I feel like I might not be under the banner anymore, but the spirit of the belt lives on. Definitely a much cleaner game out of the MnM boys this time around. And Baron has dissipated, but the next one will be spawning in a moment's time as
forward will get knocked up and again, and the damage coming through. He's going to go down, but the suppression coming down onto Fred Spaghetti. Eli Wood will be able to stand, but Monk will not as he has fallen. But the kill comes out from Fred Spaghetti. Once again, double kill coming in for Aesthetic. He's going to turn around and look for the tower as Kakard is kind of just, fighting under tower. It doesn't really matter. He's the Ord. He's pretty beefy, and everyone from MnM except for Monk survives that fight and steps forward. It's just going to be some meat shields in Skarner and Volibear to defend. Fiala looks for the ultimate, but he's not going to land onto anyone particularly. He doesn't want to turn off his own tower because that would be a little bit silly when you're trying to defend it, as Bendix gets an easy kill onto Skarner under the Nexus towers. It's just Volibear who's going to have to run away from his base, and MnM, rather than finishing the game, are going to chase down and hunt the Great Bear. Will be able to get the kill. Elo Wood picking up that one. 5, 2, and 6 on the support. Love to see it.
If they're really alpha now, what they'll actually do is just go ahead and kill all. That's a big
huge ultimate coming through. Bendix is so low. The curtain call might pick up a couple here, as the last shot will only hit into Kakan, but Fred Spaghetti is marauding forward. Face hurt there as well. Snipe come through from Jin, but won't land any kills just yet. They'll get the first kill shutdown onto Eli Wood. Aesthetic dives in to join his brother in death, and now Kakan not really so convinced, flashing over the wall, but is being chased down. There's not really anywhere for him to escape to, except for Monk. Can he come in and save? Knockup comes through. It doesn't even come through. You can't go slow. He used the knockup as he stand up, but Monk is here, and he's like, where are all my friends? I don't care. I'll just play with you instead, and grabs the easy triple.
Yeah. Well, that was a pretty monster shockwave from Facehurt, to be fair. Did end up costing MnM 3 members of the team, and I don't think it's going to amount to much. Given I don't even know how many shutdowns just went over in terms of total gold, but the gold deficit for Atlando is still 12,000. It's still 12,000, Will. So yeah, it all starts off with this play. Yeah, that's how long ago it was. TTT is just he's being owned, quite frankly, and Monk is playing frontline Ashe, so dies for his sins, and whilst the initial tier 2 dive is going on, Aesthetic's making a tier 3 dive. A whole lot of shenanigans going on from the MnM camp, and eventually they do siege onto this tier 3 tower, the Inhib tower, but they want everyone. They want the cake and they want to eat it to take down Fiala. And then they return back to the base, and then Facehurt comes out with, it caught us off guard. We were just kind of talking. Brilliant shockwave.
That is clean.
Brilliant shockwave as coming out of the replay. Seems like Aesthetic,
That's between
they picked up the Baron, by the way, yeah.
Hecarim came in from the base. As we're coming through from Khan, we heard that there was no contest on that ban, which isn't all that surprising, as we're going to see the fight happening under the Nexus Towers. 4 is the last stand. He's going to go low, but we'll be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Eli Wood has slain Fiala on the back. Aesthetics runs through with Bendix and picks up another couple of kills for themselves. Fred Spaghetti, last person standing from Atlando, is running for the hills. I don't think he's going to be able to escape. He's going to be stunned. He's going to be taken out by Bendix. And Atlanta, their last hope crumbles for this week at least, as MnM are going to take the clean 2-0. Eli Wood playing for KDA, but not his own. As MnM pick up the 2-0.
Just decided to lower his KDA by a substantial amount there.
I don't know why,
was,
but you know.
Yeah, it's all right. But yeah, MnM, I mean, 2 dominating victories back to back. Definitely saw a little bit of a hiccup with that shockwave. I mean, at the end of the day, it was a nice shockwave by Facehurt, but when it comes so late in the game, it's not changing anything. And MnM, all it really takes is another Baron once it respawns and they guide it home. Start to finish, you never really had too much worries for the side of MnM. And I mean, Atlando, they definitely gave MnM a bit of a run for their money in the opening acts, but it wasn't really enough. Aesthetic, just both games really taking over the game. He just out jungled Lego Man. And it wasn't even necessarily his own fault. It was just kind of, in game 1, lane matchups. You can't do anything in a Gragas game like that. Game 2, though, Aesthetic, you know, he power farmed up to 6, and then, you know, he made it count once he got that lead off of what was a very, very peculiar invade onto Lego Man's red buff. Let's make that clear. But turned up Aesthetic, and after that, he just took over the game, and MnM started to run away with it, and there wasn't really much Atlando could do with their draft.
No, it was very, very difficult for them. But of course, there is another qualifier next week, which means Atlando can return and fight for their place in the NLC Fall Open main event. But from myself and Jamada, that's going to be all. But it's not all from Square One. We're going to be handing over to our desk after a very short break as they talk us through that one and get us ready for the second series that we're going to be watching on this channel today. So thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in a second.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SQ1 Analyst Desk. I'm back here again with Trajan and Officer Naughty returning after both of your predictions came true. It was the 2-0. Is it the 2-0 that you guys expected?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much. They looked so strong, right? MnM looked great in that game. There was a lot of stand-up performances from specific players, but they looked like they were just the better team today. You know, Atlando, they had to fight to get this far, and it looked like they came up against a two insurmountable obstacle there in MnM.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was no way that we were like underestimating Atlando at all. Like it was obviously unfortunate they had to sub in their coach for first game, but then they got their full roster back in the second game. So that would have definitely thrown their mental a bit, but definitely the performance that we were expecting, we were like prepping for, and obviously now we're looking for the future games, the bigger picture.
So one of the big things we kind of got coming out of that game, in particular, some very eye-opening performance from Aesthetic on the Hecarim. I mean, you know, from where you guys are sitting in terms of, I guess, Trajan in particular, and maybe just in terms of for Officer and also your kind of expectations of Aesthetic. But so Trajan, what were you thinking about what the kind of impact Aesthetic was having, particularly in game 2?
He's having impact on everything. This guy is a part of everything going on the map, you know, all the way from his early pathing, supported by Eli Wood. You know, he's setting the enemy jungler back, he's snowballing himself at the same time. He knows exactly how strong he is at every point of the game, and he's playing with the confidence of someone who knows exactly how much damage they're going to do, you know. He's exploiting his power spikes. It was a really stand-up performance from him, especially. We loved him on the Nidalee. Great meta jungler, allowed him to snowball up, had a lot of impact there too, but now back on a ganking jungler, I think he looked even better. He looked completely dominant over Lego Man today.
Yeah, I agree. He definitely has a huge sample. He's a massive voice for MnM in the early game. Has really like since the start of like when he first joined, a bit more quiet with this team, but now he is a huge voice in the early game. Really controls the team and controls and it says what he wants, says what he's gonna do and like how he wants everyone else to play around him. So really, yeah, really impressed with his performance that game, and I hope that when they go through the games now that they will notice that a lot.
I mean, nearly every time we came back from a replay, it was to watch Aesthetic killing somebody else almost straight away. But we will come back to some of the sort of more team discussion in a minute. But to touch back on the other side of the jungle equation, Legoman Skarner. We were hoping for some pretty big things from Legoman in this game. Unfortunately, it just didn't materialize, but it wasn't for lack of trying.
Yeah, I was really interested to see how it would play out from the draft, honestly. I think that it wasn't a bad pick looking at the roster he was up against. You know, I think it could have been quite a lot. It could have been very powerful, but there's just it's just a bit of a diffy in the jiffy, you know, like Aesthetic was just too good. They were playing a similar style of champion, and Aesthetic's still the one coming out on top. And in game 1, you know, we had the same story. Lego Man was just a bit behind the curve always. And in game 2, especially, that was partly due to Eli Wood and the rest of MnM clubbing together to put Aesthetic in that good position and Aesthetic running with it. But at the end of the day, if you pick the gank in jungle and you fall behind, it's really, really rough for you.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm not sure, but it could be anything to do with nerves as well. Like this is a huge game for an organization like this. And like I said earlier, they obviously didn't. They had their coach playing in the first game. So now that the Aesthetic has played in so many different leagues, he's played in like the Spanish league, he's played in French league. So he has been in those high pressure situations. I, so the fact that that nerves could have played a part, or Aesthetic could have just been on a really yeah, on a high, on a massive high. He could have been just on form that today.
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about what did go well, on the other side, Triple T or Thor on the Jin for a little while, we maybe started to believe that they could be the catalyst for the game turnaround, but ultimately didn't happen. But how are you guys rating Thor coming out of this game?
I feel good about Thor. I think Thor was a very reliable presence in this game for sure. When in a game that had a lot of exciting and explosive things happening in it at times, Thor was very consistent, and he did get a lead in game 1 as well. He's kind of guy who shows up to a fight, he does his job as a carry, he's not out of position, he's just putting down the damage. And unfortunately, there just wasn't enough strength surrounding him this game that enables him to kind of use that advantage. He was in a gold lead coming out of both lanes, as far as I'm aware, and especially in game 2, looked particularly strong in those early stages, but just wasn't enough to carry the rest of the team. A lot of people are saying that bot lane is less of an important role right now. You can just run it in bot lane. I'm not saying the Monk was running it, but you can just run it in bot lane, and the rest of the map just goes well, and you win. So it's a bummer for Thor, honestly. But I think he can definitely hold his head up high after this series.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the kind of saving grace of this team was their bot lane, especially the AD carry. I feel like his performance over this best of 3 is something that he should not be disappointed about in one bit whatsoever. A player that I had never heard of um, before this tournament, but someone who he kept up with Monk, kept up with the CS, kept up in like map rotations, and as you said, like solo killed him when Monk obviously goes for his little bit of interesting plays. It's not an easy thing to do. So I really hats off to TTT and impressive with how he played. Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, this is the opportunity here to make an impression, and well, let's for Atlanta, the the biggest moment for me it felt like was the turnaround of the play in the bottom lane with a double TP coming in from the MnM team. It felt like exactly the kind of setup that MnM, it was going to really ride off of for quite a while beyond that point, but still managed to turn it around. And I think, for a while, it certainly made us believers in them.
Yeah, it was a moment where Lego Man actually got to use the Skarner pick to some decent effect, and it was a large part of that was Thor getting himself out of trouble, getting himself back into a good position, and then they re-engaged the fight. There's an argument that it was a bit of a flub from MnM, to be honest. When you miss an Ornalt, a couple of missing pings have to go down here to be sure, but I think that Atlando were able to capitalize on that. They were not like terrified, they were not intimidated by this sudden double TP. They were ready for it, they played around it, and they managed to get something back from it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the if I was Atlanta, the only thing I would have been terrified of was Eli Wood that game. Like that guy
Yeah.
is, as you said, like for game 1 he was a bit more tame. I heard it on the broadcast, but game 2, like the guy is legit flashing under tower, like what was it, level 2 or level 3? He's getting
Yeah.
ganked. Monk's probably like, right, Eli, we got to back out from this, mate. We're getting ganked, and Eli's like, no, I can kill him.
Yeah.
Flashing on the tower to take out a Nautilus as well. It's not even like I said, Ardent support. It's a full on Nautilus. Is a proper. I would be scared of him at that point.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I mean, to do the same play 2 times in a single game, to just go forward, to know exactly what it is. I mean, this is something we were talking about off screen. Is that it did feel like for MnM that specifically knowing their limits combined with a very strong seeming trust for each other to know when and where they needed to be, and if they needed to be in a fight or if they didn't need to be in a fight. That really seemed to stood out for us, and something that could be a huge strength for the team going forwards.
Absolutely. I think it's a big part. We're praising aesthetic so much, and I think that the rest of MnM is just as like starry-eyed at aesthetic as we are, to be honest, because they are so ready to follow up on whatever he's ready to do and whatever he wants to do. Like there's fights going on where aesthetic, he's just like probably look at his minimap and his team is fighting for their lives in mid, and he's just like finishing his camps, and he's like, guys, I'm gonna be there. Just chill. You'll be fine. You could do it. And then he shows up, and as soon as he rocks up, the fight is won instantly. Aesthetic turns that one on its head. And I think that MnM, they know that he's going to be there. They know that they can win because they've got the strength and they've got that synergy together.
Yeah, I agree. I think from a manager point of view, when you're looking at players and you're building rosters, even in Div 2, even in Div 1, like one of the main things that makes rosters win or lose is like the trust in each of the players. And obviously Monk, Kakan, and Aesthetic have known each other as friends for a really long time. Eli joining this split, and then Bendix literally, I don't know, a month ago or whatever. So it's the fact that they trust each other enough that if one of them makes a call, they all jump on it. And I say this time and time again, even if it's a bad call, if you all are on the same page and you all jump on it, it can turn a bad call into a good call. And as you've just said, then the players, especially for aesthetic, if he's saying something, he really does have a like a leader voice. Him and like Eli, and they sort of just follow what they say, and as it says, it sometimes looks a bit int, but it kind of ends up okay because they're all committing so hard.
So going forward from here, there's another chance for Atlando next weekend to make it through the qualifier. But for MnM, you've now got the Ents coming up as your next opponent, who managed to beat the Nordic Dogs pretty convincingly. How are you feeling about you guys' chances for carrying on beyond this point?
So Ents we've never played against in a competitive match. Like last split, we did play against them in a scrim a long time ago, but obviously scrims don't mean anything. So we have played against these players before. They've played against us. We've seen each other's styles. They obviously have the buff of all being Finnish, so they all speak the same language, which again, strong buff. They have some really solid players from Finland. Some of the best players probably in their roles, especially with like Maxi or Nilly Nally. I would say I off the top of my head probably one of the better players in those respective roles, top and jungle. So obviously we're not scared. It'll be another 2-0, but definitely definitely a harder team than today. I would than just then. I would say.
Yeah, that's going to be two teams that were on our favorites graphic in this tournament. Ents was up there, MnM was up there. MnM, we have seen why they're up there. We know why they're up there now. We've seen it live. But now we've got Ents coming in, and they're looking strong as well. As you say, I believe that their mid laner went 12-0 at one point during that Nordic Dog series. Like that's got to be scary for sure.
Playing Syndra,
I
though,
mean,
it's just pressing R, isn't he?
He's just stat checking. Like it's all right.
All right, guys. Well, that's all we're going to have time for right now on this particular broadcast, but we're very much not done for today. So in an hour and 40 minutes, we will be coming back with our coverage of Barrage versus Absolved. So that will be its own best of three and should be an absolutely fantastic series as well. And thanks, of course, going out to Trajan, Aladar, and Officer Norsi for joining on this desk. We hope you guys will come back and join us a little bit later on for a continuation of our coverage. But for now, thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. Yeah, for my broken heart, no remedy. But maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. Oh, my darkest memories, now let me fall back. But you'll be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track. We can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Cause you make me love my imperfections. girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I play nice to you and don't fight back, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should. 'Cause I if I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I'm a fool for you and don't attack, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should. 'Cause I never really regret nothing, but I never really forget nothing. Every little word you said means something. I'll never really forget. 'Cause I
No, it's in a separate. Sorry. What?
Got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. Yeah. For my broken heart, no remedy, but maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. Oh, my darkest memories, now let me fall back. But Would you be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track? You can get away with it. Could you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition? No apologies, my baby. I do 'cause I'm feeling so good. What's on the other side of inhibition? Ooh, I do 'cause I'm feeling so cool.
We like to think we have some form of control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
trapped inside this spell. Now I feel it. Now I feel it. Your demons drag me close to hell. I can feel it. Brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cody's brothers, my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die.
Welcome back to the NLC Fall Open Qualifiers. I am Greyheart. I am proud to be joined by Frumi and by Ray L. Guys, great to have you both here.
Thanks very much for having me on.
Pleasure to be on the desk.
Yeah, super to have you both here, Rael. You are a colorcaster who's worked both here at Square One, many other places as well. It'd be brilliant for the analysis you're going to be bringing very, very shortly. Frumi, you're the League of Legends director for Barrage, one of the two teams who we're about to be following. So really looking forward to your completely unbiased input before this series.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
With that being said, what are your expectations coming into this series? Not for a straight out prediction, but how Barrage are feeling in terms of level of comfort coming in.
Against Absolved, I mean, Absolved definitely have some decent players. Like they have Takeset and Only 35, who are the Singularity bot lane. So they also have Asadi, who's a very seasoned top laner. So they're definitely like, I'd say they're low end NLC level. But I'm hoping for a 2-0 in this series, and I think it's definitely manageable.
All right. Rael, looking at the two teams and having had the opportunity to see how these two rosters have been performing so far in the tournament, what do you think? Are you also favouring Barrage, who are kind of the tournament favourites?
More over towards Barrage's level, but I still think Absolved can surprise them. And I think it could be a 2-1 to Barrage in total. But at the same point, I'm not counting Absolved completely out. I still think they're full of surprises. Asadi, like we talked about, is a very proven top laner. And Shaquille has had a lot of KP in the last 2 games as well, especially. So he's shown that he's ready to play.
We'll come and focus on some of those matchups very shortly. Courtesy of the fantastic production that we have, we can see the bracket, see how these two teams got here. There you see them on the top half of the draw. Barrage against Absolved, with the winner progressing to the semi-final, locking in a place in the NLC Fall Open. Barrage, they took down London Esports earlier on today. Granite Gaming fell to Absolved. A lot of people favoured Granite coming into that game. Absolved already having found themselves one head claim from people who were seated above them. So what do we make of these matchups then? So we've already touched on a couple. The player who you both immediately touched on there was Asadi. So Frumi, tell me what it is that's for you making this such a scary player.
Yeah, I mean, you've just got to look at his experience. Like he's won the PG Nationals in Italy, and he's been to U Masters. He put in a good showing. I've looked at him. I've trialed him a couple of times, and I think he's definitely a solid top laner. I don't know how he'll perform at the NLC level, because I feel like the NLC is a stronger region than Italy, but I still expect him to be a shining light on this Absolved roster. For sure.
And he's going to be playing into one of your own in Doxy. And do you feel like Doxy has enough in tank to really stop being top, being heavily favoured towards Absolved?
I don't think top is going to be heavily favoured towards Absolved at all. I think Doxy is probably the best top laner in the NLC and one of the best in the ERLs, and he's not that far off challenging for the LEC, to be honest. I think Asadi is a good top laner, but like Doxy is a level above, and probably a level above the rest of the tops in the competition, apart from maybe Wazor on Tricked. So even though it's probably Absolved's strongest lane, it still goes to Doxy for me.
I love the way you've done that from you've basically built up on the opposition players, only to turn around and say, oh, by the way, our guy might be just a little bit better. We'll see if you are right. Top lane matchup, Rael, it seems to be an interesting one. What are your takes going to that? Do you agree with Frumi?
So there's a lot to take from it, because Doxy is more of a carry-oriented player, and the champions he's played currently have been more carry champions. He's played a Camille. He's obviously played a Mordekaiser, which is a bit more tanky, but it's more of, if you play a tank champion against Doxy, you probably get punished. And so far, Asadi, from what I've seen, has played Sion 2 games. I don't think Sion is an option into Doxy, especially when he's been very punishing. And to add on to that, their 2v2 potential, the top jungle potential from Barrage is extremely scary to play against.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough for Absolved to deal with that. And one of the lanes that we've not touched on too much, and one of the players that I always like to focus on, is Senkux, who is going to be the mid laner for Barrage, a name that a lot of people out there will already be very familiar with. He's going to be going up in this matchup against Eden Fox, I believe, for Absolved. This is a matchup which apparently coming out, so we've got a Barrage representative here, but having spoken to a couple of people behind the scenes at Absolved, they're very much so looking forward to, because Eden Fox has been really performing well in the scrims. Frumi, what do you think about that? I mean, I know obviously you're going to be maybe a touch biased towards Barrage, but that's fair enough. You know, they've been performing strongly. Do you think Eden Fox is going to have even close enough to make Sencux be sweating?
Look, I really like Eden Fox as a player. I think he's mechanically very, very talented. I've watched him a couple of times, and I remember when he was on Copenhagen Flames, which are an org that doesn't really take part in League anymore. But I remember when he was there, he does have it in his locker to pull out, you know, these high mechanical plays. But Sencux, in comparison to Eden Fox, the amount of competitive play that both these mid laners have had, like Sencux has played at the highest level, been to Worlds, and Eden Fox, I think the highest he's played at is Danish League. I think, you know, regardless of how good mechanically Eden Fox is, I think that you know, Sencux is just dominant. I've only worked with him a very small amount of time, but like the only mid laner that I've worked with that could stand up to Sencux is probably Larson. I think Sencux is definitely the stronger out of the two in terms of him and Eden Fox. But Eden Fox is a good little player and definitely one who can challenge to get into the NLC next split.
So, Ray, still sticking with that mid lane, you talked about the 2v2 potential between top lane and jungle. Are you expecting it to mostly be jungle favored towards keeping the pressure onto the top side of the map, making sure that Acidy's got the best opportunity against Doxy and counter-ganking that opportunity? Or do you think there's a possibility one of these junglers looks to put one of these mid laners ahead?
It's definitely a possibility to look to put mid ahead. It all depends on what champion they get their hands on. Obviously, Graves is going to be heavily contested in draft. Both junglers have shown they like to play this champion. Barrage even playing Kindred as well. And that has been seen as an option into Graves even at Worlds. So there's definitely going to be some options up in the air. And the main thing I want to see is how mid lane's going to play out, because in the game where Sencux played Silas, Barrage looked at the weakest there, and they've only got better and better. So it's scary to think that they're still rolling down, getting better with each win they're getting on their table. So Barrage just might be another stepping stone at this point.
Interesting. We'll come back to there's two players who we haven't really covered in the bot lane for each team. We'll come down to that if we have time in just a moment. But you've both talked about the junglers a little bit, so I think it's only fair that we have a little passing stop as we look a lot across the rift into what is happening around the jungle camps, especially around the champion selection, which, as you say, it's a very contested pool at the moment. We're seeing a huge amount of Nidalee, Graves. We saw even a Lilia earlier on. The Kindred can come in as well. The in for the early game power. As we see these junglers being picked out, do you expect to see targeted bans to putting pressure onto either of these junglers, or do you just expect whoever's on the blue side to quickly snap up whichever is the best jungler remaining? Frumi, do you want first?
You touched on the Graves. I think that'll be something that's highly contested. I haven't been involved with the draft, so I'm not leaking anything. But I could definitely see Graves being the pick ban. And yeah, you touched on there that the Kindred was played into it, and Maxi's obviously not afraid about that. Both junglers are very decent. I think Shackle is one who was unlucky not to get into the NLC last split, and obviously he played well on Absolved this split. Both junglers are very versatile, so the jungle pool for both is massive. So it will be a case of the high prio junglers being targeted potentially. But I think the main one, like you've already touched on, is probably going to be Graves.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Rael, if you're let's say a coach for the blue side team in this one, and it gets to a point where junglers are being contested and getting early pick opportunity, which one would you most highly prioritize?
It's between Lilia and Graves because they're just both so good on current patch. They both, as soon as they get even a little bit ahead, they just clear jungle so fast, and it's very, very hard to keep up with them. And they're both just so solid into ganking. And the funny part about that, they're both so good into each other. So if the opposition plays Lilia, it's seen as a very good option into Graves. But the scary thing to think about, if you focus too much on banning jungle out, that might leave a pick like Lucian open. And that's something you don't want to do on current patch.
Lucian, of course, most commonly seen in the mid lane at the moment, especially when the AP junglers are being picked up. However, can also, of course, be flexed to ADC. And speaking of ADCs, we turn our attention once again to Absolved, to take set into only 35, a bot lane who have got a lot of experience together through me.
Yeah, they played on Singularity. it didn't quite go to plan for them last split. Obviously, coming bottom of their group and then staying up by the skin of their teeth. But I think for me, like Take Set is he's like a shining star in that roster. He might not be the most, competitively experienced, but he's definitely got the mechanics to be a top AD carry at the NLC level. I think he needs a couple more seasons of development, but he's good. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're of course going to be playing into two of your own players there in Reggie and Wendelbo. You've said pretty much every single time we come to a lane, it's going to be a stomp going over to Barrage. Do you feel the same way in this one, or with Take Set being such a star, is this going to be tougher?
Yeah, look, I mean, you only need to look at last split and the games of Singularity against Riddle, and the better bot lane was always Rye and Wendelbo for sure. I don't see it being any different. I think synergy across the board is going to play a huge factor, and I think, it's hard for me to I don't want to be too harsh on Absolved, but it's hard for me to say where Absolved can win because I think we have the stronger lane in every lane, to be honest.
I have absolutely no problem with you, coming out and making statements like that, because at the end of the day, if you're right and things go that way, then you and your team look very good. But if Absolved come in and prove to make the upset happen, then I guess you have to eat humble pie at the end of the series, which is always great as well.
I mean, we take every team seriously, of course. It's still a very high level of competition, and Absolved have worked really well to get to round 3, and they looked good in the Danish league. We prep equally for every single team, so we've done our prep on Absolved. We were expecting them to beat Granite. Just looking at the rosters, I know a lot of people weren't, but we thought it would be Absolved in round 3. So we've definitely done our homework on them, and we're ready.
Excellent. And Rael, just again flipping back to the bot lane there, do you agree with Frumi's take on that one, or is Take Set going to be one of the things which could really turn this game around for Absolved?
I think it's really hard to judge because both bot lanes, I think that's both teams' weaknesses. Like, both teams have looked strong in top jungle mid, but when it comes to bot lanes, both teams have been a bit on the board, a bit shaky. So I think it's quite difficult to judge from that alone. And obviously, only 35 and Take Set were on Singularity, and they finished bottom of Group A before. So they have a lot to prove. They need to say that they can definitely keep up with these better players.
Yeah, they sure do. Moving back to Barrage Frumi, it's in. Sorry, yes.
The graphics wrong. Barrage came 5th, 6th in the NLC, but the actual Riddle roster came 2nd, which is the one we picked up.
Well, that's I'm really glad you said that, because that leads exactly to where I was going next. At the moment, we can't speak about Barrage without talking about Riddle. You yourself have associations there. Can you tell us about how that transition's been going for you?
So we spoke to our lads at the end of the last season, and a few of them didn't want to play in the NLC Open. A couple were looking to wind down and take a bit more of a break in the off season, and some wanted to explore their options. So we were looking at shaking the roster up a little bit. Obviously, we ended up putting Flipper and then Voxnay into their own roster because we got 2 spots into the league. And then I spoke to Rye. Rye said that the players were hoping to play together, but because Riddle had picked up a Telia League and roster where they need 3 Norwegians, obviously all 5 of the players on the old Riddle team, the new Barrage team, are Danish. They had to make a complete roster change. So we had a conversation with the lads, and we came to an agreement to pick them up for the competition. Working with them so far has been great. They're very dedicated, professional. And it's nice to see such a high quality of play at Barrage.
Excellent. And just quickly before we have the opportunity to swap over to our casters for this fantastic best of 3 series, can I hear each of your predictions coming into the game? Frumi, I feel like I probably don't have to ask you, but put it out there for us.
Our wrath will be swift, and it will be a 2-0, and then we will 2-0 ENCE or MnM tomorrow as well. Wait, no, it's best of 1 tomorrow. We'll wipe the whole thing. We're going to win.
All right. Rael, what do you feel?
I'm just doing this just to throw a spanner in the works. I do think it's going to be a 2-0, but I'm just going to say 2-1 to Barrage.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thanks to both of you. Let me just quickly check that I did hear the voice correctly from production that we are ready to go to the casters. In which case, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce you to our casters for this best of 3 series to get that qualification to the NLC Fall Open. It is going to be Initialize and Nymeria.
You wanted the best.
You got the best.
The hottest casting duo in the NLC.
Initialize and Nymeria.
Well, up for debate. However, it is us. You got us nonetheless, and we are right into Champions Select. We don't have any time for dilly-dally. What do you got, Sam?
Well, I'm noticing, of course, the Evelyn bands come straight out and away from Shackle. That would be one he was playing already in those earlier rounds. That's kind of off the way. On the other side, though, Italy and Karthus, and now Lee Sin as well. That's a lot of jungle focus immediately here between Barrage and Absolved, which we've got some great stuff going on.
It is, and yet Graves has been left up and available. That's probably signaling either a Graves or a Lucian first pick. That's the one that's actually locked in. So Absolved now left to return that expected mid laner pick.
Yeah, that will be the question as well. What do you really want to see into that Lucian? It is such high priority, does a lot of damage. There's not that many safe matchups into it. There's only ones that can kind of fight him and hope you win.
But you say that, of course, we were on the desk for our series on the SQ1 cast yesterday, which was, of course, that Barrage Academy game, where we saw Cassiopeiran's Lucian.
Yes.
There are some matchups you can take that 1v1. This is one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Akali can do pretty well into auto-attack-based champions because she just drops out of vision and you can't click her.
Exactly, and it is one of those ones where there's a lot of blow-up potential from both these guys. They have to see how that plays out, of course, and there's still room for these picks to get flexed around. They're not guaranteed to go where you think they did with that Camille lock-in for Acidy. I think that will be a Akali mid.
It will be, and that's kind of unfortunate because I actually quite like the idea of having that Akali as a top lane flex too. However, Akali's not really succeeded in the top lane quite as much as she has in the mid lane. In the last couple of patches, of course, earlier in the season, Akali was 100% pick ban rate. Very, very high priority mid laner. On the other side, hovering over the Lilia.
Is locked in.
It is locked in. That works well because now you've got the AD AP matching of your solo lane in that Lucian and the jungle and the Lilia. It means that the Graves is still up and available. I was expecting that to be much higher priority given that both junglers had picked it, and it is so strong in the meta right now. They have one last pick to put in for their first round of picks.
Well, it won't be, of course, I suppose the Camille coming through in that first round there for Absolved stops Doxy getting a hold of it because he is pretty mental on that champion, but instead throws down the gauntlet with the Jace pick. It is still flexible. You could see a Jace mid. It's been done more than once. It's been done on the world stage relatively recently even, so we'll have to see how it goes. Response though from Absolved, they lock it in a Skarner here for the jungle.
Yes, it's the Seraphine shout out apparently. Okay, so we do have our first 3 picks coming in. Let's see what's happening. There's a lot of CC between the Camille and the Skarner.
Yes.
You lock someone down with a Hextech ultimatum, start dragging them around after they have been pinned up against those walls. Really, really good ability between those 2 champions to pin someone down and just take them off the board. Question is, are Barrage going to be in a position to just collapse more effectively, not make it into a 2v1 in the favor of Absolved, and try and bring in some extra members, because of course Lucian and Jace, very, very high priority laners. Both AD, of course, so it means that you can start itemizing pretty effectively against that. But they will be able to push out and roam to these skirmishes pretty early into the game.
I'm thinking Merc Treads and QSS are going to come in fairly clutch in this game, but there's a lot of supports that are currently coming off the table, namely Morgana and Rakan, because these bot lanes have kind of been left out to last picks here mostly. Ezreal, Leona final bans, and that does narrow the high priority champion pool a little bit.
It does. One thing which I'm immediately thinking of now is, what's the first time we're going to see Lilia sleep into a Jace Shock Blast combo, and how much HP is going to be remaining after that combo comes through? We have ourselves all the bans come through. It's, as you were talking about, a lot of supports coming out of that. I think as soon as... Well, I'm kind of surprised that the Leona and the Rakan are both banned by Barrage. They are both those engaged champions, but of course Leona and the Rakan kind of count... Well, the Leona counters the Rakan. We have the Jhin locked in. This has been played by Absolved before. We still have the likes of Ashe available if you want another utility carry. But of course... There's stuff like the Caitlyn if you want more priority in that bot lane, because there already are such strong lanes for Barrage.
Yeah, there's a hover of the Vayne, but I think it would be very bold to just lock it in here. But Void Vein might be an option here as well, but instead still hovering around those AD carries.
Oh yeah, Space Vein.
Space Vein.
Why have regular Vein when you can add space? We have Ash instead. Looking towards that Janna hover, that would be a lot of disengage. And when you've got 3 very low range members in the likes of Akali, Camille, Skarner, that does raise up in priority too. You just press that time 20 on, and things go pretty awkwardly. You know, you're talking about QSS tags. You don't need that anymore. Someone has paid your QSS tags for you.
Tell me about it.
It is a gigantic catfish.
Yeah, for the price of 1 soul and a river journey, you too can be free of all CC for at least one particular instance, and the catfish is locked in to pair up with the Ash. It's a fairly standard combo. Ash Jhin has been meta for the last little while over on 10-19. See what Absolved want to pair it up with. They're hovering the Karma, that'd be pretty aggressive, but I feel like Bard would be a more standard pick in the current meta.
It is, and it also allows you to try and just force out the flash, force the Ash into a really awkward situation. Because, you know, you talk about that whole, you two can be free of CC. Doesn't apply to Bard ult. You can't really keep someone out of the stasis. They are untargetable, and it allows a lot of people to set up. And what if that allows the Camille to close the distance, the Skarner to close the distance, we could see Absolved looking to try and pick off a Lucian who's used the dash a little bit too early, and the Ash who doesn't have that dash to begin with.
Yeah, you don't want to get immortalized as a statue courtesy of the Sculptor Bard. A golden catfish would be a very sad scene for Barrage, but they have set themselves up with some very aggressive solo lanes and a little bit more of a self-sufficient bot lane with a fair amount of kind of roam pick potential there with the Abyssal Voyage and of course that enchanted crystalline arrow.
I mean, both these bot lane duos just scream season 5-6. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the other side though, I mean, it's not like Akali and Camille are known for their low agency, low playmaking either. So, kind of tell me what you make of this. I'm seeing a lot of focus towards top side, best I can see.
I think that a lot of this is going to hinge around, can the Camille go in on her passive cooldown? Because Camille, particularly in the Gangplank matchup, that's one where people have studied that a bit more because they are much more about the cooldown dependent kind of timers. But if Camille can start hookshotting on cooldown, start getting the attack speed, the stun, and then using the passive shield to get through to your grass proc and then run out with the extra shielding that you use with that, then the Jace can start suffering this matchup. However, Lilia farms so quickly, she gets to be able to get into that top lane very, very quickly as a result of that. Camille has to play more respectfully due to that. So can Shakal, by the way, we have asked about the pronunciation of Absolved jungler's name. It's either Shackle or Shakal. Shakale. Oh no, I'm getting it wrong already. Okay, so what that does mean is that yes, you can flame us in Twitch chat for pronunciations.
We'll try our best.
I look forward to it. Yeah, so Shell does have the ability to have that early CC, whereas Lilia doesn't. It has to have the level 6 mark to get that Lulsing Lullaby. Whereas Scanner throw some crystal stuff at you.
Can stun you, indeed. Of course, though, I've also got to call out Eden Fox here. Has gone towards an Akali. This is a rookie player who I know Absolved have been really happy about before making scrims, but it is another level to be going against a guy like Sankux, who, you know, hell, has been to the world stage, never mind the LEC stage. Lucian versus Akali is a aggressive matchup, and as we load onto the riff, we're straight into a pause, which is beautiful timing, but it does give me a little time to take this point a bit further and saying, this mid lane matchup is pretty volatile. It's a rookie versus one of the more tenured players in League generally, and a guy who has been playing at a very high level, been looking good in this tournament, even if it's a far cry from, say, LEC and Worlds, of course. But what do you make of this matchup? Because it's big plate to step up to.
Well, my first thoughts is Eden managed to get his items before Sankux did. Like, Sankux is currently an item disadvantage.
That's a huge item disadvantage as well. Only no items to 2.
Only 6 seconds into the game, and Absolved are already winning in the mid lane. Everywhere else, absolutely gone to hell.
Oh, I mean, yeah, there's no items everywhere else. It's a nightmare. It's Eden versus the world. Facetious commentary aside.
Look, I'm sorry. If you're looking for anything else, I really don't have much of it.
Why do we have you as a colour?
That's a fine question. Fine question.
My brother here on the casting desk and in real life has got 1 or 2 slight qualms to him, but here we are. Double AD carry, triple AD threat, honestly, for Barrage. I mean, they've obviously got the Lilia, but...
Oh, Jace is kind of like that halfway house.
Yeah, so, yeah. Exactly. And I've got, you know, if this Lilia falls behind as well, it could be a bit problematic for Barrage in terms of a bit of a mono damage comp, even if, of course, they've got a number of squishy people that they can still be targeting.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so I guess we're going to have to see what the jungle's pathing is. That's a big thing for me, because there's going to be a lot of fighting between the solo lanes. we have talked about Senkux. We will continue to talk about Senkux. His tenure as a player, his heights as a player, they demand that amount of respect. I remember, in fact, one of the very first live league events I ever went to was
We ever went to was
the EULCS 2016 Summer Finals. Senkux was in those finals. Finished second on Splice, lost over to, I believe it was G2 actually back in that day. But he was there. He was on the stage. He's reached those very large stages. And now, of course, taken a very different path in his league career, been across a lot of different teams. He's been to Misfits, Rogue, Gambit, a whole load of teams, and then kind of finally end up in the NLC. So, I mean, honestly, things are going, this is the new biggest stage for him, of course. But now for him to have this high agency pick in the Lucian, going up against another high agency pick of Eden, this, like you're saying, this person who has been apparently performing quite well on the practice games, this is going to be very fun for me as from the perspective of me being a mid laner.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Not to take away from Absolved here, they have an amazing opportunity. I'm very excited to see it. But here is the level 1s begin. What a surprise. Lilia going for the late invade onto Raptors. I've never seen this one before.
Can I ask you a question, Sam?
Sure.
Do you like chicken?
I do love chicken.
What is your favorite kind of chicken?
It
doesn't matter, Sam. You're not going to get any chicken because Lilia is very good at counter jungling Raptors. Level 1 already has a huge AoE DOT ability, which means that the Hunter's Talisman does a lot of extra damage and gives you a lot of extra healing. It means that Raptors are effectively just a free camp for Maxi here. Has that first thing there. Taken away from the Skarner, but Skarner is immediately running over to the other side of the map, trying to even up that stolen camp score.
Looks like we're going to see a bit of a split map state then, but of course we've seen this Tom Kent Ash in the bot side, which is fairly safe, and Wendelbo's just roamed up to force Shakal off that red buff, so won't be able to get to that. Lilia gets the red buff, and the Raptors, and Skarner gets nothing. So much for that. I mean, whether it's 150 in the morning or 150 on the game score, it will be Lilia going for those Raptors and getting away with it, the chicken fiend.
And, will be. One of the reasons that works out slightly better, you think, oh, Tom Kench is walking at me at level 1, that is not actually that threatening. He has Halo Blades. So if you have the Halo Blades, you can start getting quite a lot of damage out because, of course, Tom Kench has a lot of his maximum HP put onto his auto attacks and his Q damage too because of those extra stacks coming up of that. I can't remember the Tom Kench passive. What's it called? It's something culinary base. Anyway, if you walk up to just a level, if Skarner has to start hitting the red buff and Tom Kench is hitting him, it's going to take a lot of damage. Actually, that's really cool. Looks like Lilia has returned to her bottom side, gone red to red quadrant, and taken out a lot of those camps, and that means still has a bit of a lead here.
Flash away from only 35 there as that Hail of Blades Tom Kench does work on whatever culinary passive it may be. They've got the 3 stacks.
Quiet taste.
Yeah, quiet taste. Indeed it is. There you go. Production's got your back, and it was a taste for Barrage there, who had to flash away in a fit of musical peak, and that means it is slight trouble for now. And actually, that means Shakal with the dual in of Barrage coming up here, both the top and mid do try to come down, but Shakal still secures the Scuttle Crab there, even if it got a little dicey with the pressure kind of against him there.
That's what we're talking about. Early priority lanes, Lucian, Jace, they do very well in these kind of situations. We saw that Acidity in the top side, who of course has achieved quite a lot in his tenure too. Ended up winning the Italian PG Nationals a couple of times, which is, the League of Summer out. And however, he was losing out in that matchup, trading pretty far down onto Doxy, someone who has himself quite a lot of accolades to his name. It's lucky that Shakal could get that phase rush, just run straight past the Jace, not get hammered back into Senkux, who is roaming up to. And as we're looking at that, Doxy coming up with the first blood.
This is the guy that people have been calling one of the best in the NLC, if not the best, as Maxi and Shakal continue to fight here over Krugs. SOFM would be proud. Looking like a lot of pressure across the board, and it's not even 5 minutes into the game, and it's nearly 1,000 gold lead for Barrage right now.
And we've got fighting across the board. This is what happens when you have these lanes, which have the ability to outmuscle someone. We said there was going to be a lot of fighting around the solo lanes. Not really happened in the mid lane too much. It has just been Lucian kind of pushing and making sure that that Skarner is being held to account, and that has very much helped out what Maxi has been doing, which has allowed him to just be so far forward into the enemy jungle and be that very famous term in being a battle ward.
Exactly that. And, you can see that Camille has now come back with a teleport. He's got himself a cull, but that's not really necessarily what you want. It's a scaling option. It'll keep you alive, maybe get you that extra gold, but it's not winning you the 1v1 right now. even if, of course, that was a nice little hookshot trade there, and it's not over as yet, but a kill over first blood, no less, is a scary thing to give to a Jace, never mind one of the caliber of Doxy.
It is, and then of course, also Cull is normally bought into melee matchups when you're up against an Ornn or something. Or if you're against just a very passive lane, maybe say you're against, actually speaking of that, another hard trade.
Here's another one, there's the hammer blow back, and Acid takes a lot, but the shock blast going wide will mean that he's out of kill threat for now. Doxy hits level 6, but of course, it's not really the biggest deal for Jace, who gets that transformation level 1 as Eden takes a big chunk in the mid lane as well, but it's not like Maxi came out entirely for free there either.
I think we've got ourselves a bit of a clip coming down now. Is this going to be? It will be a bit of the fighting which came around. It was teleport back in from Jace. You can see what happened here. Acidy, he's just trying to reset the wave state. Doxy has the Conqueror, so as long as he keeps himself in combat, gets the extra stats. Look, he just keeps putting in an extra auto, just keeps stacking that up. He gets so much extra stats, and when that means that he transforms over to that hammer form, extra AD is there, comes in with a huge amount of burst, and Acidy goes down.
In trouble. Culling comes through for Sankux as well, but it is inches that spare the Akali's life, and Desperado, though Lucian may be dressed up as he can't quite secure the kill in the guns at Noon. It was Dawn before. It's a little early in the game. It felt like Noon was perhaps a bit out of place, but there we go. Is Acidy taking a rough trade as well in this top side.
Flashes both blown by the mid laners. Of course, Senkok's getting the XP advantage after bullying this early laning phase. Looks like he's going towards the Muramana build too. So he's going to give up a little bit of that early game pressure, but of course, if he's not getting poked out, he doesn't need the lifesteal from someone like a Blade of the Ruined King. This will give him much more of that late game insurance and mean that once he does get that Muramana transformation, that culling will not be just taking half a health bar, but taking the whole damn thing. And Maxi's trying to take the crows.
Yeah, because remember, Asti is here with level 6. There is a Hextake ultimatum available, but you can see Doxy roaming up as well. Maxi continuing to step forward, but that is the hook shot into the Hextake ultimatum. But the shock blast combo eviscerates the top duo of Absolved. But here comes Eden, but he's in a 1v3, gets one on the back end of it and gets his way out. Senko dashing forward, relentless pursuit is living up to its name. Flash in from Wendelboe, who's come up from the bot side, will secure the kill for Senkos. It was 3-4, well, rather not even that, no, 3-for-1 for Barrage in that top fight there that went horribly for Absolved.
It was said once upon a time, all roads lead to Rome, and apparently all rivers lead to Eden Fox, as Wendelboe turns up on the Tom Kench, gets up the assist. This is once again using this strong platform of the solo laners into something even bigger. We have Ashol onto the bot lane.
Only 35, taken very low, but takes set even lower. Heal comes out with the flash in from Ray. The exhaust down as well. Only 35, has less than 35 seconds to live. Will fall down to the ash. And it is disaster across the board for Absolved. Going back to another replay, take me through it, Nightmare.
Seems like we could just have a continual highlight reel going. One of the things about the Hextech Ultimatum is you rightly said it was available, but it is a barrel of their own making for the shotgun to be fired into it from Doxy. Of course, they're not playing Graves, playing the Jace, but whatever, still shooting fish in a barrel. And then, speaking of fish in a barrel, big old catfish makes his way over to the mid lane and just picks up the back end of that one.
Not again. Acidy already down to about 20% HP as Doxy is doing a lot of work. Bot side, you can see Takeset manages to get a kill, went very low. I wonder whether someone went for a bit of a dive they possibly shouldn't have, but either way, will get a kill back, and that is big news for a bot lane that was needed to prove themselves here in the NLC Fall Open Qualifiers, and that last play wasn't fantastic. This one is a good turnaround and a better look. It's a bright spark in a game that is looking pretty out of control. Another replay, one more time.
So we continue on with this whole ticking highlight reel. It does look like it was a hard trade into Shakal, just finding himself in the right place at the right time.
Of course, Shakal now has that ultimate in for Skarner.
And just to make sure, this is now live.
It is indeed live. We're not into a replay one more time. You can see there's no replay logo. You know what you're looking for, fool.
I'm being facetious.
Are you? Okay. Well, there you go. A little bit of sibling rivalry on the Casa desk.
It's not a rivalry if there's no competition.
Oh, you're right. It's hard life being Nightmare right now.
It is. Yeah.
Only 35. Shakal over at the
magical journey.
Here's the magical journey. He's looking towards to get Sankaz. Can the cosmic binding last? No, but the piercing light certainly does. And Wendelboe roams up to Shakal, who's trying to take these raptors. And there comes the ultimate suppression onto the Tom Cage. I don't know if that's the best call, as the Devour comes out in response into the enchanted crystalline arrow. Culling is murdering people. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but Lucian gets 2. He's looking for 3. Eden does get out with the perfect execution, but he's got 2 kills and Lucian has 4. And never mind that, there is a Rift Herald in the top side because Doxy and Maxi didn't bother turning up.
really like what Eden is doing on the Akali. We've seen in both the kills he's gotten. Using the second part of the ult for the execute and also just the secondary escape. You might think, oh, he's probably just going to dive in, trade 1-for-1. No, he does manage to get out both of them. In that play, gets across the wall, Senkux can't follow. And even though this Lucian is 4-0, at least it's not 5-0.
At least it's... Wow, that is the silver lining. It's looking like a mighty dangerous thundercloud then, Eden. Does manage to clear out some of the weight, but he's about half HP. Not that Senkux is entirely full HP either, but got to be a bit scared. Wendelboe finds Shakal. Not again. Only 35 though is here again, and that Tahm Kench is going to be too low for this one. Eden hops over the wall with the Shuriken flip, but it is Shakal that picks up the kill. Senkux walking forward, desperately trying to get far enough away, but that is a bowling ball coming through, and that Skarnet is oh so drowsy. Find your way into a Hextech speaker courtesy of Seraphine. It's a new one for the mixtape.
This is the best bowling display I've seen in video games since the Wii Sports game. Maxi coming out, managing to get the lilting lullaby they'd just gone too deep after that point. CC comes through, and that is the end of that fight. But it might not be the end of this mid lane saga. The turret is still alive, and there's still a couple of plates left, and it will be wave cleared by Absolved.
See that last bowling ball as well. That's Swellsu picking up just another Dark Harvest stack for Maxi as well. Not sure what stacks he's at, so production, if possible, we could have a quick gander at where the Dark Harvest stacks are for Lilia.
I thought you were talking about Dark Seal, and like, it is on your screen. It is
Dark Harvest, it's Lilia, man. But either way, the mockery is normally warranted, so I'll give you that one. But you can see, big CS gap for this Lilia. It's what she does. Got the Dark Seals, running that Dark Harvest, picking up as many stacks as she can on that. 6 stacks at sub 12 minutes is absurd.
This is an ARAM game.
Oh my days.
Except it actually scales properly on Summoner's Rift instead of like extra 2 damage per proc.
There you go, dashing forward again. Eden does take a shock blast to the face as well, and Jace at 2-0 and 2 up 30-ish CS. It's similar in the mid lane, more like 40 there. And the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow will just about go wide. Shakal hiding in that raptor pit, out of vision, looking to see whether there is a pick to be made. Doxy goes forward to the skies. He goes, and that is the culling out as well. Eden does use the minion wave to save his life, but once again, the chunks coming out of Senkux are just brutal to witness.
It is, and this is the kind of problem with the comp which Absolved have. You can see that if they're on the back foot, and if Lucian is just not scared to go forwards, and you can't kill him when he does E in, then what is your comp meant to do? The follow-up damage from such insane range from Barrage is coming down as a Barrage. They just open up the broadside with the Jason and the Lilia, and they're trying to shut down Doxy now.
Doxy now has to try and find a way. He's going to try and teleport out. There isn't really all that much CC. Hextech ultimatum for Asti if he can get in.
No,
he's not following. Oh my god, no, he managed to stop it with the flash. Oh, it's Akali's worst nightmare every time. Eden thought he had the play. He teleports and has to flash out after the Shuriken flip. Nearly took him back to the enemy base. What on earth was that?
It's the epitome. It's like, hey, can we have Wonders Akali TP follow? No, we've got Wonders Akali TP follow at home. Wonders Akali TP follow at home. That there.
Well, never mind TP follow at home because Maxi is looking for more Dark Harvest stack. Ray gets another kill, and now the teleport's coming in at only 35, taken down 2 inches of HP, falls down for a double, and Asti now flashing out. But there is a blooming blows to make sure that particular Hextech user is cut down aside. Shakal does drag the Tahm Kench, but falls down during the pull. That wasn't what the tow truck wanted. You can get a kill, at least 1 back. But it is still a full ace 4-1 for Barrage, who destroy the bot side fight.
Barrage's jungler gets the maximum value out of that play.
No.
Stack of, I'm sorry, I had to happen. The Barrage jungler coming out so far ahead. 8 stacks on the Dark Seal. 505 on the Lucian, 404. Can't find what AD carry they're finding. And this is such a huge lead. And it's only 14 minutes in. 10! They've got extra 50% gold compared to Absolved's team right now.
And never mind the maximum value. I think that was the last ray of sunlight that fell out of that particular game. And we'll leave the puns alone, but I believe we might be going into a replay all too soon.
Okay, let's have a look. So apparently the Dark Harvest now is on 10 stacks.
Wow.
10 stacks.
Good
That is
lord.
almost a stack. It's like a stack every...
It's 11,000 gold lead. No matter.
It's huge. Like I said, you can just add an extra 50. It's a 50% gold modifier from what Absolved got right there.
Oh no, he's in a 1v3 and still gets the kill. He might even try and get out. He's taken very low. He's thinking about going forward. Does a lot of damage, but finally the shutdown comes through. And that is actually a fairly significant thing there for Takeset, who instead takes down the Jace. Wendelboe looking for a 1v1 3 levels down onto a Camille, which I think is a little bold, and does force away from the tower, though. It is one little bright spark back there for Absolved. That's great news, but they've still got a mountain to climb. Hell, it's looking like Mount Olympus, and the gods on top are looking pretty goddamn angry.
Speaking of mountain, there is a mountain dragon alive. So we will see whether this large amount of Barrage members will be able to take that. We're going back into this bot lane play. This is one of the... I mean, the thing about only 35 pulling out that bard ult there is that the tower aggro does kind of reset. It saves him for a couple of seconds. You think, okay, maybe it buys enough time for a TP, but then Acidy comes in with about a third HP because it looks like Doxy's opened fire on them, open up that broadside once more, and Maxi, with all of those blooming burst stacks, just cannot allow anyone to escape.
Problem is, when all ships firing at will from Barrage's side, it's looking pretty hard for Absolved to even think about getting into these fights. Eden taken so low. Maxi gets that one 3, 1, and 6 on the Lilia. Up pretty much double the CS of the Skarner, who should not be able to get into those camps. Never mind the chicken, it's wolves and red raptors and everything. The whole damn buffet's gone for this Crystal Scorpion.
Turns out Barrage had a theme to their comp, and it is just culinary desires, eating up everything on the map. Kills, camps, XP as a follow-up of that too. There are XP leads across the board, 1 in top, 3 in jungle, a number in mid lane because of course Eden's died for the 3rd time now too. I think it was a 2-level advantage when I last saw. Doxy going around the back of this turret, gonna get a hack splash onto you, but again, he just doesn't care about these uneven fights.
Well, there's the ultimate out of Skarner trying to get that suppression down. There's a stun afterwards as well. Take set, looking, trying to get another one. Doxy goes down, does a fair amount of damage, but once again overstepping a little. Feeling a little bold there, and this could be a way back in for Absolved. They have still got 11,000 gold to climb, but you have to take some steps if you want to think about trying to do that before that will even consider happening. Mid lane tier 2 will force Barrage.
So, oops, first off, I apologize. Turns out he does care about those kind of fights. Goes down, no trade there because the wave was not at the turret for Barrage. Didn't manage to follow up with anything. We now got Tonka to go into the bot lane.
Right, Shakal does manage to get away. That Abyssal Voyage leads to not a lot. As Absolved managed to disengage it. Ray still in the mid lane. Doxy respawned. I think we might finally have a little bit of a pause in the action. It's 22 kills in 17 minutes, and we barely touched on items, mainly because there's so much of a discrepancy. It's 1.5 to 2 item lead, pretty much damn everywhere on the board.
Sure, it's the kind of thing where you look at Absolved items and you go, we're almost at a Trinity Force for the Camille. That will be a point of pass. Slap with the lethality from Jace, doesn't really get to have a team fight. And that's going to happen for everyone. There is I mean, the great thing about Lilia now has upgraded the Dark Seal into the Magi's at 10 stacks, so the extra move speed's there. If you couldn't escape beforehand, even harder to now. The margin of error for Absolved is so slim. This is why Barrage have been regarded as the tournament favorites. They look clean. They look mechanically very, very sufficient, more than sufficient enough to win these lanes and play towards their win conditions. And their presence on the map has been very, very easy to see across this game.
I've also got to highlight a particular book in Lilia's inventory. Well, she's gone from eating chicken to eating camps to eating champions, and it turns out she's been keeping the receipts and she's kept them all in this wonderful little scrapbook. It's getting a bit scary right now.
I know it's not even Halloween yet, but you know, people start getting their Christmas presents.
Bit of a Hannibal Lecter vibe, yeah.
Yeah, you know, getting the Christmas presents, like, may as well just keep the receipts just in case, you know, they want to take it back. Got the Herald summon, by the way, that's still in this game. Normally not used to seeing that going into, like, straight into inhibitor turrets and stuff. It's going to be into the bot lane outer, actually, as I say that.
Maxi slays Acidy because that was off the top edge of that screen. 1 down, Herald summoned. They might be looking for a bit of a cabaret at the end here with a dancing Herald. Doxy goes in with Tether Skies. I'm not sure he wanted that. The deadly flourish comes through, holds Doxy in place, but Ray gets to go with the Janet Crystalline, and Doxy gets out. In goes the Culling, and Eden goes golden, but it is a monument to his sins. He falls down oh so swiftly to Ray, who picks up his 6th kill of the game. It is the inhibitors under siege. It falls down. Mid lane now, the next target, Shakal, is now in trouble, as well as Maxi and Wandelbo go through. The lilting lullaby will put the Crystalline Scorpion to sleep. Nexus Tower number 1 falls. It's number 2 on the chopping block next, and it has been a demolition in favor of Barrage thus far.
This hasn't even been close, Initialize.
Here we go on to the final bit. That shock blast was brutal. Ray steps forward looking for more. Onto the fountain. The curtain call comes out, but it is only curtains for the game. Absolved falls, but they do at least get 1 kill at the end of it, even if it's only 20-9.
Oh my word. They finished the game before you could surrender at 20. They have over a kill a minute. Barrage, if there were any doubts, what about Nordovan? What about Dusty? What about these other teams? Well, do not forget about Barrage.
That was pretty insane stuff.
I mean, forget Sen Cooks. He has now become Sen Cooks, and the coloring says he just burns them alive. That culling was absolutely shredding at the end of that game.
It really was, and It's a big statement for a squad that had a rough time at EU Masters. They've got a lot to prove. They're doing it pretty well thus far, but let's not break it down ourselves. We've got a whole desk of analysts to do that for us. Throw it a quick break, and then the desk will take it away.
Give it a
Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their
Wow, that was quick. In around about the 20-minute mark, Barrage set off their opening salvo and absolutely demolish Absolved's hopes of going to match point in this best of 3 series. Question on all our lips right now is, will Absolved be able to bounce back from this one? I'm Greyheart. I'm joined now by Darksil and by Rael. It's great to have you guys both here. Darksil, your first opportunity to say what you think about these two teams, and you've got an extra games experience to tell us. What are your thoughts after that match?
Well, we said on the NSS before that it was kind of lost on roster strength, but then they also lost it in draft because they decided to ban the Thresh, which I think is great, but he has other tanky engaged supports available. He has the Tam Kench, which we saw him on in that game. He has the Leona, he has the Nautilus, so he has other options. So I think you can ban the Lucian instead and leave up any of the other supports, and you can pick into that. But then they picked the Kali, and just like, it's not really something that will win the laning phase. And Senkux, you're against Senkux. You need to try and go even or win the laning phase. And I don't think they played to their strengths that way.
I completely agree with you there, Rael. You were a little psychic on this one. You predicted the Lucian mid. You talked about the Lilia being possibly the most impactful thing to pair up with it. Boy, did that work out well.
Yeah, it's exactly the combination which everyone's banning away. And they just said, you know what, you can have it. And this is exactly what happens when you give it away. You get bullied. And talking of bullying, Doxy just put on a field day in top lane and just absolutely denied Asti. Just said, you're not allowed to play League of Legends. And then they just kept moving together into the enemy jungle and just denying Shackle of ever doing anything.
First blood came up in the top lane, and so many other kills as well. At the end of the day, it was a pretty much clear-cut victory for Barrage. There's no other way to say it. Absolved now have to come in with a huge mental game. They're not only going to have to pull themselves back from what was a bit of a harsh defeat, but also find a way to probably draft better. Where would you start, Rael, in terms of drafting differently?
So I have the bans listed down. They banned Ornn, Eve, Lee. Lee, you don't need to ban. Ornn, you can actually live with. And, well, sorry, these are Barrage's bans. I'm actually trolling here. They banned Nidalee, Karthus, Thresh. You can definitely live against some of these champions. Instead, you leave Lucian open, who's the best B1 pick on blue side right now, which just doesn't make sense. You could just play against Karthus. You could play against Thresh. These ones are not as much as an issue as Lucian or Lilia. So I think you just substitute them out. You throw them 2 bans in. You still keep the Nidalee if you don't want to play against it, and then you just B1 the Graves.
feels a lot like if you were going to ban the Nidalee and the Karthus, and we've actually seen Barrage earlier today picking up the Lilia, if I remember correctly. Apologies if that's wrong. Then maybe maybe don't ban that Thresh, even if it is a respect ban against someone who plays it very, very well, and then potentially that in turn denies the Lucian because there aren't many other AP junglers apart from maybe Gragas to go to. Darksoul, what did you make of that? What would be your number one choice in terms of changes if you were coaching Absolved right now? Are you with Rael, or did you think something different?
No, I'm kind of going to echo what Rael said, but I want to move on to another point as well. We talked on the analyst desk before about the top jungle and mid synergy that both Barrage and Absolved have, and they didn't play to that strength on the side of Absolved. I think that the Skarner was a bit of a disconnect in the entire kind of the drafting point of what Absolved had. It couldn't really close the gap, especially against the Lucian. The Jace can knock him back and kind of disengage if he needs to. He has his gate as well for the extra movement speed. So Skarner couldn't really find a way in, and then he could buy a QSS just to nullify him almost completely. So I think get rid of the Skarner, put something that has a bit more engage into it. You have things like the Lee Sin that Rael already mentioned that got banned. So he can go down to some of these other engagey sort of maybe tankier junglers. But I think that the Skarner is a little bit of a weird one in my mind.
I completely agree, and as well we saw it getting outplayed so early on just by a simple invade and a little bit of movement from Tahm Kench. We saw the red side of the the red buff invade coming in from Barrage, stealing this one away as the blue buff of the Skarner was being picked up. Skarner goes in to try and steal a red buff away in response, having seen Barrage going over wards, but all it takes is Tahm Kench to come over, and a tongue lash later, Skarner's sent back into his own jungle. He gets 3-buffed.
And you expect the Lilia to be invading early. You expect her to invade onto Raptors, steal that away. You aren't really expecting to have Raptors at all throughout your game if you're playing against a Lilia. So you kind of need to play an early jungler, something like the Lee Sin, something like the Graves that also has scaling to play into this Lilia.
To add on to that, like there's picks even just like Rek'Sai sitting around, which are just way more better. And so far we've seen Skarner twice in the last day, and 0% win rate. It's really just not showing up as a pick, and I agree with Doxo. I just really do not like this pick.
Yeah, let's take a moment to talk about what was my personal favorite moment of that game. The Akali flip coming in. How glad right then were we seeing the Absolved mid laner be that the flash was available, because otherwise that was a one-way trip to the fountain.
Yeah, pretty much. Even my girlfriend just asked what just happened just there, and I had to explain to her that if he carries on, he's going to his doom, basically. And he had to flash to stop that. He tried guessing where the TP was going, like maybe to catch him at tier 2, tier 1. Nope, he went to base and got nearly to a death.
When I saw that happening live through the parsec, I was just like, you don't see where the TP is being channeled, so you know it's going to be in their base. They had most of the towers, if not all their towers at that point, still up. So you're not going to be wanting to tower dive that deep into the enemy territory. So just don't take the shuriken flip with him. You saw him TP for 3-4 seconds. You just don't take that.
At that point, you realize the only thing that's cancelling that TP is going to be hard CC, and hard CC is not coming in. So, yeah, it was a very, very dangerous game. In the end, it cost a summoner spell as well as that ability for the Akali. With the Akali itself, it got put behind because Lucian got ahead, not because the Akali itself did poorly. In fact, we saw in the skirmish in the top lane, the Akali came through. Now, pretty sure that we said earlier on about how Eden actually had been performing well in scrims and was actually hoping to come up and be able to have a good, strong matchup into Senkux. Do you feel that if we take away those kills that got picked up for the Lucian, maybe that Akali stays level, becomes more of a factor, and actually that Eden maybe even has Senkux's number, Darkseid?
I think that you need to play kind of a slower laning phase, or try and either accelerate the laning phase or play it slowly, because the Lucian just plays so well into the Akali. Even with the Shroud, he can play around it. He has the dash to be able to get away, and unless you have your ultimate to try and engage, then maybe execute him with that perfect execution, it's not really going to work. And you didn't really have the jungle support there because, as we mentioned already, the Skarner just wasn't hitting the mark.
Very true. And you, Rael, and also Frumi in our pre-game chat talked about how much of a top diff there might be. Certainly came through in a big way this time round. You say you can't afford to play these the tankier champions, things like the Ornn, etc., which of course was actually banned away by Barrage because they didn't even want to play into it, up into the top lane. In the end, the Camille didn't even work out anyway, even though you were attempting to deny it.
Yeah, if you play against a good player's Jace, you will not have fun in top lane. And that's pretty much exactly what happened. Doxy just bullied him from the very get-go, showing he understands his matchup inside and out. And yeah, it's just a big top gap. It was very hard to even shut him down. And I actually wanted to add on that mid lane point because
Sorry, yes.
I do actually think Eden was probably the best performing member from Absolved that game. So if they do set him up for success, there is potential there. They just need to draft a little bit better.
I completely agree with you on that. We're not here to be calling anyone out. I certainly want to see Absolved come back with a better performance, maybe even take us to a third game of this series. But where do you think it's an individual player or a couple of players who have really got to step up their performance, or is this draft and just team synergy that needs to come together more so, Darkseal?
Well, I'm curious as to whether or not they have side selection for game 2 being the ones that have lost, but I don't think that it was necessarily on one or more players that they misplayed so poorly that they just straight up lost. The Camille matchup wasn't one that he was going to be winning that easily anyway because of the range discrepancy there. Mid lane, pretty much the exact same thing, and then when Skarner can't do anything because he's playing Skarner, it just feels like as if the draft was one of the main weak points for Absolved at that point. I would like to see them draft maybe at least one winning lane, maybe mid lane, because Senkux is such a high priority target, but it feels like as if it's just roster difference at this point as well as draft.
And Darkseal, courtesy of a fantastic production, I can confirm that Absolved will be blue side in this game. Do you think that's going to be helping them?
It will be easier. It'll give them the early priority on one of the power picks. If they can get the Lucian, it would be great, but I think Senkux can play pretty much into anything. Besides that, they might be able to pick up the Lilia if they want to go that direction as well, but definitely need to pivot away from the losing lanes mid and top.
So we're going to come in a moment to our predictions coming into game 2 of this best of 3 series. Remembering, of course, that whoever picks up the victory in this best of 3 is guaranteed qualification to the Fall Cup. Rael, you put out what seemed like a slightly hopeful 2-1 in favor of Barrage last time. Coming into game 2, you've got the opportunity to stick to your guts, say Absolved are fighting back, or to say actually this is going to be a 2-0 stomping.
I honestly think it's going to be a 2-0 stomping. I already did heavily think Barrage was going to win anyway. I just threw it in there as a spanner in the works that hopefully Absolved might come out and surprise us. They might show something what we're not seeing. But unfortunately, they kind of just got outclassed this game. A lot of it was down to draft, like Darkseal iterated to, especially you can't give over the power picks of Lucy and Lilia together.
All right, and Darkseal, this is your first opportunity. Game 1 already in the bag for you. Are we looking at 1-1? Will we get to chat with you again, or is this going to be a one and done opportunity?
I think it's going to be a one and done. I think it's going to be 2-0.
All right, well, thank you very much for your input, Darkseal and Rael. Now, we once again get to throw back to our fabulous casters. They are, of course, the Brothers United. It is going to be initialized and Nimi Ayera.
Hey, there we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Absolved versus Barrage. 1-0 up for Barrage after a dominating game 1. Sides have switched. Absolved onto blue side this time out, and we're into pick and bans very swiftly. But there are questions being asked here of Absolved about what they can do to find their way back into this series, because that was a rough one to lose. Yeah, because, I mean, in that game, as casters, we're sat there thinking, okay, you don't cast from one side, you cast both sides. You just talk about what a team can do from behind, what a team should be doing from ahead. We didn't really get a chance to do that. The game ended before 20 minutes. There was no look into that game from Absolved. A couple of times Doxy overstepped. Maybe that's what you can start hinging towards. But honestly, it was never really in doubt. And Absolved now will have to have drastic changes to really make a dent in this series.
I've also got to ask what's going to happen to the Camille. We saw the pick from coming out from Zastly the last time to make sure that Doxy didn't get his hands on it. And it still didn't really work out because the Jace was pretty nasty to witness. Ian Fox had a pretty good look on the Akali. It wasn't enough. Some good kills in positions he might not be able to otherwise, but got to find out what the options are here. First pick, Nidalee, a big pivot away from the Skarner that did fall behind and couldn't deal with that Lilia after a certain point.
Lilia, still open, still available. It does allow for those level 1 invades that we saw really upset Absolved in that first game. Of course, this time, though, it's not the Skarner who's a bit slower on the first click compared to the Nidalee, who's one of the very fastest in the game. Actually, might not be Lilia, might be another 4-legged centaur-like creature. It is going to be Hecarim.
It is one of those 4 horsemen. The Shadow of War will be rampaging his way around the rift for Barrage, and they lock it in with that glorious top lane duo of Shen. Shen Hecarim is an absolutely unreal combo.
It is, but now you know the theme of Barrage's draft.
Oh,
you
yes,
have
you do.
heavy dive, and what do you do to deny that dive? Well, you can lock something like a cannon, Ornn, Maokai. Gangplank's really good at that counter engage too. If you're diving into a Gangplank ult, you need to make sure you finish that fight before the cannon barrage really ends up turning the tides of things, because it is so much damage just on base damage alone. Pantheon locked in as well. That is a flex pick, but if it goes down to support, very, very nice in the 2v2, and also unlocking the map by using that Grand Starfall later into the game.
And it means the Grand Starfall can also kind of match that Stand United. You can turn up and match the global for global, which is great news. It'll be Ezreal locked in for Barrage here as a final pick. Another one of those more self-sufficient AD carries, because we kind of know how Barrage does tend to play, and a little bit of mobility there for the likes of Ray on that pick.
We saw it banned out in game 1 in the second round of bans, because of course it wasn't picked up. Those 80 carries, of course. Great thing about Pantheon too, really good at diving top lane if he wants to, or diving just towers in general. If you want to try and shut down the source of this global, of course the Shen could be going to support too.
Sure.
Could, I mean, Hecarim most likely to be jungle, not really going to see a flex with Shen into the jungle for that case. But potentially support, but more likely to be top lane. If you want to target the source like global, Pantheon is pretty good at setting up those dives, alongside something like Nidalee as well. Pantheon Nidalee, well-studied combo, much like the Renekton Nidalee, allows you to get that point-and-click stun into the spear into a huge kill combo.
We ought to touch on the second phase bans now as well. It is very much...
I choose not to.
Well, that's a bit rude. I'm choosing to. Well, how are we going to work this one out? Because I want to talk about the fact it's Twitch and Kai'Sa that have been banned away by Barrage, very much focusing the pocket picks of Take Set there. To the other side, though, it is 2 of the more prevalent mid-lane control come roaming picks in Orianna TF. TF more the roaming side than the Orianna,
yes.
of course.
So Senkok's now played that Lucian, I believe he played another game of Lucian, and then played a Sylas game as well. So there are a couple other picks in his champion pool that he's played for this tournament. We do have Thresh being hovered, gives you that extra mobility for someone else with the lantern.
Yeah.
It also helps with some of your rotations across the map. You can start lanterning people at the walls, get them into lanes quicker than they should have any right to, much like a Bard Magical Journey in that regard. Has been locked in, very strong. Also has a decent lane matchup with the Pantheon. You can flay out of the Shield Vault, the stun on the W. And it looks like, could be seeing an Aphelios locked in. Now this is me. Oh, okay. No, it's not that. It's the Ashe.
that would have
I was gonna go on a
bold.
tangent there, because actually Aphelios is pretty good at lane swapping. And that would have been an interesting thing. Ashe has been locked in. One pick left for Absolved.
Okay, thinking about the LeBlanc, it would make some sense. They are a little light on magic damage. Of course, they've got the Nidalee, which is good news, but it's very dependent on hitting your skill shots. LeBlanc is locked in, and that is now a lot of pick and burst. You hit someone with Enchanted Crystalline Arrow, the mid and jungle follow up, and somebody gets blown up. Of course, still got to make sure you can keep your eyes on that Shen ult to make sure you're not caught out with it, but the combo at least makes sense.
It does. Looking to see what the mid lane pick will be from Barrage. Now, of course, with the Thresh locked in, we know it's their Shen top. We did talk about that flex a little bit. Hovering over the Zillion, I believe they covered over that in game 1 too. It's going to be the Rise locked in. So what that does mean is that now there are competent side lanes to play around for Barrage. Ezreal, one of the best mid lane wave clearing AD carries in the game, because he's very safe, always has access to the mini wave, has the True Shot Barrage too. So if you have Ezreal sat in the mid lane, you're going to have Hecarim running people down in the long lane, have the Rise pushing out and winning the 1v1 versus either Gangplank or the LeBlanc, depending on how far ahead he is in that game. And then you can have a Shen ult to start bolstering those third lane plays too. Absolved have tried to draft for a very heavy skirmish, very heavy pick comp in their own way, but I think once you have this Rise locked in, who just gets to set up the map in his favor so often, it will be quite hard to cleanly play out that win condition.
To return to Season 6 in the mid lane with
It
Rise
is,
LeBlanc
actually
all
is.
over again. So looking forward to that.
Was it Season 7 that was reworked LeBlanc? I think Season 6. No, I think it was Season 6 when the reworked LeBlanc came back in.
I can't remember for the life
that
of me,
was
unfortunately.
that was a time. That was a time.
Okay, well, we've seen the rosters. We kind of see the pick and global presence of both squads, actually, honestly, between Realm Warp and, of course, Stand United on one side, and Cannon Barrage and the Grand Starfall on the other. Hell, let's throw an Enchanted Crystalline Arrow and True Shot Barrage in there for good measure.
I think you shoot and craft an Enchanted Crystalline Arrow. I think not
throwing one would be hard.
That's more like an Enchanted Crystalline Javelin.
I mean, it is fairly large. You could probably use it as a javelin.
Is it still an arrow if you throw? It probably is still an arrow if you throw it, actually. But
good question. When does an arrow become a javelin?
that is something I'm not qualified to answer. I am qualified to talk a little bit more about team compositions. I do like what Barrage have done once again. I think that they comp in game 1. Maybe it looked better than it was because they played around winning lane matchups very well and won them harder than they kind of had any right to. But I think in this game in particular, they have the ability to play it slower if they want. They'll have 2 tier items stacking on Rise and Ezreal, so they might want to play around that trough a bit better. At that same time, Hecarim will be quite a strong point of power if he does get accelerated on as well. And
I think on that point as well, this time it's not like Doxy and Sankox are matching time for time with that kind of same pressures you were talking about. And they have got that Rise, they've got the Shen that kind of want to hit a little bit further on. You want the level 6 in for Hecarim and Shen before you really start fighting. And I really want to keep my eyes on Shakal and what he can get done on the Nidalee in those early levels, on what Eden can do to get out and help out with that jungler as well, and whether they can kind of return the favor from game 1, because Barrage kind of slapped them.
I think a lot of this game actually rests on only 35 shoulders. I think that the Pantheon sets up for so much of this very conditional damage from the side of Absolved, because you have that shield vault and also the ability to tank up a lot of the damage which no one else wants to take, let's be honest. Nidalee, not tanking. Gangplank, absolutely not tanking. LeBlanc, Ashe have some ways to play around situations, but if they're the ones eating skill shots, eating Rise spell flux combos, and of course Ezreal with all of his skill shot damage too, things are going to go very, very badly very, very quickly. You want to make sure the Pantheon leads into a pick, into an uneven numbered team fights, and that's how Absolved get a foot into this game.
Okay, so you've heard how Nymara wants that to play, see whether it matches up, and they're going to start very aggressively with, of course, Pantheon's level 1, notoriously strong, finding their way into this bot lane. Brush looking for this invade. Keep your eyes on Ray. He's a ways away from the bush, rightly so, but he's going to have to be a little careful. Eden poked out on vision, but people still waiting in that bush. Ray, you have got to be very wary about where you walk, my man.
And of course, Ezreal can start Essence Flux. Oh, no, Essence Flux, that'd be really bad at level 1. The Arcane Shift. Like wow, that's what I do when I'm really trying to lose a game. You can start with the Arcane Shift at level 1 if you see it coming and you can react quick enough. But yeah, Rai not going to be forced to do that this time. Looks like sort of still sticking around looking for something at this level 1 though.
See whether they can catch out somebody walking in an unfortunate mode. They might go for the late invade onto this blue buff, and they will now start moving. Ray spots only 35 coming through. The Mystic Shot comes out. Wendelbo may have to flash. Remember, Pantheon's base move speed is just that little bit faster than most other champions. Ray stepping forwards, looking to get some more poke down, and it will be a contest. Hecarim is starting on the wall, so looking to get level 2 and come over. The enhanced smite would be huge if he can get there in time, but it is going to be too slow. That is a flash over the wall. Ray gets exhausted, but only 35 is so low as well. First blood goes the way of Ray, and Absolved might have got the blue, but the the flash leap fails. Shakal goes down, and Maxi gets a second. The spear won't get Ray. It is 2 kills. It is the blue buff transfer, and it is disaster for Absolved.
And if you swing for Barrage, you'd best not miss. This Nidalee is meant to be ahead of the Hecarim. Meant to be one of the strongest farming junglers in the game, using their personal power to make sure that they can win these jungle on jungle duels later into the game. Now down, and actually Doxy taking a lot of damage on his top side.
Ooh, flashed out from the battle chain.
Well, okay, I guess I'll go back to my previous point. Now that Maxi's so far ahead, going to have have the buff. It's been stolen. Wait, Doxy misses the taunt. Okay, this fight. Take it over, Sam.
All right, well, Doxy now very low. Remember, there are the barrel chains coming down. Acidy's so low as well. There's no flash Doxy to get back in. He's out of vision. But these guys are so low. They are. No oranges for Acidy. That's a big minion wave. Parlay comes through. Grasp Brock comes out. Just a lot of low health. There is the oranges
Nidalee and
finally.
Hecarim making the way up.
Here is Nidalee. The control wall comes down, but here's Hecarim too. Ghost popped. They're looking for Gangplank. He's got flash. He's going to have to use it very swiftly, but there comes the charge. On the warpath is Hecarim, but there is just not enough damage, not enough time. And they will now turn around, but in goes Shakal looking for a little bit more. Both of this top jungle duo very low. The hop misses because of a fantastically timed Shadow Dash. But that's the Shakal still getting one, but the turret shot will turn it around. 1 for 1 at the top side. That got bloody close for both sides.
It does. There's a teleport still on Shen. Will be able to collect the wave. And Maxi is the person who benefits the most in this again. 2-0-1. 2 deaths for the Nidalee. Only has 2 camps. Maxi is going to be very, very happy with this. Very goal-dependent champion. Can get towards the early Triforce. And whereas in our series that we had yesterday on the SQ1 stream, this is going to be a Hecarim who is very, very relevant in this game.
I have to maybe call out that the Hecarim went towards his Krugs rather than going straight down towards that Scuttle Crab. Give him a bit more HP, would take it away from Nidalee as well. But either way, takes the safer option. There would be that control wall which would have spotted him going into the river. But it's still a lead in terms of camp space. It's a lead in terms of 2-0-1 compared to 1-2-0 in those junglers. And that is not a good look right now. The hook onto a minion. That nameplate there made me a little bit nervous, hiding away
Yes, it's Faker's new account. Hide on minion. It's, insider knowledge. You heard it here first. Shakal going to be able to get himself the bottom scuttle. It looks like Hecarim's heading towards that side of the map too. I think that's partly because this Ashen Pantheon are pushing up, returning to the scene of that level 1 crime. Maxi has the first scuttle wasn't actually taken on top.
So I'm wondering whether Nidalee gets to go over.
Has no ghost, and this could be an angle in for a gank.
Oh, the flame misses. There is no flash on Wendelbo. The hook goes wide, but he's still going in. The stun from Pantheon. There is the heal. Anyway, Maxi now very low, trying to find a little bit more damage, but the lantern out. Gang mildly successful, at least gets the summoner, but that means that Nidalee is still hanging around, but won't go over towards that Skull Crab. You see it's pinged out saying, well, is the Skull Crab gone? Shouldn't it be down by now?
Well, no, it's not. We can see that because we have a spectator. Isn't that great? We see that looks like Nidalee is trying to make her way in for a lane gank. Being pretty telegraphed about this, though.
Only 35. The shield goes up, and it goes the wrong way. Wendelbo still goes down, but only 35. Scrapes out with about 35 HP. Here comes Maxi. Ghost is now back up. Is it going to be used on cooldown? He's definitely thinking about it. Exhaust going down on the take set. Here comes the charge. Only 35 gets the stun off. No! And there is Nidalee. It's a 1-for-1, but that makes it a 2-for-1 as Ray gets the double off the end of it all. Shakal now taking very low. The Essence Flux does land, and whether it's a great skill to level up at level 1. It's not bad at level 4. The chunk is pretty good. Shakal now stepping forward. The minions doing the work that Nidalee cannot. There's wards in this bush. I think that will be the end of the skirmish for now.
We say that. I was wondering if an E-Flash is going to come out from Rai.
I know.
He's got himself half his HP, very much in that takedown area. Can they actually see him recalling? I'm not sure. Does complete the recall. Now Rai on the Ezreal, 3-0-1, has the ability to probably go back and get a full man. Ooh, that Spirit's Refuge, not Lamb's Rest. Okay, whatever. It's
Kindred and Shen are now the new champion.
It's been a hard day. Doxy using that dodge field. You see
the Skull Crab's finally gone down.
Oh wow!
I can stop talking about it.
What? Right. Maybe there was a mark on it for that Lamb's Respite from the Kindred top lane, right? Yeah.
All right. Well, Maxi here to help his top laner shove out. Will kind of look to get that one down. Level 6 now. Hit Veracity. Won't use the Cannon Barrage. Not feeling that bold. Sankux in the mid lane, still farming away.
Oh, Sankux is really good wave control here too. It looks like they're not. Well, it looks like a Barrage not really looking to take down this dragon, so they don't need mid lane prio for it. They have Hecarim on the top side of the map, and Sankux can just hold this minion wave at a pretty safe place for Rise. He's looking to farm up anyway. Has the tier, gets the wave in front of his turret, not being shoved in and losing all that CS, not having it on the other side of the lane and being a threat to a gank. Just goes up, gets himself a lot of farm, just scaling up into the late game.
But with the bot side of the map finally recalling, and rightly so, that Ezreal desperately want to go back and spend all that glorious gold. It does give the reset time.
Doesn't quite get the mana now. Doesn't quite get him.
Yeah, he's pretty damn close. At least he's stacking the tier. He's got himself a cull as well, which is good news, of course. Push that lane a bit further. We've got a replay coming up. Nymera, explain this little bit of madness.
So as soon as you see them clearing the ward in that brush and Pantheon's there, you have to start questioning whether Nidalee's there. That's quite telegraphed. The hook lands, and they do actually be very close on the damage calculation. It would have been a 1-for-1 if they'd gone down there. Maxi ends up coming back in, as you said, with the ghost, and then they start cleaning up. However, Pantheon Nidalee, it's a thing. We talked about it. Even with Pantheon not having that Aegis assault for that arc sector, directional facing, no damage thing, it did mean that they could take down Maxi, get that shutdown, and it does feel like Shakal is slightly more into this game now, although this Hecarim is really not been decelerated that much.
He really hasn't. 2, 1, and 3. Got himself the Sheen, looking towards a Phage second. Got himself some boots as well, because of course speed means damage for Hecarim, and of course with level 6 available for both jungle and top laner, that glorious Warhorse combo of Death and his Pale Rider is more than available. Maxi, though, is on vision. Will not stop to take that control ward, though. Not feeling possibly safe enough, if he even spotted it at all.
That's the one. It's much like myself as a color caster. I don't have eyes. I spend too much time looking at the minimap. I forget all else which happens anywhere. I too cannot see controllers, so don't feel too bad.
Ray will warm up and get that particular kill for himself. Gold funneled onto this Ezreal, which is nice news. And gonna step forwards. Gonna see a lot of damage coming out. All right.
I really like what Doxy's done here.
Yeah.
He's gone for the double Ruby Crystal instead of going into the straight Barmy Cinder, because it means that he can just have a bit of wave control. Talked about how that was important for Senkox, but when you're trying to shut down the source of the global, like Absolved may well want to do, just make sure that Shen isn't available for the ult. Having the, Ashok comes out.
Wendelbow will get stunned up. The Enchanted Crystalline Arrow means that Shakal gets that kill easy as like third kill for the jungler. Now going to try and chase around this Ezreal. Senkox and Maxi now roaming down though. See the retreat pings coming out. They're going to back away from this turret. Can't stick around, but this is so much more competitive. But here comes the Realm War. They've got themselves a big combo available. Maxi has got the Stand United on his head. Only 35 taken low, but there is the onslaught of shadows. Only 35 goes straight to the Shadow Realm, courtesy of a Yu-Gi-Oh reference. And a second kill for Doxy comes out as well. Bot lane dead. Barrage taking 2.
Oh, Eden's going in pretty deep with the double distort. Obviously, no instant CC available because the taunt was down. And the Herald put down in the bot lane. Well, now you've got a bit of AD onto your jungler and onto the Ezreal. Might be able to take down that first plate. They do. Herald's going to take a couple more. And they're taking a bit of damage onto Absolved 2.
Eden steps forward, double distort again, but there is a flay. Takes a lot of damage, has to flash out of the true shot Barrage. Here comes the Grand Starfall. Dragon's Lair is here. Flash in for Shakal, who gets that kill. Well, onto the Pantheon. Still stepping forward is only 35. Gets that Comet Spear out onto Wendelbow, but stays alive. And the madness commences once more. It is about a 700 gold lead to Barrage, but there, after the overstep from Absolved, looks like Barrage pulled the same again, only 35, still stepping beyond the tower, forcing Maxi off the Gromp.
Kind of shades of what happened with Barrage Academy in their game 2 when we saw them on stream the other day. Oh, it's not going to get cancelled. Recall came. The heart in the mouth for a second there. It's about teams not playing responsibly with their lead. Making a lot of openings which can be exploited from that mechanical outplay. At this time, it was just not tracking what was available to the other team. They didn't respect what was happening with the Pantheon, and they overcommit. They do lose a bit of that lead. Now it's relatively even in gold, whereas, I mean, at this time last game, almost a 10,000 gold lead.
Of course, there's still a lot of strength to look at and to put it in good places. You can see, of course, Gangplank will be printing money. It's what he does, but, you know, Rise up.
Seems like a crime, Sam.
That, yeah, we need a mafia, or at least rather Crime City. What an awful skin name. Crime City Gangplank to have that
Sam,
kind of
be nice.
Yeah. Just like Syndicate would have been such a better one. Anyway, the English lit student in me is angry with that name change. Either way, Senkox looking fairly happy in this mid lane. Ezreal also fairly happy with the kill score, but has actually lost a fair amount of CS after a lot of plays in the bot side of forced recalls and forcing back away from the wave as Doxy gets the Spirit Refuge trade there.
Level 9 Shen with the maxed out Q that Spirit Sword. Senkox actually trading at least 1v3 here.
He is 1v3, going to find play. Has got the flash looking forward, but will go down. Never mind 1v3, that was 1v4. Falls down, and it is the first kill of the game for Eden's LeBlanc, who'll be very happy with that one.
This is the whole lane control thing. It's also what LeBlanc loves to do. Jump forward past the minion wave, keep walking up with the chain. Can't do that if you're under turret, of course. Gets the CC. Everyone else jumps in on top. There's a Pantheon there too, gets some kill participation. At least Maxi gets to tax that wave. Very important. Has the Triforce now, by the way. That's a very, very powerful horsey.
Yeah, never mind.
How much is the power of a horsepower? Quite a lot.
Is, but that gold lead, which was there, is no gold lead at all now. It is 200 even in favor of Absolved right now. They've got a dragon in the lead, and we asked for them to be competitive. Finally, we have it, Nymera. Barrage, though, look to start up the second Drake, and it's looking like there's not going to be a contest.
Yes, and will we get a 3-game series on the FSQ1 stream? That's what I'm really asking. It would be blood in the water were Barrage to lose a game, to be honest, because they...
Flash hook forces the flash out of take set, but there is an onslaught of shadows, and there is the Stand United. The combo comes through. Only 35 gets an Aegis Assault, though, and that will be a trade back. This Pantheon is pulling out some work, even if he is 3-3-3.
Has the Conqueror, has a Dirk, has a tower on his side, and turns out there is no HP left for the Shen.
Oh, here we go again. Senkox having trouble. Absolved going forward. Here comes Shakal. Senko's trying to play this one out as best he can. The heal from Nidalee is so clutch. Primal Surge did heal up the Pantheon, and the pounce in gets the kill for the Nidalee. 4th kill of the game, stacking up a lot more evenly versus this Hecarim.
This is what happens when a support is unlocked on the map. Particularly with Pantheon, Bard is the other one. You just get to impact plays in a way that your class of champion rarely does to that degree, even if the support is the person who can occasionally roam across the map and act as that second jungler. 3, 3, and 4, only 35, doing a really, really large amount of work in this game so far for Absolved.
That's the 4th plate Veracity on the gangplank in the top side, who hasn't really had to be involved. Shen does what Shen does, which is teleport out of lane. Has left this gangplank to a fairly good and that death meant that there was a great shove in for Veracity, who's got that level 10 mark not so far away from that level 11 huge point for gangplank, along of course just a little after will be level 13 with those low cooldowns on barrels.
For the low price of only 35.
He's not just forging money, he's fencing off barrels full of illicit goods to blow up your opponents.
I'm starting to think that this gangplank guy is not a good person.
I wonder whether that might be true.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad I've got some analysis.
I mean, it's literally in the law that he involves himself in scrimshaw.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
we yeah. Won't be elaborating on that one. It's pretty bad stuff.
There we go. Anyway, Wendelbow and Ray moved into the mid, or Rai rather moved into the mid lane. I've been corrected on that one.
Yeah, so I pointed a note saying...
I was wondering what you were pointing at. I think it's that. Okay, well, unless I get told otherwise.
But look what's on my notes.
I made a pun with the wrong pronunciation in the last game, and now I feel really sad.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Oh, you were so proud of that one too.
Yeah,
Either way, all right. Well, we're here, and I have to suffer through my brother's puns. Shakal taking very low. Also, the shadows.
For it.
That's a jump in though. The shield vault comes through. The cannon barrage turn around means it's a kill for Eden, and the Fiora. It's all okay. Comes out. That's what we like to see. Chef's kiss. Indeed.
Of course, we left those coloring references back in game 1. There was no Stand United for the start of that play, and much like with the fight onto Senkux when we saw the pick-off from Pantheon, the CC chaining from both these teams is slightly off because of the distances people are trying to initiate these combos at. They go in for the huge onslaught of shadows into something like the Rune Prison from Senkux. He just can't follow up in time. The flash comes out. Suddenly, Shakal survives, gets to turn around the fight, has the shields, has the heals, rather, has the spears too, and the damage, which didn't come through onto him, became very, very relevant, as it does turn a fight into the favor of Absolved.
Alright, Nidalee now onto this Rift Hell. Has got herself a Rod of Ages stacking up as well fairly early into the game as well, which is great news. Bit more HP, bit more AP, more freedom to dive into the backline, which you guys want to pull off. Sometimes some success, sometimes you see a fail flash pounce, but 4, 2, and 3 is feeling fairly comfortable in this game. It's Trinity Force in for the Gangplank, it's Luden's in for this. LeBlanc, Blade the Rune King picked up for Ash. There's a lot of big items coming through. Hell, Umbral Glaive in for Pantheon as well.
But this is the point in the game where Absolved are going to feel strongest, because they're not full 5v5s front to back. We haven't had real battle lines set up. If this Nidalee starts trying to jump in with the exhaust on the Ezreal, with the Spirit's Refuge stopping that takedown coming through from Nidalee's Cougar form, with a lot of close range CC from the Thresh, Rise, and of course the Hecarim too as well, this is going to be quite hard to pilot for Shakal into the bigger team fights. But while it's still in this skirmish phase and how they keep engineering these fights across the game, it is working out pretty well for Absolved. The question is, can they keep it up?
That is a really good question. I mean, the other side, literally, as I was talking about the items for Absolved, Barrage pick up a few big ones of their own. Trinity Force now for Hecarim, which is a massive spike. He's got himself tier 2 boots as well, which is another big spike. It is Archangel Staff for Rise. He's not really got that one stacked up, and we're still waiting on the Muramana transformation as well. So Barrage still probably have 3-4+ minutes to wait before they're really in a place where they're very, very happy to fight. But Maxi steps forward for a smite steal, which is a little bit of one of those cheeky moves. You'll have a second charge up for this Ocean Drake in 10 seconds. Barrage have got priority over the minute, but there is still Scuttle Crab vision for Absolved, who they look to fight for it, because I'm sure they will. Hook on to only 35. Aegis Assault comes out, but it's already half HP on that Pantheon, who is left very low Flash!
He's gonna
in
die,
with a
he's
double
got it.
distort. Has he got the kill? It's so close, stays
that's
alive,
true.
but Stand United keeps him alive. Double summon is burnt for Eden, but it's not looking particularly healthy for Ray, or Rai rather, who has to look his way out. In goes Wendelbo with the hook on Sword of Shadows as well, but Acidly gets a kill onto Wendelbo, shut down onto the Pantheon. It's a 1-for-1 thus far, but the fight continues. Senkox has to flash out, goes down to take set. Doxy goes as well. It's a 3-for-1, and Barrage looked for a fight that they just had no chance of winning with the health bars they had. Their AD carry was on 10% HP.
And because the AD carry was not there from Barrage and it was from Absolved, it is take game, set, and fight for the blue team in this game. The Ezreal was chunked out. He didn't manage to get the exhaust down, so he is chunked out to about 200 HP. Only the Stand United managing to save them, and then Barrage go for the fight anyway. This is what we were talking about from the Academy team, about maybe you're picking the wrong fights in regards to your state within the game, even when you were in the lead. It was very risky to go for that. These are the kind of skirmishes we were talking about. Absolved thrive in this kind of split, broken team fighting play, and it has led to a sizable advantage now, and also a Dragon lead.
That's 4K. It's a Dragon lead. And you're right. They went without the health bars. They went without the ultimates. It was... We're going to see that in the replay right now. Take me through what happened here.
So, don't channel True Stop Barrage in range of the spear. Probably tries to finish off a kill, but just doesn't understand what's available to the enemy team. And there's an Ignite, full combo out of LeBlanc, but she doesn't really care about giving up cooldowns. That Ezreal, not available to fight. Doesn't even have the True Shot Barrage. Now, of course, that was just used earlier in the replay. They get kind of baited in by this hook. I get a grouped up clump of enemy champions, always very nice for Maxi on that Hecarim to look at and say, hey, I can get a large amount of damage, start brawling around that. You just don't have the follow-up from that, even with the Rise in the thick of the things too. Don't manage to finish off enough kills to make it into a worth play, and it ends up kind of digging themselves into a big hole here.
All right, there you go. 5-2-5 on the Nidalee, looking very strong. 2-0-3.
We have to talk about that too, because Shakar was so far behind in the early game.
Yeah.
What a turnaround this guy's had.
Massive. Eden gets a big chunk with change as well, and he at 2-0-3. This is a hell of a rookie performance versus Senkox, who was 1-3-2. It was a great performance from Senkox in the last game, but we asked, will this rookie step up? How far is Senkox fallen? Right now, it's looking like it might be an Absolved victory. They've still got to push ahead. It's only 20 minutes in, but a 5,000-ish gold lead, well, let's be fair, 4.5, is a significant lead. It is 2 items on Ezreal. They've transformed. That's great. Rai is strong, but they've got to sort of like find a way to sort of staunch the bleeding and stop looking for these fights that have been a little bit lackluster.
They have to take the game slower. Well, this is the problem. This is the problem when you have a Hecarim with a team that wants to scale. Hecarim really wants to be fighting. I mean, that's what we saw in that mid lane. Has himself the points of power, has himself that Triforce building up towards a Death Dance too. We actually see a Baron start, so if you want to play this game slow, you're not really going to have the choice because the ball has been taken out of your hands.
Scream if you want to go louder, but we'll have to see whether Maxi and Doxy turn up to the races. They don't even know it's happening right now. Doxy puts him a water. They now know it's happening. Teleport now coming in. That will be Senkox arriving. Wendelbo right here. Where is Hecarim? He was in the bot side river. He was just too far away, and that means Absolved gets the Baron. The fight commences. Wendelbo goes down before anything else can commence. Maxi goes in. He gets onto the backline trying to trace down Asti, but the barrel chains are coming through. A lot of damage. That blast cone saves the Gangplank Slash. Now only 35 going to try and find his way out. The Realm Warp coming through. Will flash, but he's still going to try and get out. He might well be the sacrificial lamb, and Rai gets that kill, but it's a 1-for-2, and Absolved get out with a Baron for 3.
Yes, and the former Singularity bot laner takes it and only 35, give themselves up, put their bodies on the line to secure their team, the Baron, and accelerate this game beyond what Barrage are feeling comfortable with. Yeah, you now have a Seraph's onto the Rise. It wasn't there for that fight. They weren't in position for that fight, of course. The Hecarim was in the damn bot side river. He wasn't available for the Baron play, and Absolved pounce on the opportunity. Of course, no Nidalee involved in that one, and they just take a very clean Baron, and they come out with a huge objective lead now.
Also, just a huge misstep in kind of positioning for Maxi. Yes, this is an early Baron, but the fact he was way on the bot side of the map without vision of the enemy was a huge mistake. We'll see in the replay. Keep your eye on where the hell Hecarim is right now.
Rise has TP. Hecarim, unfortunately, as a jungle, does not have that. Doesn't take spellbook on that champion. And that means that they are going to be, once again, at a numbers disadvantage. And they're not set up the team fight in the way that we wanted to see them do. It's not having a strong front line and then having the follow-up brawling mid-range players being able to finish off a lot of these kills. We see Acidity not finished off by Maxi. He doesn't even get killed there, of course, so he'll have the Baron buff after this. They get the Ashe in the front end of this play short, but it's still 1-for-1, taking only 35 at the end of this. He just runs into the enemy jungle and says, well, if you get me, I'm going to path in a way that you can't finish off the rest of my teammates either. So they do escape with 3 Baron buffs, and that's a very good haul for the side of Absolved.
Sure, do we want to call out Acidity as well there? That was a great Gangplank Cannon Barrage that just meant that Rai was taken down to half HP. And I've been casting with you for some time, and one of the points you always love to bring up is you love Gangplank into Ezra because the ultimate is so powerful versus that guy who wants to be poking around, throwing out as much poke as he can. He can't if he's stuck in the middle of a torrential rain of cannonballs.
He absolutely can't, and what it also means that Ezreal has to save his Arcane Shift and can't just aggressively go forwards, because if he has to, if you know the Cannon Barrage is available, you need to have your Arcane Shift to be able to reset your own self in that fight, and be able, like you said, to keep poking out. And speaking of this, Gangplank has not felt the need to go towards Death Stance or anything.
Bin would be proud.
Defense. He's gone for the Essence Reaver, he's got 40% CDR, it's some crit involved in that too, large amounts of AD. If he goes towards Infinity Edge next, he will be dealing so much damage to people diving in. And we were talking about this right from the first two picks of Barrage's draft. We knew they were going to be diving in. They immediately picked the Gangplank into it, and things got very, very bad from that point. Maxi, fishing for a fight.
Barrage moving forward, Maxi going forward, but will not land the Onslaught of Shadows. That is the shield vault to disengage. Flash, Taunt will get on the take set, but they can't keep up. That was the flash away, and Eden gets the kill onto Doxy. They've traced too far. Enchanted Crystal and Arrow turnaround is there. Senkuk still goes down. The autos follow. Here comes Assi to the backline, looking to get as much damage down. Trial by fire means it's a double for the Gangplank, who's looking to run over this game. 3-0-7 somewhere out there in Shanghai. Caps and Perks are shivering in their sleep because this Gangplank is pulling off some scary flash moves.
Absolutely. I am fire, I am death. It's not Smaug, it's only 35. Dragon Slayer Pantheon coming in to mop up the back end of that fight. The entire team of Absolved now out on the map and taking down structures with the last of that Baron buff has just fallen off. Really want to shout out Eden as well. First game didn't really get the better of Senkuk, even though he had a decent performance on that Akali. This game is deathless, has a 16 stack Magi Soul Stealer. He's keeping his receipts too, paying back the favor to Maxi in that game one on that Lilia, and is very, very much off to the races, unlike this team of Barrage right now.
And you can see the absolute Christmas tree that it is right now, and it is shining up blue right now. There are very limited wards for Barrage, and the whole of their jungle
I think that's
feels
probably
like it's just covered in wards courtesy of Absolved.
That's the only Christmas reference you can make just before Halloween. Just lit up like a Christmas tree. That's like okay at any time. That feels like a
it's true.
What's not okay at any time of year for Barrage is trying to lose team fights like this. They're trying to force the fight, making sure that they can break the run of this game. Senkuk has to stand and fight, but once the Hecarim's gone down, if the Shen's not in the thick of things too, and there are multiple people converging on in different angles towards this team, Ryze cannot stand and shoot. He can't fire with the Ezreal onto one target, take them down, and start methodically taking apart the different members of this Absolved team, and they're just losing these fights because they're just so outstatted right now.
Yeah, Barrage meet Cannon Barrage, and it turns out the Cannons are currently going a little further ahead. Senkuk is in trouble, but here's Wendelbo looking to try and get some jump. That shield comes down, it's just not enough. There's no HP, he falls down for the 5th time this game. That was through Banshees, Seraphs, and a Lantern shield as well. Vast amounts of damage coming out. That's double AD items in for the Pantheon, by the way.
LeBlanc always was one of the champions you can pick into Ryze. The chain is so important versus him, because if he wants to stand and shoot, gets hit by the chain, he can be punished very, very hard. Pantheon is running through this enemy jungle. He really gives
Wait, that's a big one.
It's shut down in the mid lane. Maybe this is the start of something for Barrage.
It is. They are still pushing in here versus the Gangplank, who will get to clear out that wave. They're down an inhibitor in bot side. Eden will get free time on this top lane inhibitor turret. Will now distort away with the rest of Barrage starting to come through. But that's a fairly important pick, and it goes on to Ryze Ezreal again, who is kind of the sole hope right here. He's got himself 3 items. Ryze is a long way off being a real threat right now. Wendelbo is in trouble. Eden gets over that. It's a great hook now. Eden in trouble. There is got the teleport. That heal was so clutch.
That was like 500 HP from the Athenes and the huge amount of AP that Shakal's got. Did not expect that HP bar to jump up like that. Even the last turret shot barely brings it below half HP after that amount of HP comes through.
It's okay. Make like Rammus, and he was in fact just like that.
He was fine.
He was fine. Rammus stays fine now. I'll tell you that.
Alright, Senkuk's now in the bot lane, trying to transition into that side lane role. And we talked about, Ryze might have himself a winning lane matchup versus both the GP and the LeBlanc into this late game. Doesn't really work like that when you have the Pantheon shutting down the lanes in the way that we thought the Channel would be doing for Barrage instead. And it doesn't help that this LeBlanc has been accelerated so hard into this game. Gonna go look back into this. Doesn't manage to quite cancel the distort, does get the CC in, and that means that Rai gets a huge amount of turnaround damage with the Muramata through.
Oh, yes.
610 HP.
That is a hell of a lot.
Athene's Unholy Grail, fun item.
Yeah, Primal Surge, more like
Hang
a
on,
Primal Tsunami.
the next person who says, "Oh, support items, they're fine. Don't worry about it."
Umbral Glaive is so good. Umbral Glaive is sort of it's never about a support item. It's just like if you build lethality and you are a jungler or a support, just pick that item. So strong.
There is that. However, my hatred in that play is reserved just for a Thieves and Holy Grail.
It's unholy.
No, it's no. I mean, so Nidalee will have maxed out that ability now. We'll have the Primal Surge.
Primal Surge.
Maxed out, has a large amount of AP. Do you have ourselves? Hang on, what's it called again? Have I got it wrong?
Have we got it wrong? We'll find out.
Okay, well, we'll find out. Production, get on that. We do have ourselves this more even map state again. Nothing really available for taking. Right, well, sorry, not being started right now, of course. The Baron is available, lots of pings onto it, and you know, we're talking about the Umbral Glaive. That means that it is a very dark spot of vision now for Barrage.
Going to see how this goes. Baron already at half HP. Barrage are going to come over and contest, but they might be too late. 3,000 HP. The Lantern will get forward, but it was a nice attempt. It doesn't go down. Baron secured. Hecarim died. They turn into something of a 50-50 or maybe a 70-30 either way. Baron is secured. Jungler is dead. It's 20 kills. 12.
It is, and honestly, Barrage have not been given any time of day to sit and farm. To sit and allow themselves to get up to the item breakpoints that they need, and they have fought at the points when Absolved have wanted to fight as opposed to them, and now it's left them at such a deficit, even though they do have some decent items onto the rise, has himself 2 items in the Oblivion or 2. Of course, the Ezreal in a strong point of power, they're just not taking any kind of fights which are working for them.
They've got to try and hold on here as well, because they are down 11,000, 12,000 gold here in a similar fashion to the way it was last game. At least it's not over by 19.5 minutes, but it's now down Ocean Soul and Baron buff, and they are potentially a little outscaled here in some ways as well, because this Gangplank is at a vast point of strength.
Absolutely, and I really want to give a lot of props to Rhapsody. In that game 1, he did lose the skill match versus Doxy with that Jace versus Camille matchup. He's been running over the Shen and just making himself very, very relevant for printing money in that very very evil way that Gangplank does. And he's 5-0 and 7, has himself a Phantom Dancer too, not even easy to shut down.
Price is inverted. We were right, it is Price.
Good.
There we
It's
go.
the one skill I'm going to get right this game.
Well, it feels like all the skills are going pretty well for Absolved. It was a fairly tight early game, but you just... I was going to commentate that, but it doesn't matter because Wendelbo has
moving swiftly onwards to other people who are actually alive.
That was LeBlanc's next trick, making the support's health bar disappear. He takes a little bit of poke, but it means so little. With the Baron buff coming through, he's got oranges, he's got himself an Ocean Drake, he's got himself an inhibitor. It's mid lane inhibitor now under siege as well, and down a man. Can Barrage do anything to hold on here? Grand Starfall, Cannon Barrage coming through. Eden gets exhausted, that means that Ray stays alive. Raxi goes down, Shakal gets that kill, goes unstoppable. Senkux goes down for the 6th time this game. Doxy also now being focused, shadow dashes towards the fountain, gets himself on there. Bonobos gets a good play, but it means nothing as Absolved turn around a series that looked like it might have been a 2-0. We're at 1-1. A lot more to talk about, Nightmare.
We're going the distance. Finally, we get ourselves a 3-game series, and it's not the one I would have thought it would be. Of course, we're later into the bracket of this tournament now. We do have the teams which have managed to overcome teams to get to this point. Barrage was definitely one of those teams we were going, though, yeah, but they're still really good. So we need to maybe see, maybe we thought we'd see them lose a game in the semifinals, maybe even the finals. Maybe not right now. However, Absolved coming out with a huge game against the Head.
And to take us through how on earth Absolved managed to come back and turn around what was a brutal game 1 and return the favour in game 2, we've got an analyst test that will do that just for you after a very short break.
Absolved, absolutely getting absolution in that game, bringing the series back to 1 apiece. We have got a deciding game in this quarterfinal where the winner of that game will progress not only to the semi-finals of this bracket, but also to the NLC Fall Open. I am Greyheart once again, joined by Darksil and Rael. And Rael, I bet you're glad about swapping that prediction.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that I ever doubted myself. I'm the messiah of predictions. I usually get it right. So I should have just stuck with my first prediction. It can still go 2-1 to Absolved as well. And just what
make all of your predictions incorrect. Yeah. Rael, that must be rough for you, but even rougher for Barrage. How must they be feeling after that game, Darksil?
I think that it came down to a couple of drafting mistakes, but also I think it was a lot of overconfidence from them. We all hyped them up coming into this matchup. We're all like, okay, Barrage, you're just going to take it 2-0. We even said it on the desk just before going into the game, 2-0 Barrage. And then they drafted Rise, so much scaling in the mid lane, he just never took off. He ended 1-6 or 1-5 or something like that, and he just never found his power points. He didn't find any purchase in the lane either. And we have to say, the Nidalee really worked out. They first picked it in the first rotation on the blue side, and it's exactly what we wanted to see instead of the Skarner.
Yeah, it was very nice adaptability, and it was definitely a standout performance this time round. Rael, talk me through what your thoughts were as we came to that final counter pick for the mid lane.
So I was really surprised that the Rise came through. Was literally sat here talking about it. It was like, nah, Rise doesn't fit this. Like, you need some power in the mid lane there because you have weak side top lane, you have weak side bot lane. Where's your strong side? It wasn't there. And then you lock in Rise, so you add more scaling on your team instead of just picking something solid like the Syndra to demand pressure and control a bit more. Sure, it's a bit of a rough matchup into the LeBlanc, but you can still get a lot more done with that than the Rise here.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough matchup into the Fiora. I mean, the LeBlanc and Senkuk's a player with such pedigree, really not able to show up in this game. And in the end, Absolved absolutely ran through Barrage's defenses, securing themselves not only a fairly early Ocean Soul, which was pretty much the final nail in the coffin, but those 2 Barons. And arguably the most clutch moment of that entire game was the first Baron, which was snuck away.
Yeah, I think that it was a bit of a disconnect on the Barrage side as well, because he had the top laner and the jungler in the bottom side trying to push the wave, get a pick, maybe push the tower, I think, at that point as well. And then they had to teleport towards the top side to try and contest the Baron, but then by the time Hecarim got there, there's just nothing he could do. And then on the second Baron, he went in just 2 milliseconds too late. He didn't manage to get the smite, gave up his life. They got all 4 recalls off, all 5 actually, I think. The Gangplank was also in the vicinity, so there was just nothing he could do once that was snuck away, and then they went straight to Ocean Soul.
And on that second Baron, Darksil, I mean, there was already a 2-level disadvantage to Hecarim, so it was already going to be a tough steal. And the second, as you say, that kill goes over, you give away Soul as well, because the recalls were timed perfectly to secure yet another objective with the Hecarim dead. Going back to that first Baron play, how much was that a misstep coming through from Barrage, sending the Hecarim bot to try and deal with the Gangplank in the unsuccessful gank alongside the Rise? And how much was that just quick thinking from Absolved?
I think it was quick. I'll take up that point.
Please
first
do.
Anyway, I think it was a bit of a weird one. You don't send your jungler down there. You send one of your teleport solo laners to that bottom side because he can respond to that global pressure of the Baron being taken. He can teleport over. You don't send someone without a teleport there because of the fact that he can't respond. He has to recall and trek all the way over, or he has to go all the way across the map to try and respond to that Baron being taken. So send your top laner to that bottom side, push out the wave, maybe try and get slow push going if you can, and then respond with the teleport. You need to have your jungler around the objective at all times. They knew that was a possibility once the Baron is up, and when they were so far ahead, they were 9,000-10,000 gold ahead when it came to the Baron power play, so they knew it was a possibility. I think it was just a bit of a weird misplay from Barrage at that point, and I don't really know what was going through their heads when they made that point.
I think it was more good decision making by Absolved this game in general, because they definitely they looked far more proactive, and they looked like they were the ones making the decisions when we fight, when we invade. They looked like they had their heads more screwed on in this game, and they actually caught Barrage out of position a lot of times in this game. And I feel like that's what just helped them keep this momentum up. And as soon as they seen the Hecarim, like you said, they just went straight for it.
But they were also trying to take fights that they had no business taking. They were waiting for the scaling to come through the 3-item power point for the Ezreal. They were waiting for the Rise to finally come online, and he never did. They were still trying to get these picks, and then whenever they made a pick, they might get a kill here or there. But then they trade 2 back or 3 back, and then that just gives up all of this objective pressure. They got 1 Drake, I think it was a Cloud Drake in that game, and then they just couldn't contest for any of the other Drakes, and they ended up giving away Soul. And we saw 25 stack Magi's on the LeBlanc. What can you do against that?
Yeah, and part of the reason those stacks came through so quickly, Darksoul, is what you spoke of there. Some of the skirmishes which Barrage opted into. It wasn't just a case of them getting caught. They initiated some of them. I remember one in particular where Wendelbow on the Thresh, he lands a hook. He decides to go over the wall to start a team fight, and his team just gets absolutely decimated, which led to a big part of that gold lead. And while you can call that limit testing from Barrage, you can chalk it down to overconfidence. The reactions from Absolved were good. They showed why they're a top tier team who have come through already knocking out teams seated higher above them and now posing a real threat to our tournament favorites. And Darksil, coming into our next game, what do you think? We've already seen one big bounce back from a defeat. We've seen how the disappointment can be shaken off by Absolved. Do you feel Barrage can do the same and still claim that semi-final berth, or do you think they might be mental boom?
I think that if Barrage have blue side, which I reckon that they do, then it should be a 2-1 to Barrage. I think that they have the mental fortitude, especially with their star mid laner, who should be put on either an early game carry or something that can kind of transition better to the mid game rather than the Rise that we saw. As Rael already said, the Syndra, much better pick for their team composition. So I'd like to see something like that. Maybe an Echo as well, I think fits into his wheelhouse, can also flex with their jungler as well if they want to go that direction. I think that will be a 2-1 to Barrage, but from the performance that we saw from Absolved in that game, if they do get the picks that they are comfortable on, if they're all on the same page, then it could definitely be a competitive game and could maybe even go the direction of Absolved.
And Rael, I'm starting to think that you must be a Fizz main because you've flip-flopped more times on these predictions than we can count. You've first of all called the 2-1 in favor of Barrage, then you went 2-0. Have you got a third different prediction for us?
I stick with my original first one. I think it should be a 2-1 by Barrage. I think one of the other big issues was you have a big carry in the top lane. You have Doxy, who showed up massive game 1, and then you kind of just put him on Shen duty when he absolutely dominated top lane, which just doesn't make sense in my wheelbook because he was just leagues ahead of Acidity in game 1, and it was like, all right, you're going to play Shen this game. I get the idea with the Shen hacker him, but it just didn't pay off this game.
There was one really close fight in the early levels between the Shen and the Gangplank where both of those champions were down around about the 100 health mark, where a small mistake or outplay from either of the players could have led to a solo kill coming through before the junglers arrived and made it a little bit of a fiesta. That could have been enough to really swing that matchup, but as you say, top lane was a bit of a no contest by the end of things as the Gangplank started to run away with the game. We're going to be coming into the third game of this best of 3 series very, very shortly once the teams are ready. At the end of it, we will have one last opportunity as an analyst desk to break things down, and we will be rejoined by Frumi. And you've got to assume, Darksil, that as he takes your place in that center frame, unfortunately for the last one, if he does happen to be on the losing end of things here, he might have to have a little bit of humble pie with him.
Yeah, I think he'll have a few choice words to say no matter what the result is. And I would like to see what he has to say if Absolved do manage to come out with the win. I'm not expecting it, but we have seen upsets in the past, and we could see another one here today.
Very definitely worth keeping your eyes on every last second of this game. One final question coming in for you, Rael. We talked about the draft and arguably the mistakes that were made by the drafting side of Absolved in game number 1, how they turned things around in game 2. If they are thrown back onto the red side, what would you like to see their bans be? Because surely you can't afford to be in a situation where the Lucian, the Lilia get picked up again.
Yeah, I think you definitely still keep the Lucian off the table. You've shown you don't want to play it by banning it on blue side. You show you have more priority on other things like the Nidalee. Especially after that performance, Nidalee will be highly contested. So it might even be banned by them for that reason. But the only reason I don't want to see them ban the Nidalee, I don't want to see them give over Lilia for free. Because if they do that, they're going to end up in more trouble again. And we've seen how Lilia played out game 1 with the Lucian combo. We don't want to see that story again.
We've seen adjustments made by Absolved. Will we see the adjustments come through from Barrage, who have basically been banning away the same champions each time? One thing for me is for sure, though, Darkcell, that is that fresh ban that we saw targeted towards Wendelboe in game number 1. Seems unlikely to be coming back as a ban in game 2.
Yeah, I think that they can leave that off the board. It isn't really that much of a counter pick into anything that Absolved will want to be picking up, and we saw it there. And also, you can pick the Nautilus into the Thresh as well if you really want to, and that is a kind of a counter pick, as people call it. I wouldn't really call it that much of a counter pick, but it plays well into that matchup anyway. And so I think it isn't worth wasting a ban on that, and I do say waste a ban on that because it isn't really necessary to use it. Ban the Lucian, and if you have something that you feel comfortable picked into the Lilia, then you can leave the Lilia up, but you might need to take that away from them and then try and force them onto another pick. But then it might force them onto the Nidalee or Karthus, which is something that they do play. Maxi does play some of those other AP junglers. So I'm dying to see what will happen in the draft because there's so many nuances to this third game.
Yeah, just like Barrage in the last game, Darkcell, you and me, we're both dying to see what is going to be happening in this final game. I'm going to be watching every last second of it. I'm going to be listening to the brothers Not So Grim. Let's throw over to them now. It's Initialize and Nehemiah.
Okay, I believe we're back on air here for Barrage versus Absolved. Barrage, we're back on the red side, and that has been something of a game 2. We're back, we've recovered,
And, yeah.
Okay, wait on our producer to confirm we're good to go. We'll get on from there.
Okay, looks like. Okay, so,
and we go.
So, I think we were taken by as much surprise as Barrage were in game 2, right? Because after game 1, I was thinking, it's going to be a quick day. Not going to get another 3-game series. Not going to get to be on air anymore. It would have been such a loss. I would have been sad. Would have been sad, of course, because it's a great job. It is really good fun working with the guys here. We are right into pick and ban. We're going through the same bans again. Lee Sin, Nidalee being banned away this time, was banned away in game 1, wasn't in game 2. Ornn's been permanently banned too. Worth noting, of course, Barrage back on blue side, which opens up something like Lucian first pick again. I don't know if Absolved will be bold enough to leave that open, though.
Indeed, that is the way it's working.
That's a nice ban.
Exactly. I think that Pantheon ban is a pretty big one. It was huge for only 35, who managed to turn around a lot of the cross-map plays that Barrage were trying to do. Lucian is still that last ban. It's such a strong pick. Sunkix plays it. Eden Fox didn't have to deal with it again. And he had a great game 2, actually, that guy as well. For a rookie going against someone of the historical caliber of Sunkix, kind of leveled it. Yes. Maxi, though, first picks the Graves. It's a lot easier to make a comp around than the Hecarim, and it indexes you less into straight dive.
I think if the Lucian were available, of course, that's the first pick. And then as soon as you've got the Lucian, you don't really want to pick something like Lucian Graves as a mid-jungle TVT, because there's zero setup between those two. What you can do with the Graves now is you can pick something more like, actually, the Rise we saw last game, or someone with a little bit more seed to set up for the Graves. And that allows you to have, again, the diversified damage portfolio, whilst also having that strong mid 2v2, which was very present in game 1. But the thing about Graves is that True Grit gives you armor when you dash around. You keep that stacked up. Evelyn don't give a damn about your armor. She kills you anyway.
And Shakal's already pulled it out this tournament, looked pretty damn good on it. And if it's anything like self-made Evelyn, anything at all, we know what this pick can do in competitive. It changes the way you do it. If you're an AD carry, if you're a squishy, Evelyn will eviscerate you. Get ready for that Agony's Embrace, because Shakal will certainly be trying to bring it.
Extra setup now as well from the Ash allows you to have that more straight up engage rather than the Evelyn trying to wait around for the charm and things like that. This is a good pick comp already from Absolved. If Shakal can work their way through the vision line, make sure they get behind enemy lines and start popping up a la Clear Love Season 5 and stuff like that, it's going to be very awkward for Barrage to keep tracking the plays which can be made across the map. Of course, in Game 2, they really didn't do a good job of that. They bought into a lot of plays which were favored and Absolved. This time, there's a bit more reactionary ability from Sunkix in particular, in that Galio very able to get across the map and just plonk hit that magic shield on top of Graves, which does help out against Evelyn.
And it's another pick that's been pretty good for Sunkix in this tournament, like something like 10-2 and 6, I believe.
10-2 and 9, I believe.
10-2 and 9 even.
10-2 and 9, I believe.
Fantastic game at the last time he pulled it out. And exactly, if Evelyn tries to go for someone and suddenly there's a magic damage shield on top of them, it's a bit frustrating. Have to see how that plays out. Set now locked in as well. Even more CC, even more engage. Assuming Set doesn't go too deep. Camille now is the ban of
The
phase
thing
one,
for this
phase two,
is
rather.
that Set is really good when people have to run into him. And they're low range, and they can't really space themselves from him. Actually, not too dissimilar from Aphelios in that other kind of Season 10 champion way, where Aphelios lots of people running into him. If Galio and Graves get too close to Set, their fight is over. They get face broken, they get showstoppered, and during that time, Evelyn has stacked up the charm, Ash has got a lot of damage stacking too, and stacking Branch's focus. If Galio goes in and doesn't get a good combo, and doesn't CC up that Set before he's just shuffled out of the fight again, all he is doing is delivering that damage onto his own team, because of course Galio is a bit of a HP stacker, does get a little bit of that from the Proto Belt amongst other items, and of course Set Salt scales off of that.
Yeah, well, we've still got top planers to think about here as well. You can see Absolved have definitely focused that particular champion pool, whereas on the other side, Barrage actually banning away support, still thinking that Zet is a likely flex, apparently. I can see that, of course, mid lane Set's been a thing, jungle Set, top lane Set, all available. It's part of what makes Set so damn strong, is his ability to move around in whatever lane he plays. So pleases.
So this is the kind of thing where you know that Asti plays a lot of Scion, and I know that the desk wanted to talk about how if you play Scion into Doxy, you're going to have a bad time. But this comp would be really good for that. It's actually going to lock in the Shen instead. That probably consigns Set down to that support role. Again, technically it's a flex. I know that Shen support isn't particularly
Shen jungle with Evelyn in lane after her buffs to lane hate spikes. Don't look at me like that. Okay. One can dream. Or perhaps not. I don't know. Look, it's Halloween. It's going to be like a nightmare. That's probably the way it is.
Nightmare here to serve. Last time we joked about this, Darksil on the desk yesterday correctly predicted a couple of picks coming out, which we were just like, it's not going to happen. It's going to be the Shen versus Gangplank matchup again, this time reversed, and it's going to be Doxy picking up the Gangplank up into City. I do think that the tank was the right call from Absolved. It's that Shen is a little bit easier to deal with than someone like a full hyper tank instead of going towards the Titanic Hydra that Shen does. It's going to be the Leona puts in 2 from Barrage, so they do actually have themselves a bit more dedicated engage as opposed to just a random, a very down the middle Galio running at you with Ghost running or flashing in for a taunt. And on the other side, this would be very good. But disengage is looking like the flavor of things. Oh yeah, it can be set mid.
So it will be set mid. It's Ash and Evelyn are your carries here. If either one ends up behind, Absolved could be in a spot of bother. On the other side though, Shen, Set, Braum, all fantastic at turning around any intended dive. Leona comes in, Galio comes on top, and suddenly they find themselves taunted and CC'd for days for easy pickings for the Ash and the Evelyn team.
There are a whole load of things we go into this, particularly from the side of Absolved, actually, because we saw that Braum pick coming in, and that changes a lot of what they were trying to angle towards. Jhin into Braum is a lesson in futility. You learn about the limits of your champion when the shield goes up and you realize, oh yes, I'm doing actually negative damage. In fact, if someone's got something like a Thorn Mail, Braum doesn't build that, I guess. But anyway, if you hit into the door, you do you do very little because you're all directional damage. You don't really get around from that. You don't really run around the fight quick enough and start gap closing his Jhin to get around that. You then have to go into a Shen and a Set who are just bags of HP, and that's going to make things very, very difficult. Of course, then the Braum can also disengage from something like the Graves and the Galio and the Leona, who are all very short range. The Ash Braum very good at chasing people down, lots of amount of CC. But however, on the other side of it, if Barrage can get a pick onto Ash or Evelyn, actually just one of them, who does damage for Absolved? There are only 2 carries here. Shen can only do so much as incidental stuff, same with the Set. If you take away one of those 2 larger damage sources, Absolved have very little to play around.
Also, an Evelyn that cannot make her way to Runic Echoes plus AP item is not really a champion. In all honesty, she needs to hit those damage numbers where you hit that execution threshold, where you start pushing up what your ultimate can do. Because in those late game team fights, the likelihood of you being able to get in for the 100-0 combo in a team fight is much lower. You want to be able to go in and get out as quick as you can, get that ultimate across as many people as you can. Of course, the picks are still the option there. You know how that works. Whiplash empowered is brutal amounts of % HP damage. But even so, that is a really key point. You're still versus Graves, who's high damage. You've got that Gangplank, high damage. There's a lot of CC as well. The only thing I'll say, though, is that Barrage are very indexed in towards AD damage. I think that might well be easy stacking for Set and Shen.
You say that? I know it's been a meme. I know it's been a thing for forever. Leandri's Gangplank this game is going to do damage. If you get a Leandri's third after you get Triforce into S3 into Leandri's or something like that, if Set and Shen and Braum have to sit in the Cannon Barrage, even Evelyn or something like that. You just tag someone with it, it's a lot of magic damage coming out. Even actually without Leandries, that magic damage from the Cannon Barrage is going to be hitting. We were talking about the Braum, really good against low, and the set, really good against low range champions. Gangplank, equally good against them. It means you have very high access to hitting your barrel combos, and that ultimate will just be doing lots of work. Right, might be face checking into take set. Yeah, it's gonna be dangerous.
There's a Shakal over the back wall here. They might look for the flash, double flash, thinking about it. Wait for it. Here comes Eden. No! Right, not like this. The flash over the wall for only 35. The Winter Spike lands, but it will be a flash over the wall in response from Ryan. He gets out alive, but my days is he lucky to survive that setup.
Oh yeah, I could see it happening in slow motion. There are going to be flashes blown. People are going to get hurt here. Doesn't die, importantly. There is also a cleanse on Rye too, worth mentioning that. Not going to be the heal, not going to be the exhaust like he took in the last game on the Ezreal. And that might have helped out in that situation. Of course, Carl has to start with the hate specs. Can't really start with a charm. Oh wait, no, do you start with the charm level?
No, you start with hate specs. Charm is generally the last one you pick because it slows down your jungle clear too much.
Yes, good. Just checking, you know. I know you're the Evelyn play. And what that does mean though, because Rye had to back, get some HP, means that they're not there.
There we go. Really dangerous invade, Flash in, Maxi is going to go forward, but that's the face breaker level 1 from Eden, who gets a lot of damage onto Senko. Takes that stepping forwards, flash away, but that is the route that doesn't quite land. That summoner blown from Senko. He's got like no HP. He's burnt both his pots, wants to stay in lane, but this red buff is still under siege. Might have to be a smite here from Maxi. Does secure it.
Okay, so this time they're going to have a level 2 crate who wasn't level 2.
In goes the Zenith Blade. Only 35, taken very low. Takes that, also the Ignite on first blood to grave. It's a nightmare. It's a disaster. And this is the second level 1 in a row that goes wrong for Absolved after a botched invade.
'Tis the season to get spooky. It is a nightmare. The invade really not paying off for Absolved there. They get the first, well, they get the level 2 onto Evelyn, at least, smite away the big raptor. They don't get a buff. They don't really stop Grace from doing anything. This is another game where Maxi has been accelerated into this game. Of course, speed less of an issue for a Graves than it is for Hackrim. Gonna have the Justice Point Punch. Very strange interaction there onto the set.
Yeah, that was something to behold. Either way, Winds of War coming out to help clear out the wave, and Evelyn will finally start on her clear, but that... What should happen if you're a really good Evelyn player is you get that full clear and be in time for a Scuttle Crab very, very early on. Evelyn's not a bad farmer in and of herself. Senkox takes another face breaker to the face, Eden flashing in for the Haymaker, and he makes a name for himself here on the NLC Fall Open stage. He will fall down into 1-for-1, but the statement is made. Welcome, Senkox, to this lower division. I hope you enjoy your stay.
So he has the teleport to get back to lane at least, but this is what happens.
No, not like this.
He's waiting for his next round of cooldowns. Are they going to try and steal the Grom?
Dude, get it! Oh, that's a disaster! Allure times out. Shakal won't get the stun. Hate Spike's coming forward anyway, looking for as much damage as he can. That's the electrocute proc as well. But it means with only 35 at level 1, Wendelbow and Rai will step up, will get the Scuttle Crab, and Evelyn is stuck at 7 CS at 3.5 minutes, which is not good for the pacing for level 6.
This is a cull start from Jin, by the way, and he has still managed to get priority. I believe he's gone for cut down cull. That's normally what happens when you start with that on AD carry. And immediately you can see what's happening. Only 35, stuck at level 1 for the rest of that play course. He went down for that first blood. And things getting a little bit awkward. You're not really accelerating. I mean, I keep using that term, but you're not really getting the gold into the people you really want right now. And this Ashe Braum, which is normally pretty good in lane, is not managing to prop up Evelyn, who has had this awkward start to the game.
Well, trade you accelerated for decelerated. Hell, even stalled right now because Maxi got to go in and invade into the top side and steal away the red buff. Has got himself camps to clear as well, still on his own side. And this is just a big difference. And you know what happens in these big farming matchups. Senkox throws the thumbs up.
I appreciate that. He's been trying to do that the entire game we've had him on camera so far. Finally managed to hit the face breaker. Use the Justice Punch. It's one of those mini games you just keep track of throughout the game.
Alright, well there you go, he manages to time it well that time. Takes out about half HP here, has to be a little afraid. There's no cleanse here, and a Zenith Blade that's well timed, and an Ignite that's nearly off cooldown for Wendelbow could see an engage coming out.
Could see Senkox using this teleport right now to get back to lane. Actually didn't do that after he died under the turret to Eden's set. Speaking of Eden, we were had a lot of praise for him for actually both the first 2 games.
Yes.
In that game 1, probably the only person who deserved a lot of praise from Absolved because it was such a difficult game. Not to rag on the players too much, it was just such a snowballed game and things went from bad to worse very quickly. Eden was the only person who managed to find some openings. And then in game 2, Deathless, LeBlanc game had a Magi, really strutted stuff. This time, has himself a bit of, well, he was winning that lane, even in CS now, and even in the kill and death score towards Senkox. Got to see what he can do when we were saying this set has such an ability to affect these team fights.
No, I'm watching the blue side, bot side go up towards his Evelyn, whose Gromp just respawned. They're going to turn over towards the Ocean Dragon.
No, not Bertha. Bertha,
you can see Weddlepost just setting up. He wants to know. It will be a disaster. Still, Acidy, though, now in a lot of trouble. The Taunt came through, and that was a well-timed Spirit's Refuge, but it might not be enough. Trial by fire. It's not even that, just a parlay to the face. That's negotiations, and they were damn well short. The Phantom Menace comes to the top lane.
Yeah, this is the matchup we saw last game. It didn't end up in a lot of, it didn't end up in a solo kill, of course. This time, Doxy really coming out to a big HP trade. I love what he's doing with the barrels, by the way. Meleeing the barrels to get that combo. I know it doesn't add the extra parlay damage in, but it does reset your passive cooldown when you do melee kill a barrel. It gives that extra true damage to keep burning people down. It's really, really good when you can actually stack it multiple times too. I'm not sure if you managed to do that.
6v5.
He's teleported back in. A lot of speed.
Oh my days. Acidy does have, of course, that Shadow Dash to pull himself away to safety, and Surge and Shen might need to be in the operating theatre sometime soon, because there's a bit of triaging to do right now.
Also,
Down 1,000 gold here at 6 minutes.
Also, shout out to Greyheart on the desk, which that is his favourite champion and skin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is.
I did not know that.
Eden, not really liking this one so much.
Boy, it's a lot of damage. Eden now in trouble.
Maybe
He gets
he is.
behind for the showstopper, out with the grand exit. Eden now going forward, looking with the knuckle down. Can't quite find it. Allure is on Senko's, but Maxi now stepping forward, gets an end of the line, but the Snowblower doesn't find all that much. Cannon Barrage comes down as well.
That's actually a really slick escape. Not often do you see like the half her lane ult to get out of a play. That was pretty well played. Times out all of the CC cooldowns available to cancel that heroic entrance and gets out somehow. Doesn't even have to blow his flash.
And shout out to Kelsey Moser as well, who has called it. It's a 2-level advantage right now to the jungler. That's what happened when you have pushing lanes, when you get early advantages. Massive lead in the jungle right now, but Eden's in too deep. Welcome to being a rookie, and Senkooks returns the favour from earlier. He's quite happy to be on this stage, apparently.
You know, he was born in the tilt, molded by it, and he didn't see the 3-man roam to mid lane until he was already a man. He's got himself an extra assist, and Eden has no teleport to recover this. It's going to be, I'm actually not sure if Senkooks is just going to stick around. Maybe he's worried about Shakal, who's gone up towards the top side, has no last caress. No, level 6. And of course the Demon Shade, which comes with it without invisibility. It actually does look like he managed to get the plate in the mid lane, though.
That's something to say. Gets the plate, gets the back away, does Senkooks. In the bot side, it's a fairly significant CS lead here, just from laning as well towards the Jhin right now. I know people have been picking Jhin plus CC support to kind of counteract, who's been very strong in the recent metas. Doxy still finding these parlay trades as well onto Shen, who actually has a fairly decent CS lead here as well, but I think Doxy, with a wave to collect, will not be too unhappy with where things are.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, the thing about Gangplank is that if he wins lane, that's kind of already crisis noises happening in the background. The sirens start going off, you're like, oh my word, the air raids, they're coming, the Cannon Barrage is going to hit like a truck. If you are even or even slightly behind as a Gangplank, you're still going to fulfill your role as a champion at some point in the game. I mean, it's very different. I mean, if you do get, I don't know, as in the quarterfinals the other day, a double kill very early in and get a Sheen very early, then yes, Gangplank starts being a very big lane bully, and we could see that. Even has the solo kill to his name too. But Gangplank's still going to be performing the same role in this game.
Right. Well, let's keep our eyes in. 4 kills to 1. It's about 2,000, well, 1,500 over to Barrage right now as we've pressed that 8 minute. It's fairly significant this early in the game, but the thing that's scaring me is the fact this Graves is hyper accelerated. Got that early CS lead, got himself the Warrior early on. It's very scary.
It just feels so lacking though, because there is the fast in the game.
Yes.
You have Fleet Footwork, Swifties first on Jhin. It's not Earth, it's not going to be quite initial D music blaring out the speakers.
Just quietly.
Just in the background. just you know, somewhere in the background. He has himself to Swifties either way. It does give him a lot of ability to kite in and out, keep going up and making sure that 4th shot is always able to be landed. That's, okay, I was wondering if that wall was actually cancelled out. It is. Weird map geometry sometimes ends up giving some weird interactions there.
Spaghetti in the bush.
Yes, it is.
Maxi gets to with another Scuttle Crab. I'm sure he's very happy about that. Has got a Rift Herald in his inventory as well. Secured that without any contest. We'll have to see where that's dropped. That's a big way to snowball it. Rift Heralds have been interesting in this series. Sometimes they've just not been needed because people have been blowing up the early game so much they've just been able to take over as many towns. They're like,
I was actually wondering whether we were going to get a Dancing Herald in the first game.
I know, it was that close.
Then again, Barrage also had themselves a lot of priority picks. The Lucian in particular is very hard to let through. And you kind of do that at your own risk, and that's exactly what happened to Absolved. They did get snowballed very heavily on. Eden does have Flash and Ghost, but he's pushed up pretty far. Maxi is here, has the Herald himself.
Looking to drop it, perhaps.
Maybe they will be able to get another. They are going to get it. They don't have a wave with them. This will just be the 2 plates, it looks like. The gold standard for getting the Herald onto tower is you get it down to about half HP, and then it just kills the turret outright.
Sure.
They get themselves 2 turret plates as it is. They use it as a counterweight for Dragon.
Indeed, I love that phrasing. That's exactly what it is. Shakal, though, has now hit level 6, the scary point. That's the face breaker, but the arrow misses, and that means the hate spikes miss as well. Only 35 goes in, puts up the door. There goes the Glacial Fissure as well. But it is a 2v4 in the mid lane, and Absolved burn a lot and get very little for it. Here comes the curtain call to return the favor, and the encore looks terrifying. Wendelbow goes in, and the Braum falls. The heart might be the strongest muscle, but it ain't doing much pumping when it's dead.
Absolutely not. Someone get the defibrillator. Stop moving. 0 and 2, only 35. Really not, unfortunately, bringing out the same level of performance he did on the Pantheon in that game too. That's trial by fire.
The burn nearly enough, but Surgeon Shen survives this time out. Did have Stand Unite, doesn't matter, but Wendelbow is roaming up. They want this kill, and the Shen is caught under tower with very little recourse. We are here today to celebrate the life and death of Absolved's top laner. The flash stun.
Wait, what?
Wait, they're turning it around. What? We were making the music too soon. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Wendelbow is about to fall down to the Braum.
No.
Here comes the concussive blows passive, looking for that Winter's bite. They're going to try and kill him. He's dodging, he's dipping, he's ducking. The teleport in, they get the kill by acid. Went forwards. He didn't need to do that. Senkoku seemed to finally secure the kill, surely. That will finally be a 1-for-1, but Surgeon Shen turns around and stabs the Leona in the back.
Yeah, this is where I'm reminded I am not just the clown, I am the whole circus. He does end up going down, but not quite the situation I thought. This
scratch was necessary there.
Wait, so you're wondering how we got here. We do still have a 2-level advantage for Maxi over Shakal, but he is managing to steal away bits and pieces of the enemy jungle, which will alleviate a bit of that pain in that jungle matchup.
It will. It's still that big lead. Shakal still not really got involved in anything. 0-0-0 is not a great time when you've hit that level 6 mark on Evelyn. You want to get something done. She's, of course, got the Dark Seal and Inventory, so there is still this room to snowball. You get a couple kills early on, and Medjai's plus Runic plus Death Cap is all the HP bars in the world.
Absolutely. Whereas on the other side, it is going to be that lethality built up by Maxi. I don't know whether that's going to be... Well, I mean, this has all of the lethality items really available from that build path. Could go towards the Emerald Blade, or the Ghost Blade, rather. Wraith Blade is the upgraded one. Wendelbow, kind of caught out here, though.
Might be 2 in a row right now. There comes the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow. Eden goes forward, finds himself a face breaker, but return around. Senkox is here, and this time, this game, it is the re-engage from Barrage, but it's still being turned around, and Wendelbow now falls. Senko splashes over the wall, looking for the multi-man taunt. He's getting it on to take Set, who falls down. Doxy now in the backline. He's taken very low. He's in a 1v3, but it does not matter. Only 35 now escaping, trying to escape. The deadly burst will do, but Doxy gets acidy. Here comes Shakal looking for the last caress. It is centimeters from a kill, but it won't be fine, and Shakal will be kicking themselves. That one does not come out. 3-1, I believe, in the end of all that. And all the while, Maxi's in the top lane doing Graves things and taking turret plates.
And I demand to see a replay of that one. What the heck? Fight goes absolutely up to the nines in every regard. People flying into the fight, flying out of the fight because of the showstopper, and a lot of kills being traded back and forth. As a result of that, though, you were saying it is Maxi in the top lane. Plates are still available, by the way, so that's a lot of gold going into the pocket of that carry jungler. And yes, we will have that on. I mean, we had our order of replay. It's now here. Wendelbow, we first thought, okay, he's kind of out of position, but the damage hasn't really come through. Activates Aftershock, and Leona with Aftershock, really, really tanky. Also has the W Eclipse. And we see, of course, Senkox getting brought out of the fight, but he can just flash right back in, and curtains are just thrown open. And that's kind of all she wrote. The damage coming through from that, because of the execute damage of Jin's 4th shot in particular, gets really, really large amounts of damage across the team.
Survives.
This is...
Oh, my days.
384, that must be 20 HP, if that. I'd love to get a confirmation on that,
Corrupting
but...
pop your pot in team fights, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
that is why.
Senko's also doing a really large amount of work in that fight too.
Acidy's
caught out.
But Doxy looking to try and turn around and gets the Shadow Dash, and the shutdown goes the way of the Shen.
Well, he just want to finish his call, dude. He's got 7 stacks.
Just inches away, and that is the pressure of an Evelyn. She's down a lot of CS, but at least finally has something on the board
I'm gonna
after a little bit of revenge for that earlier play in the river.
I'm gonna throw it out there. I would feel more sad if I died not having the cull than missing out on that kill by like 20 HP.
I know.
That is just such adding insult to injury.
It really is. Eden gets taunted. The mid lane tower has fallen to Barrage. They are up 6,000 gold, and they have some terrifyingly strong members in their graves, their gangplank, and this Galio is the word I was looking for.
Yes,
Another
the
G
GP
champion.
and the gangplank.
So strong he can say his name twice, but has got a cleanser's ride and does manage to find his way out despite the arrow coming through. Glacial Fissure doesn't land either, so that means take set 90-35 might feel confident enough to try and push onto this tier 1 on the bot side. They've got to be a little aware of potential positioning of the opponent.
The nature of that trade is cleanses a longer cooldown than both of your ultimates on this Freljord bot lane. We're going to have a replay on this one because it looks like Wendelbow was caught out first, which we did end up missing. Wow, good job on us for checking the scoreboard. Cleanse used by Takeset to make sure that he could keep getting those extra auto attacks down. It's a lot of CC. Oh my word.
Oh my days. It's the 1-for-1.
Okay, and this is all this is happening in the other replay. So this is why you.
Okay, well, out of the replay, and Chigal's got himself a kill. Here comes the Stand United, and that comes out. That is Evelyn getting the kill and finally getting an execute that works. The circus continues, my friend, and the show doesn't stop for no man, no caster, and certainly for no AD carrier. Takeset has to back away very, very swiftly because he does not want a return performance. Senkirk stepping forward, looking for the flash out.
Everyone gets out from Absolved at the end of that play. Doxy, much like in game 1 when he was playing the Jace, just kind of left alone to play on the side lane though. He's trailed by 5, that same true damage passive. Affects towers, gives you a lot of extra tower damage on the side lane, and the extra Sheen procs not going to waste either.
Got London's burning through my head, which feels a little inappropriate, but at least the structure's out here. Like, look out the window, seems to be okay.
That'd be not so good for our good for our situation right now.
No, it wouldn't. But either way, that was be a necessary reference. But we're looking at finally Morty tier 1 turrets falling. Jin picks up the last remaining outer for Barrage. Still no turrets for Absolved right now, who managed to get that 1 kill on the bot side, as you saw, with a little bit of assistance. They're going to get another,
right.
35 gets that one up.
Takes too long.
I have to say, I'm not sure Braum needs to be the one taking that kill.
Maybe not. Of course, there were no summoners available. It would have been really nice to give that over to the Evelyn, who's trying to stack up that Dark Seal. And as you were saying, really does rely on having those clean kill combos to make sure that her game pattern is much more applicable in this game. Because if you can dive onto the Graves and not have to faff about with waiting for an extra hate spike cooldown, waiting for something else, then the game becomes a lot easier for Absolved.
See that replay one more time. He's clearing away if he's taking the turret. I'm not sure he needed to be there anymore.
Yeah, it's a good arrow. In fairness, that's a good arrow. Even if that was the case, Evelyn could have just walked up, put up the charm. There's no flash, no cleanse. Would have been very awkward for him to get away anyway. You can't be stood alone as an AD carry in this kind of game. It's much like playing against the Fed Rengars of old. The game of League of Legends is normally a MOBA. That is the genre it is assigned to it. Now it is a horror survival game. You have to look after yourself and play with your lead responsibly. He hadn't died up until that point. Had himself a good amount of individual power. You need to make sure that you're not just giving away things for free.
And look, the fact is that he was there meant that no summoners had to be burned from the side of Absolved. If he backed away a little bit, flash exhaust from Braum means he still dies. The point is he should never have been there. Not at that point. He'd taken the tower, he could back away. And it does send a little bit of gold back the way of Absolved. They are still a long way behind, make no mistake. They're down 3 dragons, they're down 3 kills. They're down about that 6,000 to 7,000 gold mark. They've got a long way to come, but that is the right kind of way to do it. And you can see Evelyn there walking forwards. Right, definitely had his heart stop a little there. The horror survival game very much in full effect, of course. Maxi is still filthy strong as well, up about an item and a half.
I think Serge has been called in for overtime at this point. He feels like he's the only doctor on the floor of the operating theatre, and a great many cardio issues to be solved.
Eden might be in trouble here, looking as Solar Flare is looking like Sunburn is the name of the game right now for Eden, who does manage to back away swiftly enough to avoid dying. Essence Reaver second, looking to come in shortly for Gangplank, but wait, nearly got under Santos, they had to flash out. There is always more in a game like this.
You know, if this casting doesn't work out, you ever want to be like a Telestrate reader or something like that?
I thought about it. You're right. Cool. Anyway, thank you for the career option and advice as well.
You know, just looking out for you. I have considered being a clown.
Don't have to consider it, mate. It's already there. In comes the allure, in comes the Glacial Fissure, and the engage in the mid lane continues. Well, that last press was completely invalidated by the Eclipse, and Eden still gets the kill. At least it's a 1-for-1 right now. Rai now opens the curtains, looking to try and get something out. But wait, Shen comes out, gets that one onto Graves, and this is a bit of a barrage overstep until Senko turns it around. What an amazing re-engage, and they turned that fight out after Absolved thought they saw everything, and it's a 4-for-2 in the end.
Messy fight. I really love what Acidity was doing on the Shen. That dodge field became so important in the second phase of that fight. Done a lot of damage. Galio is not a champion with a huge amount of individual damage, but he can apply it to so many different people with that AoE taunt into the Protobelt and the Q as well. The Winds of War catches so many people. The amount of damage he did at the back end of the fight was pretty absurd. And just as I mentioned that, we're going to go see it again. Wendelboe is proving very, very hard to pick up at the start of this fight. A lot of echoes towards Nautilus's that we saw yesterday too. Just very, very time-consuming to take down that Leona. Sankox uses that Zhonya's, makes sure that he isn't hit by the end of that concussive blows, and the arrow does come through. Curtain's Call does end up doing a lot of damage too, but then this is the big thing. Look at this. It's a trap. It's not just that. It's the taunt onto the trap. Jin getting a lot of damage from that too. And just, it cleans up everything after this point because the burst damage means that they can't stand and fight.
That's what you call a captive audience. Don't think they like that one. The horror story continues. Now up about 8,000 gold of Barrage. It's 45 seconds until Cloud Drake, and it would be Cloud Soul.
And can I say, it's genuinely very hard to navigate those fights as a Galio because often you overestimate your damage. Your second round of damage cooldowns does not come up quickly. You can often find yourself in way too deep, cue up the Sum 41 song, and you can end up just being a bit of a detriment to your team in these fights. But Sankox has ended up, I mean, we have a lot of expectations for him, but at least in that fight, showing what you can do on that champion.
Bit of a savant yourself here. That is Haunting Guys in third for GP. And I've also got to call out that it's Oblivion Orb on Galio versus very, very limited magic resist. There is Merc Treads on Braum, and that is it. Galio actually hits like a bit of a truck right now with the build he's got.
And just having the extra HP on the Oblivion Orb is pretty nice on Galio too. He has himself the resist from the Zhonya's Hourglass, so that will be making sure that the resists are going a little bit further, because just, has an extra HP to go with the effective HP that the resists have.
Well and truly in control of Barrage right now. They secure themselves Cloud Soul. They've got 5 turrets to 1. They're going to continue to shove in. And this Evelyn, still not at death cap, is not getting enough done right now. Ash is well stuck in an item and a half. And Acidy is wishing he had some carries here because the curtains are being called again. He's going to try and find his way out. 3. The 4th will be shadow dashed away from out of range now. And Jin's reach might be long, but not quite far enough. Perhaps needs to up his marketing campaign to extend his reach a little bit more. See whether this continues further. Shakal and Eden on the flank, looking to maybe find the re-engage. Asti's got the Stamp United coming in. They're going for the engage. That's the showstopper. They're looking to turn it around. Wendelboe so very low. Doxy now caught out. There is Maxi doing a lot of damage onto the Evelyn, trying to find as much damage as she can. That she goes down. It is a 2-for-1 right now, or rather a 2-for-2.
That's a big old gargoyle.
There's a big old gargoyle. Eden tries to get the Haymaker kill, but Doxy survives some way, somehow. The taunt comes out, and Set will be wishing he was back in the fighting pits in Noxus.
He might do. Well, he's been brought into a bit of a fist fight with this giant gargoyle himself, but not an awful fight from the side of Absolved. They are at a significant deficit. It is another 10,000 lead. We hadn't checked in on the gold in a little while, and that was still taking down the Jin, who has a size of, that's like a 3,000, 2,000 advantage over the Ashe anyway, and they still managed to get a 3-for-2. It's trading down, but when you have shutdowns, is it really? No, of course it's not.
It is multi-thousand gold leads for every single member right now of Barrage, apart from possibly the support who I didn't quite manage to catch, but I'm sure it's fairly significant too. Gonna have to see how this game continues to go on. Wendelboe has kind of been the one guy who's been punished a little bit for going deep, but as far as you're concerned, when they're burning so much to kill him, the rest of his team just gets to murder everyone else in the back end.
Once you have the Aftershock and the Eclipse on Leona, you buy so much time, like we've been saying. Like we said with Barrage Academy yesterday, I was a really big fan of the Nautilus play out of their support. Gonna go back to the replay and see how this happened once more. Eden gets into the backline really, really quickly. Shakal didn't really manage to get enough damage in across that, and after that burst combo was down, just gets finished off by Maxi. Doesn't have the last caress to escape themselves. And Senkox is doing a so good job of making sure that Ashe can't finish off someone like Doxy themselves, because of course you got very low. Use the full extent of that HP bar.
There you go. The Ramos OK comes out, and one taunt user OKs the other.
Baron
Baron now being started though, and Absolved. We've got to work out whether they want to engage. There's only 35 step forwards, puts up the door, but is now in a lot of trouble. Justice Punch as well. He's still about half HP though, because he's a tanky Braum. But all the while, Baron now at half HP, and there is no jungler here. Evelyn still dead. No way to get into this. I believe she must have been picked off during the replay. And that means Baron is secured. They got the jungler, and at 24 minutes, nearly 25, they have Soul, they have Baron, they have everything they could possibly want.
I do like what Barrage are doing around about just making sure the map is set up that they can just collapse onto these very split plays. Doxy pushing at the top lane. Level 15, has himself almost that. Oh no, does he just
God.
Yeah, he just walks into the gangplank. It's like Evelyn walked into a bar. Ouch, except Look, it doesn't read quite as well.
Look, I'm just putting this out there. Pirates are well known for not wanting to, making you want to walk the plank. Don't do it. Stay away from the plank. Evelyn shouldn't have done that. She walked to her own demise. That was not a good look. She dies again. It cost them Baron. She's at least got Death Cap now, and that's something, but we asked for something out of Shikali's in trouble. He's going to be in trouble again. The Leandries. Oh, Senkux is dominating 6, 1, and 7 on the Galleon. Eden now has to run for the hills, but it's a long lane and a fast Graves in behind. They're still pretty tanky, and it's double AD versus full armor stacking. Trying to get his way out, will manage to make his way to the base gate and escape, but on the other side is a fight going on in 3v2. The exhaust comes out, but the vast damage coming out of the Winds of War does exactly that. It might have been death with Hecarim, but this particular horseman is definitely war. Double kill for Graves, stepping forward 22-11. They've got Baron, they've got everybody but their set, who has not enough wave clear to deal with the force that's coming to take his base right now.
And I think that will be all she wrote, and there will be no happy ending for Absolved. They managed to take a game in game 2. They should hold on to that, and we thought that would be against the head. Barrage will have questions to ask themselves, but they will close out the series.
It was a very dominant game 1. It was a sloppy game 2. It's been a pretty damn good game 3 as well. They're moving on to the Nexus turrets. Eden is around. He should hold himself up proud. And he's got Ghost and maybe an opportunity. Shakal off vision in behind. Can he find a carry? Is the question we ask ourselves. Still off vision. Still hunting. He's got the allure coming down on the right. Gets on it. Gets the charm. Looking for the execute, but once again, it's not enough. Just not enough damage. And Eden will try and get something, the showstopper, by distance, but he gets Zenith Blade on. Senkux is godlike. The Ash Arrow comes out, some damage on the Doctor Bay gets healed out. Graves gets another. Jin the third. The fourth man falls, and it's a shutdown onto Galio as a consolation prize, as Barrage will find themselves the victory here in round 3 of the quarterfinals of the NLC Fall Open Cup.
Maybe not the victory in the style they wanted it to, but a victory nonetheless. And of course, we as casters and broadcast enjoyed every second of it. Love to see more game time. Love to have more games to cast. We get ourselves our first 3-game series of our SQ1 coverage.
We do. It was pleasure. It was a fun series. I'm so glad that Absolved didn't just roll over and die. It looked like it was a possibility. That game 1 was so dominant. We kind of were a bit shell-shocked, and the response was good. Yes, it came with some sloppy play for Barrage, don't get me wrong. But credit to them for stepping up. Credit to the likes of Eden, to the likes of Acidy in the top lane as well, looking really, really good at points there.
No, and they will not qualify this time around. You have to get towards those final 4 berths to end up qualifying for the main event. They'll get another chance next weekend, and I think they will be one of our front runners if we have the stronger teams, of course, already qualifying. So I will be looking forward and watching Absolved's career in this tournament with great interest.
But enough from us. Thank you for listening. But we've got an analyst desk to go to who will take on the task of telling you what this game means and how that match played out. See you soon.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. 'Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're free. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
Great best of 3 series coming in. Absolved put up a good fight, but in the end, they were no match for our top seeded Barrage. And I'll bet you're feeling a little happier now than you were at 1-1 for me.
I'm feeling like satisfied, but I'm not over the moon. Yeah, I mean, a win's a win, and we've qualified, but it wasn't how I expected we'd qualify, to be honest. But you know, credit to them, Absolved. They've done a good job taking a win.
They certainly took their chances, and we spoke of potential overconfidence with myself, Duxel, and Rael in the previous game, and you yourself just a moment ago saying similar things seemed to come through in game 2. Not so much a sign of that in game 3, which was a much more of a dominant performance.
Yeah, look, I think in game 1, you know, obviously, to put it politely, we've dominated the game. We've taken a convincing win. And I think that went to our heads a little bit, and we felt like we could probably just do what we want in game 2. And you know, we spoke about it before that Absolved on paper aren't that bad, and they've punished us, and quite rightly so. And I think, to be honest, I'm quite glad in a way that we lost, because at least now, you know, we've had that early on, and it's you know, kicked them up the bum a little bit, and it showed in game 3 that we knuckled down and came back to take the series.
Rael, reflecting on that last game especially, what were your thoughts in terms of how that one played out?
So already from the draft, it got interesting because we literally just seen the GP into Shen matchup and how easy that is for GP. And then they blind pick GP when they have the option to high top lane and just pick your mid lane matchup into the Galio. For that alone, that didn't make sense to me, because that just signaled to Doxy, play GP, you're going to win top lane, that's fine. GP became unstoppable at one point in the game, so he just scaled into a monster. And it's exactly what Frumi said. They just kind of knuckled down, stopped messing around, and played a lot more serious, and you could see that. And Absolved wasn't able to punish as much as they wanted to, especially with that Eve invade early.
And I couldn't quite hear the last couple of moments of what was said by our fantastic casters from Initialize and from Nimi Iera. However, sometimes they put out an MVP. If you were to give an MVP for this series, Rael, who would you give it to?
That's a hard one, because there was obviously from game 2 there was a load of like just troll moments, what makes my opinions go down a bit more. But it's between Doxy and the jungle for Barrage, because Maxi, I believe they both had just very strong performances in all games. Even the points of the slightly troll game, they still did somewhat okay. But I think they were standout players for me.
Okay, well, if you were to through me, you've had it narrowed down to 2 players. You get to coin flip and choose one of them to be our unofficial official MVP.
I was actually going to say Senkux, because I thought in the last game his Galio was unreal, and Rai was consistent. But I'll give it to Doxy if it's between those two. I think Doxy was consistent in top lane, and he did a really good job this series. His gangplank in the last game was unreal.
I love the way you've managed there to shout out 4 of your players, and again.
Yeah, Wendell both sucks. No,
it's always a support that gets left out, the poor guy. So at the end of that best of 3 series and the other best of 3 series that we've had for our quarterfinals, we now know who our semi-finalists are going to be going into tomorrow's broadcast. We are going to see Barrage, who we've just seen taking that 2-1 victory against Absolved, going up against ENT, who are our 4th seeds. They took the win over MnM Gaming. On the other side of the draw, it's actually going to be Viking Esports coming through on the top side, having taken down Nordavind in the quarterfinals, and Team Singularity will also take the place in that semi-final. All 4 of those teams have now qualified for the NLC Fall Cup. And Frumi, of those matchups, how I don't think I have to ask you about the top half of the draw, but how do you expect them to be going?
I think we've probably got the toughest draw in the first round, actually, because I thought Ents are probably one of the teams in the qualifiers that are going to be really, really good. And I expected them to take the win off MnM because I think Ents flew under the radar because of some unlucky stuff in the actual split. So yeah, I'm looking forward to. I think whoever wins out of us and Ents in that round should win and take the high seed. Yeah, Viking qualified due to a technicality, didn't they? Nordvind.
I haven't had that information. Yeah.
I think Nordvind had internet problems, so
Right,
Viking
okay.
qualified. But you know, it was going to be a close series anyway. Like I think Viking are decent. I really rate Ho Never Lucky, and I rate Zandir as well. SNG, I'm surprised 2-0 Dusty. So maybe they're better than I thought. So I'd expect Singularity to maybe take that one between them and Viking, based off of them being able to beat Dusty 2-0.
I can definitely say that I called that one. I called Barrage Singularity finals, so maybe you'll get to meet your old friend Torok in the finals as well. So
Oh, I'd love Torok to bits. I'd very much like that. And Kiao, who's the assistant coach there, worked with Barrage Academy this split. So I'd love to be reunited with them. But if I am reunited with them, I'm making sure that I'm winning.
And we're looking towards that top side semi-final, the Barrage Ents one, which we just alluded to a moment ago. How excited are you for that game coming in? It's going to be a best of one, a straight shootout.
Yeah, we didn't play Ents in the regular season last split because they're in a different group. So it's a team I've not actually played against before, and a massive organisation as well. Kevo plays for Ents, and Kevo was on Barrage in spring. So and he's a great guy. So I'm looking forward to the reunion there as well.
Rael, sorry, I was just going to ask Rael what he thought of that matchup as well.
So I'm kind of on the Barrage bandwagon here. I kind of thought that Barrage would be Ents initially anyway. So when that matchup comes up, I was very confirmed on that one. Whereas this was the game where I was still 50-50 on, just because I thought Absolved have the players to surprise people. They surprised in one game, but unfortunately one game's not enough. And obviously, Barrage moving forward now against Ents, I can easily just see Barrage going to the finals against Singularity here.
Apologies for cutting you off, Rumi. Was there anything you wanted to add on that one?
I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Sorry about that. I mean, coming into this one, you talked about the perhaps lack of focus, the overconfidence that we saw in Game 2, where you could afford a mistake. No such mistake is affordable going into a semi-final where it's a best of one. I assume that the instructions team are going to be clear. Go out, get the win.
Yeah, look, I mean, the lads, when they were playing for Riddle last split, played against Ents twice in the group, and they know what Ents is about. So I'm sure that there'll be a lot of respect going towards Ents. You know, we've got a day to put some prep in now before the game tomorrow. I think it's 12 our time.
12 British time and 1 CST.
Yeah, so we've got time to prep now tonight. We'll definitely show Ents respect. I mean, you know, we can afford a game where we just don't take it super seriously, even though we should be. Like, we can afford that in the best of 3 rounds, as shown. But against Ents, you know, we have to come out swinging. I think we get the higher seed as well, so that'll definitely benefit us when it comes to side selection. Yeah, I'm hoping that we end up taking the higher seed from this.
I look forward to seeing that game, and I might get an extra upfront and personal front row seat to that game. We might see how that goes tomorrow with our broadcast, which you can tune into on this very Twitch channel. We will be bringing that game from roughly 1 p.m. CST and 12 o'clock GMT. As we mentioned a second ago, we'll be bringing that game and also the final later on in the day. Do remember to check out our various social medias. We've got at SQ1 League on Twitter. Please do follow the channel if you've been watching the games today here on Twitch. Rael, do you want to shout out your Twitter for us as well?
You can find me at RaelCast.
Cool. Go drop the man a follow. And Frumi, I think you're Frumi Lol, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's the name below plus lol on the end. LOL.
Yep.
And follow Barrage, because otherwise I'll get fined.
Yeah, definitely. And thank you very much for being our guest today. Also, our fantastic casters we had earlier. Do make sure to follow Initialize and Nymera as well. And you can find them quite easy if you go to SQ1 League on Twitter. They're all tagged there, as am I. Thank you so much for being our guest there, and also to Duxel, who is at DuxelCasts, if you want to drop him a follow on Twitter. Rael, any parting words?
Not really. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Eden, actually, because just that series, Eden actually showed up for who he was against. And that's something I kind of wanted to bring up just before we finish, because I think he played really well considering the circumstances.
Yeah, he was good. I did rate his performance, to be fair.
Massive respect to him. And Frumi, again, thank you for being our special guest today. Any closing words from yourself?
Get on the Barrage hype train, because we're going all the way to the final and we're going to win it. Thank you.
We'll see whether those prove right. You'll certainly prove correct in your estimation of what you'll be able to perform in this quarterfinal. That just remains for me to say thank you to every single one of you who has been tuning into our fantastic production here at SQ1 League. We'll be back tomorrow for the semi-finals and the grand final. But until then, see you later.
You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. 'Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid.